wakes up. There you go. So we're going to be picking up where we left off on the Tileman Challenge. For those who have missed what the Tileman Challenge is, if we walk around, you'll notice there's this grid. And right now I've got it set to show where I can walk. So you got this grid in green. Green tiles are tiles I can walk on. Or for visibility, red tiles are tiles I can't walk on. Now, when I started this run, I didn't have access to, like, any of the tiles except for, like, 3 or 4 right by my bed. And I have to buy, using the in-game money, every single tile I want to use. I also can get some bonus tiles for some progression things. They're not repeatable stuff. Stuff like, when you upgrade your house, I get 5-10 tiles. When I get married, I get, like, 10 tiles. When I max out someone's friendship, I get, like, 5 tiles. And so you have these kind of things that I could do at one time to get a couple extra bonus tiles here and there, and they do help out a great deal. But ultimately, this is a slow burn challenge of where we're trying to unlock more and more of the map to accomplish our goals. And we are doing a community center run. Originally, I was like, yeah, we'll just do Joja and all that. And then it kind of came to realize, like, oh, well, honestly, by the time I reach Joja, I'll probably be making so much money. It'll just be like a couple days of like grinding some money real fast, and then Joja will be done. Well, that doesn't feel that great. And I was also learning more and more that that run just becomes this cycle of keep just building your farm till you're making copious amount of money that you're like, okay, I could just stop spending my money expanding and then just finish the game. So we switched over to the community center. I haven't bought like the Joja membership or anything yet. So we switched over to the community center, and we're going to start working on that. Now, last stream we made some really good progress. We did get all the way down to the wizard. We got to the traveling merchant, and we are in the community center, but not quite to the first of the plaques. So once I get to that first plaque, that's when we can actually properly start the community center. So my hope is to have all of that done before we hit spring. Then the next move after that is I want to go and move down towards to gaining access to the water at the beach, because I can get to the beach, but I can't get to the ocean. So I want to get down to the water at the beach, and I want to be able to get to the water in the mountain before we're properly into spring. That way I could start, getting my upgraded fishing poles and start catching all stuff for the various events. So we're making good progress, but we're working on that. We also have gotten our first house upgrade is done. And we've maxed out a relationship with Leah, who's the character we're planning on romancing and marrying and all that. So she's maxed out. I just can't continue. I can't marry her till we can get to the beach and all the way over to the far right. That's probably not going to be an immediate priority. That will likely be something that comes up later on, because I want to say there's fish I can only catch on the dock to the south there, and there's some forageables that only show up over there that I might have to go for. Otherwise, I got other priorities I got to deal with. Okay, so let's get going. Well, Storge, this is a recipe that won me first place in the cooking competition. I hope you like it. Thanks for being a friend. Jody, fried calamari. I like calamari. I don't get calamari very often, but I do like calamari. To that end, this is our big money-earning month. We're making over 70,000 per harvest. Like when I do like the full harvest, not what we're doing right now, or I'm just kind of scooping up a couple loose things. But yeah, so we've been making really good progress. We're about a little over halfway through fall. Now, the big snag is when we hit winter, our earning potential slows down a lot. Like a lot. Just try to trim this back a little bit. So that's a whole painful thing, is when winter comes. That said, I still don't have what I need for, I was gonna be like, that said, I can start making the, the winter forageable seeds. I'm like, no, I can't do that. I do have some of the powder melon, though. It's only like 3 seeds or so, but I could start working on getting the rotation of powder melon available with the intent of leaning in that pretty hard. Let's go ahead and drop all these off. These are all duplicates, so I don't need to hold on to them. And the rest of that we can chuck. We've also been buying our friendships. And the way we've been going around that is we buy our friendships using maple syrup. We're just pretending this takes place in Canada, that whenever we want a friend, we just bring maple syrup to town. We have a strategic reserve of maple syrup that we keep on hand to handle birthdays and whatever. But to that end, if we look at it, Vincent's maxed out, Leah's maxed out, Evelyn's maxed out, Sam's maxed out as much as I can without giving the bouquet. I was a little saddened to learn that I don't get the max friendship. I don't get the max friendship bonus unless we get the 10 hearts, which would require me giving every single one of the romanceable people a bouquet. And I kind of looked at it as like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with it. It's fine. So that's a bummer because that's a decent amount of free tiles I'll miss out on, but that's whatever. Okay, so can't do anchovies. Those are ocean fish. And we'll be getting to the ocean in not too long, but we're not there yet. Now, for the fall, I do want to spend one day when it's raining watering. And we'll want to spend one day that it's not raining fishing as well at some point. Have you tried the new Joja Bubblerito? I ate 2 in one sitting yesterday. That was a mistake. Alright, let's wait till Shane goes by, so we don't have to worry about upsetting him for popping in the trash. I don't really need much of the trash anymore, but still. We don't need any of that. Alright. So I'm mostly concerned about going to town today for the purposes of dropping off this ticket at the mayor's house. Because I believe the next thing we got was a book. I don't remember what the book gives us. It's the plant book. I don't remember if it like increases the odds of getting a better quality crop or makes the money higher. I'm hoping it's not XP, because I've already maxed out farming long since. But yeah, so broadly speaking, the run's going pretty good. One major concern we got, if you look up here, we're at 709 tiles purchased so far. When I reach 1,000 tiles, the price goes up again to 10,000. So that's going to be a pain point. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So Stardew Valley Almanac. Okay. Gain some farming experience. Unfortunately, I'm already max farming. So that'll do literally nothing. So what we're going to do is we're going to stash that. I believe with the bookseller you can trade books as one of the things that works. So that might be worth us just going that angle. So big things I gotta do is Saturdays we do our rounds to all our spots looking for any forageables we can find. During the week they'll have slowly more and more forageables will show up, and then Saturday at the end of the day, whatever's out there will reset. So we don't want to miss out on that. Forageables are going to be one of my big difficulties I'm going to be dealing with in this run. So drop the book in here, drop you in there. The rest is all fine. We still need to find a home for all of our seeds. I want to get all these trees planted by the beginning of winter, so that we have room for them in spring. I don't think I've got a good spot for them. The best I can think of is over here with what we've got set up. The cave is right here. There should be enough room that if I bring the path up this way, I could probably go and buy the land along the edges here to plant all the trees up there, because it's only 6 trees. Now, the issue I ran into is you have to have all the tiles immediately around the tree. So, like this pine tree, for example, I'd have to clear all these around it, which unfortunately means at a minimum, I've got to have a row there and a row there cleared. So I will have to buy a bunch of tiles to make it so I could possibly grow those trees, which is a big bummer, because that'll be a lot of tiles I'll need to buy. But I think it is worth getting one of all the trees down, both for the community center reasons, and then broadly it's just a low effort thing. You just run up, grab the stuff off the tree and whatnot, and advancing the farm. But I'm getting a little nervous about our price hitting the 10,000 mark, because that's not going to be too long. Okay, so good news is It is harvest day, so this is money day. I should get, let's see. So it's what, four days between harvests? Yeah, so 4 days between harvests. So I should get 2 more harvests. So about 100 something thousand. Sorry, no. 130, 140,000 before the season's over. So that should make it so I will have likely all I need. What's the name of the book? Oh, I already grabbed the book. It is the one for farming XP. But because I have max farming skill, getting farming XP does me no good. And check the name here in a minute. Let me just quickly get the cranberries yoinked or lose track of where I'm at and miss stuff. Oh, it was the Farmer's Almanac. That's the name. It was the Farmer's Almanac. Was the name of the book. But yeah, it gives farming XP. Now, that said, it could give me more stuff that's not listed, like maybe it gives me a recipe or whatever. I don't think it does, though. I want to say those XP books, the farming, fishing, mining, and all that, that they were strictly XP. And I want to say it's not even an amazing amount. I want to say it's something like 100 XP. Which is enough early game that it's like getting a free level or whatever. But once you're past early game, you know, like for foraging, for example, getting 100 XP will get you your first level in foraging or whatever. But ultimately, once you're past that point, it's about the equivalent of cutting down 6 trees, which is really not that much. What is my foraging at anyways? Because that might be something to focus on. Let's see. We could check here. Yeah, no, because it would be 1 more level of foraging, I believe, will give me the fall seeds, and then 2 more levels will give me the winter seeds. And that's just very unrealistic that I hit that in time to be able to make the winter forageables. Too bad it's not price catalog. Yeah, I mean, I am using the UI Suite 2 or whatever, which does have the option to list prices, which I've used once in a while because I'm not memorizing that. Broadly, I've only considered it like right at the beginning of the season. That like when I'm looking at the stuff, it's just like, okay, crops, what are your prices? But even that doesn't give you the full story because stuff like blueberries and that where you get multiple, well, how many multiple do you get? It doesn't say. So unless you're going to pull up the wiki, you're still only kind of getting half the information. I got 4 maple syrup, of which we can give Marnie her maple syrup for her birthday. But we're going to keep building up friendships. And as we're maxing them out, the UI mod I have does show where people are in town. Which I only turned on probably this like last in-game year. Because there'd be a couple people like, where the heck is this person? Alright. So we got our harvest. The one I would like is like a fishing almanac so I can tell where all the fish are on the map. I think you do get something like that in the game, but I want to say it's you get that after you finish the one where you've caught all the fish or whatever, like super late game kind of thing like that. So it's not like Coral Island where you can get the thing where it tells you where the bugs and all that are found. Alright, so we're going through that so I get credit for the sale. Alright, so we're now looking for Marnie. And I got 3 spare maple syrups to give out. Now, we're not picky. Pretty much the way I'm approaching the maple syrup and all that is I just give it out to the first... you don't like maple syrup. Hello, so I picked up a blueberry at the store last night. My mom wanted something good for dinner. In other parts of the world, it's spring right now. Cool, huh? No. So, okay, so we got Robin and we got Marnie's birthday, so we'll want to make sure we save 2. Alright. Yeah, so anyone who's still showing in here is someone I haven't maxed out their friendships yet or anything. So I want to catch Marnie with one of them. Otherwise, anyone else that we saw is still to be considered. So we got Abigail. I might be able to max out Abigail at their current level of friendship soon. Alright. Yeah, so Penny's reading today. Okay, who is on the move? There's Pam. Thanks, this is great. Congrats on winning the Grange display competition. Just between me and you, I think Pierre need a bowl of humble pudding. Alright, now Penny. Thank you, this looks special. They picked a blueberry at the store last night. My mom wanted something good for dinner. Mom doesn't take very good care of herself. I worry about her. You probably should. Alright, so the hope here is that if we chill by the bar... Wait, where'd Marnie go? Oh, Marnie's already like halfway here. Okay. Oh dear, a tiny crab appears to have made a home in my shirt pocket. That's the trouble of living on the beach. Alright, so what I'm trying to do is I want to catch Marnie for her birthday. Giving a birthday gift is worth way, way, way more than if you just give a gift in general. That's the reason why we're going to save we're giving one to Marnie for her birthday, and then we're going to give the other one, you're going to the store, I think? We're going to give the other one to, a birthday gift? That's very kind of you. I love it. Did you sell a blueberry at the general store the other day? I think I bought it. The quality was decent. You've been here a while now. How's the farming doing? Taking care of animals isn't easy as long as you don't forget about them. Cool. So with that, I've got her squared away. And so what we'll end up doing is, in 2 days it'll be Robin's birthday. We'll go out of our way to make sure we give Robin a maple syrup. But we're just kind of working on that type of stuff. We also should get a really good payday tonight. And with that, I'm no longer opening up tiles on the farm for purposes of money making, because we're able to make 70,000, 80,000 per harvest or whatever it is. As you can see, like that's pretty good money. It's not that we would never expand the farm, but right now it's more about connecting all like the stuff like, okay, let's connect the one second. It's like stuff like connecting the community center, connecting the beach, connecting the different stuff. They want to get all that, and then once that's connected, it'll be worth expanding the farm. Rual Storge, remember to eat healthy, or you won't have enough energy to do hard work. I'm including one of my favorite recipes. Make sure to use ripe tomatoes. Lewis, eggplant parmesan. Alright, so let's grab our maple syrup. Got a little honey. Yeah, the problem is I probably won't be able to reach the bookseller. Unfortunately. Bookseller, I have to go all the way past Joja. So, bookseller's pretty far out there. So that won't be a today thing, I don't think. Hey, Rongor, thank you so much for the 220 stream streak. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright, so you give out some more gifts today. We also have the traveling merchants available today. Alright. Oh, we got some eggplant over here I almost missed. Alright. At least the Tileman, you can't accidentally clear the grass. Yep, so we're going to start by going down to the traveling merchant and see what they've got. Because they have a chance of having stuff that's like really rare that you'll need for the community center. And if we can get lucky enough with some of those things, that you can just make it so you don't need to go places entirely. Like, if I get lucky and I get, like, the egg, the milk, and the goat milk and all that, I can potentially just bypass needing animals at all. Whereas one of our first forageables we've seen on the ground. Sadly, nowhere remotely close to where I could get a hold of it. Alright, so let's see here. We don't care about the poppy seeds, the gold's overpriced. The battery pack, I could give that to Pam for her quest. I don't think we do that. Oak resin I'll be able to do myself. Bok choy is fine. We don't have this rare crow. I am going to buy the rare crow. Because I need more scarecrows and I cannot find... You like the coffee bean? I didn't see the coffee bean, but the coffee bean's a good one. Yeah. The coffee bean's a good one. I think that's a summer crop, if I remember correctly. That you get the seeds back from putting down the seeds, so it's one you can just very rapidly grow. Okay, so that's your area of coverage. That's not what I need to do. There. That should cover all my crops with scarecrows. It also gives me another rare crow. I don't think the rare crows are one of the ones that has stuff locked behind it. But, I mean, might as well. Alright. So it does mean we shouldn't have anything that can be attacked by crows right now. Or if there is, it'll be like a couple tiles in like one of the corners. Alright. So, we want to go to the community center. And we want to clear up that whole area up there. You want a ripe yam. I don't think I have a yam readily available, unfortunately, for you, Pam. Alright. It's also a rain day, and I made the comment of I should fish on a rain day. I'm kind of mixed on how much I care about that. And check out Basette playing some Digimon. Also plays Pokemon and other like turn-based RPGs and that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for that, you can find over here. Alright, so our goal is over there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go 7. Because that'll put us about halfway between the rooms. I just want to make sure I can clear this wall. Alright. So that will trigger another quest coming up. So we are not going to spend the rest of my money right now. We're going to hold on to it for a minute. Actually, do I want to hold on to it? I'm a liar. We're going to get just enough iron to be able to upgrade my axe. Because if I do that, I'll lose just a little bit of money between the iron and the actual cost of upgrading. But then I will get 5 free tiles for doing it, and then they'll get me access to hardwood. So shop. I'm waffling on this one, because when we get inside... So I don't have to actually do anything in the wizard's house. We just walk in, the cinematic plays. Then I'll be able to start working on that crop stuff. Alright, so I need 21. Alright, so start making that into iron bars. Because winter I won't need to have any of that upgraded, really. We also won't make much money in winter. I still do have 2 harvests left. But if I upgrade the axe, I can start breaking the really big logs and the, like, all the stumps and all that stuff. And I don't need the gold axe for any reason. The iron axe can do everything the gold axe can do, just the gold axe will be more stamina efficient. Alright. So I don't really need anything else today to do here. Just process some iron bars. That way tomorrow we can take these over to Clint to get my axe upgraded. And they'll set me back about 5,000. Oh wait, no, I do want to have it run one more time. Okay, we're just fast-forwarding time so I don't have to stand here and wait like 2 minutes per cycle or whatever. Make it like 20 seconds. Okay. Alright. So go to bed. Tomorrow's Robin's birthday. Okay, so another 2,000 bucks. It'll probably have a letter from the wizard being like, I know you saw a thing. Go say hi to me. My sources tell me that you've been poking around in the old community center. Why don't you pay me a visit? My chambers are west of the forest lake, in the stone tower. I may have information concerning your rat problem. M. Armodius, Wizard. Alright. So now... got all that. Cool, so we've got all that stuff. Let's start working our way over to the wizard. It's also Saturday, so we want to do our quick run around to check on any of the areas that we have potential forageables. I am willing to buy a couple of tiles to reach a forageable. Not many tiles, though. Like, if it's 2-3 tiles off, no problem. If it's, like, way out there... No barrels for fermenting yet? No. What do we even need for the barrels for fermenting? So, like, the kegs, I need oak resin. I'll have to get that set up. All that. Let's see, why don't you come visit us, you jerk? You live in the middle of nowhere. You walk past our house every time you need to go to town. Yeah, it's like, hey man, have you ever considered being neighborly and dropping by and saying hi? We're off to see the wizard. The wonderful Wizards of Oz. And hey, Dracoic, thank you for the 240 stream streak. Alright. Come in. I, Andromeda, seeker of the arcane truths. Mediary between the physical and the ethereal. Master of the 7 elements. Keeper of the sacred you get the point. And you, Rual Storge, the one whose arrival I have long foreseen. Here, I'd like to show you something. Behold, as I traumatize a poor innocent creature by holding in stasis in front of me. It's most upset and is in absolute astronomical amounts of pain. You've seen one of these before, haven't you? They call themselves the Junimos. Mysterious spirits, these ones. For some reason, they refuse to speak with me. Mostly because I teleport them here and then lock them in place and study them. I'm not sure why they moved to the community center, but you have no reason to fear them. You found a golden scroll written in an unknown language. Most interesting. Stay here. I'm gonna go see for myself. I'll return shortly. Also, don't call PETA. They just euthanize everything. PETA's a horrible organization. I found the note. The language is obscure, but I was able to decipher it. We, the Junimo, are happy to aid you. In return, we ask for gifts of the valley. If you are one with the forest, you will see the true nature of this scroll. He can teleport, he makes us visit him without that? Yeah. This is the way it is. One with the forest. What do they mean? Sniff, sniff. Aha! Come here. I happen to be concocting this horrific concoction, and I just arbitrarily want you to drink. It has nothing to do with any of it. My cauldron is bubbling with ingredients from the forest. Baby fern, moss grow, camel top toadstool. Can you smell it? Here, drink up. Let the essence of the forest permeate your body. On later news, man poisons farmer in the middle of the woods by making him drink basically everything that was there. Nope, now we're hallucinating about trees. This is truly the worst timeline. You've gained the power of forest magic. Now you can decipher the true meaning of the Junimo scrolls. And that is the last time we ever talk to the wizard. Probably not actually the thing. But, you know. Is the salt we need to press charges? Not really. He said drink my cauldron, he didn't threaten us. It's not my problem that my character's really, really dumb. It's like, oh yeah, just drink some weird thing that I found in some dude's house that he told me to drink. It told me to just kind of chucked a bunch of berries and junk into a bowl. It's kind of on me at that point if I choose to drink that. The wizard sent you on a mushroom trick, now you understand the Junimo? Basically. Our character just isn't the brightest one. A little too trusting of suspicious people in the woods. And are just quickly taking a poke at every one's location, seeing if there's any forageables that are very close to being in reach. Because the forageables are probably going to be one of the harder things we deal with, just by the fact that they kind of depend you on being able to reach them. And we don't really... Oh, we're right here by Clint. Let's just go ahead and we'll put our tool in for upgrade real fast. Because that'll let me cut that one log that's blocking the route so I don't have to go the whole way down and back up. Upgrade tool. Steel log. Thanks. I'll get started on this as soon as I can. It should be ready in a couple of days. Cool. Thanks, Clint. I've seen you at a few festivals over the years. I don't even know your name. Sure, I'll drink your cauldron juice. Yeah, especially when it's like, yeah, it's made out of moss and, you know, random mushroom and a stick. Sure. That sounds appetizing. Why not? Alright, and so with this, we'll officially have started the community center properly. Alright, so winter forage. Oh, I forgot about crystal fruit. I was all excited I'd be able to get that knocked out. We don't have a spicy berry yet. We have the exotic ones. So I could drop a maple syrup in there right now. A lot of these other ones, we have the mushroom cave. If I can get to the mushroom cave, we can get those knocked out easy. We can take some of our taps off and just put them on other types of trees and get those. So that shouldn't be too hard to do. The construction bundle we can definitely do easy. Yeah, and we have those. So let's go and get the construction bundle stuff going. Yeah, almost all the forageables. We can't get at. Alright. Wasn't Robin's maple syrup, wasn't? Oh no, I've got 3 of them, and I only need 1 for Robin. Let's go take a quick peek up here. Okay, nothing useful here. Alright. Yeah, because tomorrow, I believe, is Robin's birthday. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to rush back home. And we want to grab stone, and we want to grab hardwood. And anything else we've got stashed for the community center. Now what should happen is overnight, I should get bonus tiles for all the things we drop off at the community center. I believe just putting an item in the community center at all, I think gives me 2 tiles. When I finish one of the subsections, I think that's 5 tiles or something like that. But basically, I can get a decent number of tiles out of it. So let's go ahead and drop you 2 off. Okay, the daffodil is one to drop off at the community center. Just grab the hardwood, grab the stone. None of the rest of that should be applicable. Let's see here. Pretty sure I had a sweet pea in here somewhere. There's the crocus. There's the blackberry. There's the grape. There's the daffodil. There's the dandelion. Alright, I think that's all I've got for right now. So let's run over and drop all this off. And if we're lucky, that should open up the produce area. And if we open up the produce area, then I'll have a bunch more to drop off. I don't think we're going to finish any of the sections, but we can sure knock out a whole bunch of different ones, which will help a lot. I'm a little concerned because we're very, very rapidly approaching 1,000 tiles, which I'm not loving at all. But it is what it is. It's the nature of the challenge and whatnot. Okay, so let's grab you. There's your fall forge. There's your grape. There's your crocus. There's the hardwood and the stone. So that gave me 10 free tiles. A charcoal kiln. So I still need a horseradish and a leek. Okay. So that gives us the produce and the fish. Alright, so we got summer crops, fall crops, the animal bundle, the artisan stuff. Honey is one of them. Spring. Yeah, no, we changed our mind after a while to make it more interesting. Ah, you suck. Alright, that's fine. I guess I can't buy that tile. So we got the crab pot. Okay, so we've got our fish and all that. So let's go run down here. Drop off what we got and grab whatever else we can that's related to the bundles. Yeah, no, it sucks. So they have one that we need to get 5 gold quality melon. You know, 5 gold quality parsnip, 5 gold quality the next thing. You get the idea. It's not actually that hard. Oh, 1 second. While we're sitting here, I'll go ahead and throw... Jess and Penny can have a... No. I love presents, thank you. Thank you, this looks special. Things at Jojimar... Yeah, so it's just saying. Things have changed since Jojimar. Dad seemed weird since he came back. I wonder what happened to him. He doesn't play anymore. Sometimes I look for crawdads in the river. Don't tell Aunt Marnie. But I fed one to the cow once. She loved it. Alright. So it's time to start grabbing fish and all that stuff. Let's see, you can have that back. Let's drop you off here. Okay, so let's start over here. So, oh, I thought the cloth was gonna be one. Parsnip's one of them, right? There's the quality. Yeah, parsnip's one of them. Why isn't it not popping? Because it should be making that show up. Same with the green bean, same with the potato. Just gonna grab all this junk. The Nautilus won't be one yet. Stuff in here. None of those will be important for us right now. So I'm just gonna start with that. And I'm gonna drop everything in there that's for the community center. And anything that's not, we're just gonna take it home and sell it. Because for some reason, the community center, like, it's got a little icon that kind of jiggles. To let you know it's something for the community center, and it's not working on some of them. I think it's because it just updated during the day. You grab everything? Yeah, and that's the thing. I've only got so much inventory, so I basically grabbed as much as I could fit in my inventory. Okay, there's the bream. There's the shad. There's the sunfish. There's the catfish. The tiger trout, I think, is mountain. Oh, no, that was river? Ooh, tiger trout, I think, is a different season. We probably have it. It's just probably not in my inventory right now. Specialty. Ocean. I actually already have the wood skip. We got that from the traveling merchant. Not the quality crop one. So there's spring. There's the cloth. Yeah, so I got a bunch of flowers and all that didn't have a home. Make sure I'm not missing any of those. So fall, we're fine. Animal, we're fine. Artisan, we're fine. Summer, we're fine. Quality, we don't have. And you're fine. Alright. That's a bummer that the quality one. I didn't remember that one needed 5 gold of a bunch of things. It's fine. I almost figured, like, regardless, we were going to end up having to do a whole another year playthrough. It's just the big negative we run into with that one specifically is that's the greenhouse. And the greenhouse would save us so much effort. But it is what it is. We can just work on getting all those things. Before I sell these things, I'm going to just go sit them in a different box. And the reason I'm going to do that is we don't have access yet to all of the different plaque things. So I'm a little worried if I start selling all of these, I might end up with the dye pack or something like that and then not have what I need for it. So drop you off. Okay, so tomato will finish a bundle. We saw the eggplant. That'll finish a bundle. We can grab you, grab you, grab you. Grab the strawberry. Grab you. Grab you two. Think there's the honey was one as well. I don't think the hay was one. So we have the pumpkin, the melon. That's another red cabbage. You don't need to worry about that. There's that. I know is in there. Let's grab the crab pot stuff. There's the tiger trout. That'll finish one. There's the walleye. Okay. So let's run back over there again. And get more stuff done. Alright. So we'll be getting a lot of rather rapid progress here, which is good news. And then it's going to be a matter of going, okay, what are we missing? Obviously, I'm going to be missing all the ocean and the, I'll be missing all the ocean fish as well as the fish from the mountain, because I can't get there yet. Alright, so lake fishing, there's your carp. Night fishing, there's your walleye. River fishing, there's your tiger trout. Thank you for the bait. Crab pot. Yeah, so interestingly, I don't think we've seen any of the other ones from the crab pot, and that's just because we probably have to put it on the beach. Nothing from the ocean. We do have one specialty fish. And just double checking to make sure I didn't miss any. Alright. So I got that one way over there. Before I beeline to the one in the corner, let's get the other ones we already know about. So quality crops, let's wait on the quality crops, because I can't finish that. So there's another bundle finished. Thank you for the speed grow I'll probably never use. Animal products is going to be a pain. There's the honey. Yeah, so if we get our trees planted, that'll take care of those. I've already got the trees, just need to put them in the ground. There's the summer stuff done, so it's another 10 tiles for us. Thank you for a sprinkler. Did we already do the summer? Okay, in that case. Alright, so... Oh, I only have to do 3 of those. Okay, that's not as bad, but still. Alright, so that should give me the bulletin board, I believe. Cool. Alright, so that's all the different sections. Let's check down here real fast. Yeah, so this is going to be rough. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back over to this nonsense. Oh, we've got red cabbage for the dye. Love to see it. I have the sunflower. We have the sunflower and the aquamarine back at the place. I've got the nautilus shell. Ooh, you know what? Sorry, Robin. Sorry. Okay. And you have just straight up cash. Give. Thank you for the chocolate cakes. Yeah, and the other ones are just more cash. We'll honestly be able to do all of those very soon. Aww. It's fine. That'll be stuff like copper bars, gold bars, some of the gemstones. Okay, so let's run back to the house again. Because we got more stuff to drop off. And I don't think that's the remix bundles. I think those are the normal bundles. I couldn't remember if we did remix or not because it wasn't a consideration I cared about at the beginning because we originally hadn't planned on doing the community center. It's just kind of like, yeah, we could just do it. It's fine. We do have chocolate cakes to give out to someone potentially at some point, though. I can drop you off. Okay, so the poppy is one I actually do need. The sunflower I need. The nautilus shelf I need. 1 aquamarine I need. I need the hay. Put those back. There's nothing here I need. Grab those. I already grabbed a sunflower. I'll grab that again, just in case. Okay, so the void essence is going to be one for the other one. There's the yam. And that should be everything we've got so far as the community center to start off with. And then all we need to do is make strategic choices like going for it, being like, okay, I need this, I need that, get it done. So the next things to unlock after this place is we're going to be working on unlocking, we're going to be working on unlocking the beach and the mountain water, because there'll be fish that I can only catch in those places that I'm missing. So want to start getting that going along. After that, we should get the path to the mushroom cave. This is not where I need to be going. We should get the path to the mushroom cave, because the mushroom cave will give us a lot of those forageables we're missing. And that should take care of that relatively quickly. I'll need to open up space for the trees. Alright, so we can go over here and take care of the yam. There's a beehive. Yeah, so you're missing, like I said, if we plant the trees, you're done. This will just be putting the crops in the ground. That's straightforward enough. This is the one that's gonna hurt, because this is gonna require the barn and the coop and purchasing the animals. So that's gonna suck. So it's gonna be that one and the forageables that are gonna be kind of the most difficult. Yeah, because this one, I can get those two out of the cave. So that's just as easy getting access to the cave. And then we just got to put some of the taps on their trees. And that's fine. And then the rest of these, it's going to be getting access to where we can forage those. A big part of that is as we navigate out to reach the separate areas, we can just try and make it so we can get a good eye and everything. I don't think I have any fish in my inventory right now. Yeah, so the lake fishing, I believe, is going to be going up to the mountain. That is the beach. The specialty fish, that's the ocean, that's the mines, that's the desert. The ocean fish are all the ocean. Easy enough. And then the crab pot, we just gotta move some of our crab pots. You know, I tried getting lucky with the traveler sailing. She sells animal products and memory serve. Yeah. Can't you buy various animal products with traveling merchant? Yeah, so it's gonna be the traveling merchant that's gonna be maybe saves the day on there. Alright. So there's those two done. There's your field research. There's your poppy. Yeah, I'll need a fried egg and a maki roll and a fiddle fern and a truffle. So those are all going to be a little bit tricky. That'll be another one that'll be hard to get. Yeah, I can't put them in unless I get a stack. And then apples. Alright, so that's not too bad. You just want cash. That's all you want. You just want cash. So boiler room. Boom. 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 Alright, so if we get a solar essence or some bat wings and that, we can get that done. I do actually have an earth crystal. I don't have the other ones, but I do have an earth crystal. And I do have 9 more tiles. Alright, so the question is, where's going to be the best use for those 9 tiles to help me out immediately? I don't think we can reach the water on either of the two areas. I think we're going to beeline for the beach. Nah, the cave is a really, really far distance. And there's really not much I actually need out of the cave. If we consider, I can just buy the iron I need for that objective directly from Clint. It's going to probably be getting down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I also want to make my way down the dock to be able to buy the better fishing rod from Willie, as well as potentially being able to get access to the traveling merchant during the winter festival thing. So I'm gonna push over there. It'd be nice to be able to get those worms as well. I think those reset today, though. Ooh, actually. Hold up. Marnie, we can't. If word got out, it could undermine my position of authority in the town. You understand, don't you? You care too much about your job, Lewis. There are other things in life, you know? But yes, I understand. I guess we'll keep us a secret. Yeah. Rual Storge, you overheard everything, didn't you? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a secret. Hey, Rual Storge, don't forget this. Why are we hiding there? Why were you hiding there anyway? Yeah, no, I think if you tell everyone, they're like, please don't, or whatever. But yeah. But yeah, no, the Traveling Merchant, you can honestly, with just the Traveling Merchant, get a very large number of the things done here. Because, like, I believe all the legendary / unique fish, I think, can show up on the Traveling Merchant. All of the tree fruit can show up there. So I just remembered as I can do this. Well, that's just a tease. That's fine. I believe that item will stay there until we, like, unload, reload the game. I'll keep your secret if you lower the tile tax. To which he's like, counter argument, you can spread my secret. It's now double. Like, dang. Walked right into that one. But yeah, no, getting access to both of the areas that we currently can't fish yet, that have a lot of stuff locked behind it, that's gonna be one priority. The cave isn't not on the list, it's just not very high. Oh, I'll put you there. Beehive. Where am I putting their beehive? So this is basically free money for the time being. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. So, real productive day. I think all those individual donations we just added, I got all the tiles for them at once. Judging by, like, the 30 stacking sounds. 60 bonus tiles because of all the stacking things hitting at once. Heck yeah. Hey, Beard Princess, thank you so much for the raid. You just barely missed the most cursed sound as I had like 20-30 different things stacked at the same time. But also check out Beard Princess, also been doing the Tileman challenge. Whether you call it Tile Lock or Tileman challenge, either way, same thing. But the challenge that we've been doing. But thank you so much for the follow up stream. Yeah, no, it was like we got a bunch of stuff for doing community center because we just got the community center yesterday. Because originally I hadn't planned to go for it and then kind of changed my mind to, you know, make the run more interesting. But it's definitely one of those things that we then had everything and I just dropped it all off in one day. We didn't have everything, to be clear. I dropped a bunch of stuff all off in one day. And so, you got any more bug reports for you? You're already working on double community center bug tiles right now. Oh, did we get a double the community center thing? Gotcha, that might explain as well. Because we just did the community center thing, so... We do have a bunch of that. But so you hit spring 1 year 2 and finally unlocked fishing. It feels so much better. Yeah. But no, I don't think there's any bugs that come to mind. Yeah, it's currently doubling. You figured out the fix working on now. Gotcha. Well, I'll just take it as it's just a little bit generous on the bonus is all. Because I'm not too fussed. Yeah, and you won't be able to do anything with the sprinkler they gave me. Alright, so we do want an iron bar. And let's go check down here real quick. Early access supporter bonus tiles. Exactly. They're free tiles that we got for being early access. Alright, so if we look at the stuff here, I could get the anchovy and the herring and all that. I'm not going to grab those. And the reason I'm not going to grab those is we're really about to go to the beach anytime now, so I'll grab those easy. They don't cost much, I don't have much. The red mushroom, I have access to these stuff up there. But yeah, again, check out Bearded Princess. Also been doing this. Really good times are there. If you're looking for some Stardew Valley stuff, can absolutely happen there. Yeah, that wasn't, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bug. It's one of those things that it's a little disappointing that like when you max out someone like Sam, if you're not romancing them, you can't get the points. I can see it going either way, but it's kind of like, oh, that kind of sucks. Because then like it kind of persuades you to romance everyone for the bonus tiles. Alright. So we can go for the mushroom cave. I am gonna go straight for it. No, let's plant the trees along the side here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things I have pretty mixed feelings about it. Because on one hand, it's like, okay, I get it. You know, then it makes the romance... Like, if you have it where it's not set like that, the romanceable characters kind of become, not free, but really easy bonus tiles. At the same time, it kind of sucks that it's like, it almost feels like it pressures you into, like, the Mimi romancing everyone at the same time. It's like, I don't know how I feel about this. Alright, so... both of these can be for the community center. Right now, I'll just chuck the other mushrooms in here, because I can't remember how many I need. So those for the community center, that's good. Alright, so with that, we should be able to potentially reach the actual water at the beach after all this time. We do have some more maple syrup to give for Robin's birthday. So we continue to build up all of her friendships. Yeah, no, it's definitely one I think should be an option or not. But like I said, it kind of does feel bad to be locked out unless you, again, buy a bouquet for absolutely everyone. But I can also see the argument that's a little too easy. Alright, so if I open that, Lewis will get all whiny about it. Alright. And as I mentioned before, I am gonna go where we can reach Willy. Because that'll mean I could get my upgraded fishing poles. Ahoy! Come and make yourself at home. Aye, that's some good stuff there. The fish go crazy for it. Just, make sure to wash your hands after dipping them in them juices. The aroma's been known to linger for up to 7 days, lad. So, you been catching a lot of fish? Sure. Ah, man after me own heart. You can always trust a fisherman. That's what me old pappy used to say, at least. Ha! Well, keep it going. If you can catch every fish in these waters, I've got a very special prize waiting for you. Everything okay? Well, business has been tough lately. It all started about the same time the old community center fell to ruin. The fish just don't sell like they used to. I'm working double time just to make ends meet. No time for me own projects. But if things pick back up around here, I might have some time to show you something. Yep, she's back there. An old friend that's seen better days. If you know what I'm saying. Someday, lad, you'll see what I mean. Alright, 1, 2, that's probably close enough. Cool. So, with that, when I get the money, I can just buy the best fishing pole and be done with it already. Cool, so we've accessed Willy. This also gave me a little bit of room to potentially snag a couple of things on the beach if it comes down to it. I'm going to quickly run up here. Let's check to see where Robin's at. So Robin's at home. So we're going to run over here. I've got a couple of crab pots laying over here. We're going to yoink these up. Because I don't need those to the community center. Versus I can get some of the stuff at the ocean for the community center. So let's move these down here, because I'm pretty sure I got close enough. Yeah, I got some spots over here on the water we can grab stuff. There we go. So we can catch a couple of people we haven't maxed out their relationship with. We'll do that. Oh, I should drop it off with Gunther before I forget. So let's pop up here. Because I have the exotic forageables. We can drop you off. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, what am I missing there? So, yeah, so we're, okay. We'll need to move 2 of our tabs. That's you definitely the farthest you've seen the mods so far. You love to see the progress. Yeah, no, it's been going pretty good. Alright, so next move here is I want to go up to where Robin is, and then we want to cut over to be able to reach the lake. We don't need to reach any specific part, but we do want to actually get to where I can reach the lake water up here. So if I go around here... One second. Ah, wait, you're going that way. They're going to cut down. Alright. Mine access coming soon. Man, the mines are so far away. Alright, so Robin's probably going to chill there for a while yet. I don't really want to wait on her. We do need to get her maple syrup for the day. Let's run down and drop this thing off with Gunther, because we're probably getting pretty close to due for another set of bonus tiles from the museum. Yeah, no, I think the way I approached things worked out really well, that I just worked on focusing on making the farm more profitable for most of my early to mid game. And then now I've got it where each harvest gives me like 50 to, 80,000 to harvest. One thing I love about this place is for all the beautiful waterfalls. Do you ever spend time watching them? It's soothing. But you know, because I spent all that time, it means whenever I need to buy something, it's just, you know, 4 or 5 days away. Alright, donate to the museum. There you go. And how much was it for the iron? Because if I buy 5 iron, that'll finish up one of the black, or one of the, safe things. So yeah, we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that'll be enough for finishing up the one of the safe bundles. Alright, now let's see, has Robin moved yet? Robin's still at home. Alright, so try to get up to Robin before she finishes her shift. Because by having access to that, Oh wait, Caroline, are you getting ready to leave? You're just going to the shelf to stare at the shelf. You're going to the shelf to stare at the shelves. I don't want to deal with you. Alright, but we want to get to Robin because it's her birthday, and we'll get the bonus friendship for that. But now we have a priority of going to the ocean and doing a bunch of fishing at the ocean. Here's to another good week. Toast. What are we toasting? Alright. So we're just going to fast forward time for a minute. Because I gotta wait for Robin to get off work. I might give her a birthday present. She probably stops at 5. Because I know that's when they close. You remembered my birthday! Thank you, this is great. Hey, I heard Lewis showed you around the community center. It'd be great if we could fix that place up. It used to be a really nice building. So you're also making a toggle config for making normal tile overlay black instead of white or gray during the winter, so it's more visible. Thank you. Because that's actually when I turned on the green tiles, is because during the winter it's like, oh my god, I cannot see these. But yeah, no, that's definitely good. Oh, and we got a gift for you. For me? What a thoughtful gift, thank you. Today I'm gonna relax, think positively. Do you ever take a day off? Nope. On my days off, I give maple syrup to people. We buy all our friendships 1 bottle of maple syrup at a time. This is cool, thanks. Hey, the Grid Bowl game is on today. The Sundays are pretty awesome in the fall. Alright. I believe... Oh no, it's the start of the week. Alright, so let's get Mayor Lewis. Thanks, this is a great gift. I sense you've been spending some time at the old community center. It's good to know someone taking care of that place. Giving out maple syrup for friendship is the classic Canadian move. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is we don't know exactly where Stardew Valley is. I'm just going to assume it's somewhere in Canada at this point, because we're just getting tons of maple syrup and then giving that out for friendship. You got your fingerprints redone while Pops were waiting for your bus. Got some pizza the size of a small dog. Gotcha. That is a very strange choice of units, but sounds cool. You would definitely befriend anyone offering you maple syrup. You say that until it's been like you're getting 2 bottles of maple syrup a week and you're going, hang on, wait a second. I might love me some maple syrup, but let's have a quick discussion about the volume of maple syrup you assume I am consuming in the course of a week. Oh, you're gonna bring more, right? Because clearly this isn't enough. Alright, so let's pop in here real quick. Alright. So 10 bonus tiles for a completed bundle. Heck yeah. We can bring that, drop you off. We got a couple of our loose ones here. You drink from the bottle? I mean, maple syrup's good. I couldn't do that, though. It is, like, I like maple syrup, but as far as just, you know, chugging it, nah. As much as I like the flavor and all that, nah, that is way too sweet for my blood. Make maple fudge? Oh yeah, no, something like maple fudge or something is a different story. But just, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I much prefer, like, spicy and savory over sweet. So while, like, I can absolutely get down with, like, you know, having some waffles or some pancakes and, you know, chucking some maple syrup on there, absolutely, 100% on board. But, on the other hand, the idea of just chugging some maple syrup, that's a bit out of what I can do. Alright, so let's drop off our iron bar. And I think it's time to do some ocean fishing. Let's be quick about it. Because I think pufferfish was summer early morning. You don't drink it either? It coats the inside of your mouth and you hate that feeling? Yeah. Like, I can definitely get behind eating stuff with maple syrup, like, plenty. Or stuff made with maple syrup, plenty. But there's a very different thing between ooh. Beach or ocean today? I think we go, sorry, lake or ocean? I think we go lake. Because we got the titles. You're Canadian, you love whiskey maple syrup up, half whiskey on the bottom. Had a shot, some real maple syrup up top, so good. Yeah, something where it's like a mix I can get behind as well. Alright, so we couldn't quite get over there, that's fine. Did you see the update to the Supermarket Sim where they added 7 DLC content in one drop? So when you're saying DLC content, you mean I have to buy it as a separate transaction? Is that, like, just weirdly dropping, like, 7 DLC? Weird. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't check that out. Like, I could see if it's, like, a cosmetic thing that, like, you could drop 7 once where you get, like, your different uniform types or whatever to, like, be different things as a justification. But that sounds weird, just getting it from the outside mentioned. Alright. So unfortunately we still have the bamboo fishing pole and not enough money to do anything. But let's try and see if we can't catch some ocean fish. Because I haven't gotten any ocean fish so far. That could be another bundle we could knock out. No, they're actually store merchant. Ah, I was gonna say, that's like the weird thing. I don't know, like I really enjoyed Supermarket Simulator. I don't feel much need to go back to it. It definitely felt like one of those games you kind of jump in and be like, okay, cool, I had a fun time. It's kind of just one of those things that sucks about early access is like, you go through and you kind of check it out, and it's like, okay, cool, they got this update, they added some more merchandise, you're like, oh, well, I had a good time with it, but at the same time, I don't feel like it makes sense for me to do, like, a whole extra playthrough or whatever for, like, a couple of items here and there. And sometimes after a number of updates, or, like, an update that really changes a lot, there's a lot more to go with it. But it's always a tricky one. It's sugar season in real life for right now. You can't wait for the syrup to be ready. It's usually wait for mid-season syrup though. It tastes better to you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I used to live up in Michigan, and it's not so much waiting for, like, the maple syrup, because we would get some of that there. For me, always the big wait was the, apple season. Because fresh apple cider is something magical that you just cannot buy at the stores. It was one of those things, like, I brought that up with Toom a number of times. I was like, oh no, fresh apple cider is, like, a very different thing. And she was like, you know, she was kind of like, yeah, it's probably not as big a deal as people make it out to be. And we went to Ohio, and... Alright, well, I guess we don't have our original sword yet, but, you know... Sure. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. It's like, no, it's big, like it's a whole very different animal getting like properly fresh, apple cider and all that. And we went to Ohio and it was about apple season, so we actually got some like really fresh apple cider. So like, no, this is absolutely different. You are not kidding. It's just not even the same animal at all. Yeah, you have a apple orchard outside your city, and the apple. Yeah, no, it's completely different animal, like not even remotely the same. Like obviously they both have an apple taste to them. I actually think we need extra of the albacore in a couple of these. I gotta check, some of these we need. Oh, I should be eat the jelly for the fishing bonus. Alright. There's Tech Clothes Hardware Ice Cream Bakery. You're assuming Essentials DLC, like pharmaceutical, finally a vending machine? Gotcha. That's interesting. I don't see myself circling back for more Supermarket Simulator. Like I said, it's a good game. But, like, I did a full playthrough where we hit that grind with the museum where, you know, you go from doing any supermarket stuff to just hiding in your back room, ordering goods, and then loading the shelves, and that's your job. Which is honestly a very common problem in that genre. Is it's almost like as you get along, the responsibilities you as the player end up doing get narrower and narrower until you're like, okay, but no, really, I've just come to realize I'm kind of shackled into this back room and I just run inventory. Unless I go out of my way to not do it, which usually just drags the days longer than they need to be. Because then I still have to do inventory. But, like, you know, after the days are said and done. And I know they've improved that. But, I don't know. I had a good time with it. It's honestly very much just early access fatigue. I'm tired of playing games that, you know, they're not quite done yet. Okay. So I also don't... I believe the eel was a night fish. I don't remember... I think it was on a rain day. I don't remember if it was a seasonal thing as well, though. I feel like it was. I want to say it was spring, rain, night, or spring night, or something like that. Alright, well the emeralds are new. We take those by Gunther later. Not today, we'll do that the next in-game day. Basically knock out fishing for a while here. See how many different varieties of fish we can catch on the beach. With the plan of the next day going by the community center and dumping off all the ocean fish we can. Yeah, no, eel's definitely night. I'm just trying to remember if it was locked to a season and or rain. I feel like it was spring. Oh, spring or fall and rain? Well, that works out great. That's the thing, is I remembered it was like spring rain night. I just couldn't remember if it had more than that. Yeah, like, I definitely fall into the thing where there's a lot of stuff that people be like, oh, it's different if you get it fresh. And sometimes it's meaningful. Sometimes it's like, it's not that much different. But there are definitely a couple of things, like again, like fresh apple cider. It's like, no, it's not even the same product. Like, it's not even remotely the same. There's some things that keep very, very well that getting it fresh doesn't really make a big difference. And then there's other things like, no, if you're not getting it fresh, like it is not the same animal. Okay, so I think with the next time we get paid, which I think is in the next in-game day, I do think we get the better fishing rod. So we can start putting bait and lures and all that on there, because I got a couple of each. We finished the route going to the mountain. The water by the mountain, I mean. The cave is a curious one, because for the community center, I don't need the cave for very much. Like, very genuinely, the cave serves very little purpose for me. Like, the only thing I need it for is either slime or bat wings or a solar essence, which there are ways outside of the community center to acquire. If I can buy the solar essence from the traveling merchant, that's the easiest outcome. Just buy it and be done. Otherwise, for like the bat wings and the slime, it'll honestly probably just get deep enough in the cave, which I'll probably just use ladders, because I don't want to unlock the tiles needed to get there. That's a lot of tiles I'll be giving up. I'd rather, like, it'd be probably more useful for me to go for the quarry using fast travel, and then just unlocking a bunch of those tiles so I can hit all the stones. Alright. Now, there is stuff for, like, reaching the bottom of the caves that'll be a thing. I mean, honestly, not even the quarry. It could be just we go to Robin when we get a bunch of money set aside, just buy the stone to buy the to make the stairs to just shoot down the depths. That won't help with the mining XP very much, though, which is a problem. Alright. Let's hope for an eel today. And I should check. I believe Gus has a quest for an albacore that we can probably go ahead and turn in. That's kind of the big thing, is I got all these quests that I've long since lost track of because I couldn't do hardly any of them. And because in Stardew Valley there's no, like, presenting a quest on the UI, it can be a little tricky to be like, okay, what the heck did I need again? Let me start going through these and trying to find them. Because I know, like, there's one for largemouth bass, that kind of thing. Alright. Every year you go to the apple orchard, kids love it? Yeah, I know it's a good time. My parents used to do that when I was young. Fix the apple orchard, that kind of thing. I do feel like I should catch 2 eels, one to turn into the community center, and then more than likely there'll be a quest or something for one. I vaguely remember needing 2 eels for some reason. There's also the ship everything. I'm not sure we'll chase that whole challenge, but, you know. The one I'm expecting the most struggle is the forageables. Just getting lucky that they'll be close enough to my path where I can actually get access to them. Alright, well there's another iron bar's worth. Sorry. I want to say the night fish show up at 7 p.m. Oh, 4 p.m.? Oh, gotcha. Cool. Yeah, part of my memory is because I play a lot of Coral Island as well, so I will mix up a lot of the details between the two games. And I do know there's a legendary fish, I want to say, on the other dock, over to the far right. We'll certainly want to unlock that at some point. Because I do believe getting a legendary fish does give you... It's something like 10 or 25 tiles for the first one, and I think each one gives you some tiles or something like that. I think it's the first one, and then, like, part of catching all the fish. I remember the eels being a little bit of a pain in the butt to catch. They're not super awful, but I do remember they can put up a pretty good fight. When we get a good fishing food next time, I should set it aside. Something that gives me like +3 fishing or whatever. Ideally have it in time for spring for taking on the legend. Because I remember the legend being a bit of a pain. And there's a bunch of people, like, they'll go all the way to that, like, one little spot on the end of the dock to catch the legend. I want to say it's actually that whole area around there you can catch the legend. It's not restricted to just fishing off the end of that one spot that everyone goes for it at. There's a pretty wide range of areas they go. Alright, if you could just give me an eel, I would appreciate that. But then we'll also need to do a fishing day over by the mountain lake once we get the tiles. Good chance we'll get those when I turn all this in. Alright, well at the rate we're going, I'll probably be able to get another tap. Because for community center, I need to take one of my taps and put on an oak tree and one and put on a pine tree. Which will want that anyways, because I'm going to need the oak resin and pine tar for crafting stuff to make a couple different things. Alright, there's one eel. Like I said, I want to catch at least 2. If we do catch the 2 eels right away, I think we'll just head back. Because I'm pretty sure we've caught all the fish I can catch here during this season. So you just run right up, turn in the stuff at the community center. Stash a little bit of the other stuff for, like, in case quests or whatever come up. Alright, we're so close to hitting 10,000 for our tiles. The number of tiles we've been buying has rapidly increased. Alright, one more eel, come on. See, I think the move is we reach the lake cave, or the lake, the mountain water, whatever. After we reach the mountain water, I do think after that, the next play Oh, super cucumber. The next play, I'm not too sure on where I want to go, because the cave is a lot of... It's a lot of tiles to get there. It's a lot of tiles to do anything in there. I only need one or two things out there that I can acquire through other means. So it's not that I don't want to do that. I'm leaning towards after that, we potentially make a path that goes over to the bookseller. Because some of those books could be very handy for us. And we're in a relatively okay position here that when the traveling merchant shows up for the winter festival, we might be able to just buy the tiles to reach her. So we get more pulls of the slot machine, as it were, to maybe get to be able to just buy things I need. We got a fire geode. Come on, one more eel. Even if I have to, like, shuffle some items around to deal with it. The fact that we found a relatively good weapon by just fishing here before we actually get our first weapon in the game, you know, from going to the mines, is amusing. That we're gonna go in there, we'll have, like, a pretty good weapon. You'll be like, here, have this really crappy sword. And you're like, alright, I mean, cool, I guess. Yeah, this will be an eel. Alright, so let's get to the community center, turn this all in. That's good news. Oh, you know what we can also do? When we get some more free tiles, let's after we go for the mountain, let's go over and get access to the east side of the beach. Both so we can go down to where we can get that legendary fish I mentioned, and so that when it rains again, we can get the item to get married. So this should be like... Alright, so I have view for the crab pot. There's the night fish. So glow ring, I'm probably never going to use. We don't have the lake fish. Let's go to ocean fish. So we've got one of you, one of you, one of you, and I'm pretty sure this tuna is just a different season. Yeah, so the lake fish, we just got to get to the lake. The tuna, I believe, is a different season. The specialty fish, that's desert, mines, leave mines, summer mornings? And then the crab pot, literally, we just go and pop our crab pot. So let's go ahead and check here. Are any of these highlighting to care about for anything else? Alright, let's check our quest real fast. Alright, so raising animals, we don't care about. That's the axe short. Pam is Thirsty's pale ale. You want your basket. That's winter. The dark regent. I actually could have given that to you, but that's fine. You still need your iron bar. You still need your hardwood. You want your stuff there. You want a leek. You want a puffer fish. You want a battery pack. Iridium. Okay, so it's actually... Yeah, so don't say anything about the albacore. That's fine. Get out of my way. Cool. So we should be able to, the next in-game day, we should be able to reach the mountain lake. So we can push on that direction. And I'll save one of each fish just in case quests come up and all that. Yeah, as we push the mountain lake, we push the east side beach. Yeah, you show that tree. Alright. So drop you off. Alright, so... That's fine. Alright, so you can go over here, drop one of you off, one of you off, one of you off. Bring you back, one of you off. And the eel. Okay, so we got all the different fish types. Let's drop off one of those. I'm not going to use that, we can drop that off. Let's see. Did you buy the whole new room tiles, or did it give it to you when you upgraded? It gave me the tiles. So, like, when you look at it, so this is where the bed was. I kind of figured this out, that this is what used to be the house front door down here. This was the bed, and then all this stuff to the right, it just gave to me. Because that would correspond. I think that's potentially not a bad thing. Because one of my concerns when I was doing the upgrade is the bed would move over there, and I get in this weird situation where I couldn't reach the bed and have to do, like, shenanigans to move the bed over. So I'm not, it's not one I'm too super sweating one way or the other. We can go ahead and grab you. Yep, no, I don't think it'd be a bad thing to have options. Options are always a good thing. Alright, so let's grab the wood out of here. Stack you away. So we got some geodes to pop. Got trash to process. Yeah, someday I'll want to make more happen with all that. Hey, Sniper, thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. Alright. Get our coal out of here. I can drop this off. Here, while that's processing, I should be able to poke out here. Because, yeah, we can drop the one last copper in there. Make our tap, and like I said, I just need to find an oak tree or pine tree or whatever I can get access to. There should be one around here somewhere. Alright, and we go to bed. Cool. We did not go the route of, like, the more valuable fish, because I don't like fishing as my main income. I've definitely done that early game. Alright, so we can get those out of the way. Don't have enough more ore to do anything with that. We can grab you. And it is payday. So let's go get paid. So I gotta go through all of our cranberries. That'll be another like 60,000-70,000 we make. So I am gonna get one more. Yeah, I should get. Ooh, am I gonna get one more harvest? Because 5 days. Yeah, I should get one more harvest. I should get one more harvest out of the cranberries. And then that'll have us into winter. So we should be getting another like 60, 70,000. And that should be plenty to get whatever seeds we need for the spring, all that nonsense. Meanwhile, let's have you process these glasses. Grab the iron bar. Okay. Oh, I can check that path to the left that goes to the mushroom cave. There was some trees along there. Now, one thing I did mention that I want to do is to open up that area by the mushroom cave to give me room to plant the fruit trees, because I'm going to need those for the community center to do in any type of a practical time frame. So we'll want that. Plus, it's just good to have them. But I tried to plant those earlier, and it wouldn't let me plant them at the spot I chose. It could just have been the spot I tried to put. It wasn't any good. But, I'd love to double check to make sure, because I'm going to have to clean all the crap around it. Which, unfortunately, gives me the reality of I'm going to need access to all the tiles around it. So that means I got to kind of do a run on the left and the right side of the tree, or the top and the bottom. That way I can just, you know, clear the middle tiles where the tree actually is. Oh. One of the plants withered. Alright. We'll also want to go by Clint's. I believe our upgraded axe should be ready. Let's see, spiders are used to natural pest repellent in the cranberry bog. Spiders cling to the berries like a life raft. It's a thing. Makes sense. You're curious about tapping the shroom tree? Probably doesn't work. I've not tried it that I can think of, but it probably doesn't give you anything. There's a lot of that kind of stuff. Okay, and there's our red mushroom. One of two I need, so that's going to get another thing knocked out. Meanwhile, I don't have my axe on me, so I'm not going to do anything. I was going to say, meanwhile, let me cut down these maple trees that are along the side there that I'm not going to need. Because I honestly feel like the number of maple trees I've got right now is plenty for dealing with all the friendship stuff. Okay, we'll run over here. We can drop you all off. Where's the... Oh, not that one. Okay, so you're near at the community center. The rest of this is all fine. We got a bunch of geodes to pop. So that'll be good. Mushroom tree can be tapped for mushrooms, surprisingly. Interesting. Right, so we can make her tap. And I'm gonna take one of these other taps. We can quickly run down to the forest and see if I can't get at any trees that are not maple. Because I don't need a lot of this. I just need a little bit of pine resin and a little bit of the oak tar. No, it's pine tar and oak resin, whichever. A little bit of both of those. So I can go down here. We can take a quick peek. Because I do, like, go back and forth here. The problem is I think I cut down a lot of trees in range to get foraging XP. Yeah, all of these are like 2 tiles away. Yep. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. It'll be a thing we can sort out ourselves. We'll just go out our way to plant a pine tree and plant an oak tree. Make sure they're in positions I can actually get at them. Alright, so let's go in here real quick. I can grab the seeds. So, let's see. Pine, oak. So go ahead for right now and just over here. There's that one. There's that one. Put you down here out of the way for a minute. Because now I need to run over to the community center. Well, actually, let's first go to Clint. And with Clint, I should be able to quickly get rid of stuff. Thanks. I went shopping last night and picked up a blueberry on sale for 50 gold. It was nasty. No wonder Pierre was selling that crap for so cheap. Hey, how do you know I was hungry? This looks delicious. Don't tell anyone, but I snuck into the old community center last night. I think it's haunted. Alright, so we got our obligation to give gifts to the townies sorted. We should also poke down really fast to... let's also check the board, because I forgot to check it yesterday. Can't help you with either of those. I accidentally stacked away the emerald. Okay, that gives me the last thing I need for the crab pot section of the community center. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to turn these in at the community center. I'm going to pop the geodes with Clint. And we will then run back home to grab the emerald. We're going to lose half our day to simply walking around town. To be fair, it was a harvest day, and those take a while. You received the steel axe. Process geodes. Okay. So the warp totem, I honestly want to keep on my person, just in case we get caught in a cinematic that does dump me someplace I can't really get out of. It does give me a kind of, oh, I'm pinned? No problem, let's get out of here. So let's turn these in. It's been said a pirate ship full of plundered gold shipwrecked here long ago. Alright. So let's get up here, finish the crab pot bundle, get my extra tiles. We'll get the red mushroom for our exotic mushrooms. That'll help out there. Or exotic foraging, whatever. Okay. Crab pot bundle is done. Thank you for the extra crab pots. We won't worry about that. We won't worry about that. So we're good here for right now. believe the red mushroom I needed down here. Yeah, that's all I got for the moment. How's the run? The run's going good. We're making really good progress right now. We're just kind of beelining between different things, unlocking way more tiles, all that good stuff. So let's run down here and just chuck the other 3 crab pots down here because it's not like they're going to be doing anything worthwhile sitting in my inventory. All right. There we go. Let's go back to the farm and grab the emerald I accidentally stacked away. Get that to Gunther. And I'll probably open up the tiles to reach the water. What was your thing? Salmon. I'm not gonna bother. Are you gonna try for Ginger Island? We'll see. I know people have been asking me, it's like, are you gonna do this? Are you gonna be doing Perfection? A lot of that depends both on like other game releases we've got going on, that sooner or later stuff is gonna kind of pull me away from this, unfortunately. It's just kind of the reality of it. So it depends on that. It all depends on people's interest. Because it is a thing that I do imagine eventually you'll start probably having people who are like, okay, I've seen enough Stardew for a little while, and they'll want to watch something else. And we'll start seeing the viewership dip. You can't bait those? You can, but I have an upgrade where I don't have to. And it doesn't make a difference. Actually the bigger bait might make a difference, but the idea being is I got the, for my fishing, is I got where I can craft the traps for cheaper, and then they don't require bait to use. Because otherwise they don't work without bait. And I was more interested in getting the trash out of them for being able to make my sprinklers and all that when we made it. Versus the alternative of what I would have gotten is there's one that gives you 50% more value for selling fish. Since I never planned to do fishing as a primary income, the selling fish was neither here nor there. Versus the being lazy and not needing to put bait on the traps, you know, is a far more compelling thing for me. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gonna bring this one over here. I probably don't need to get that close, but that's where I brought it. So that's now available for me to fish for the lake fish. So I've got access to the ocean and the lake fish. Let's drop this off with Gunther. And let's see how far we can get towards the bridge on the beach towards the east side. Because there'll be stuff over there that's going to be kind of out of the way. And then plus the item I need for getting married in the game is locked over on that side. So if I ever want to get married to Leah in the game, that's going to be a necessity. And getting married gets free tokens. Or free tiles. Well, that's interesting. I guess because of the nature of those tiles just show up that way. Yeah, so it's like right up there is where you can get the item for that. Okay, so that takes care of that. Oh, you know what? I think Gunther closed at 4. Or no, it wasn't 4, it was 6. Gunther goes later than the other places, not earlier closed. There's someplace else that closed earlier at 4. I think it was maybe not Robin. It doesn't matter. All right, donate to museum. Here is your emerald. Thank you. Okay, we basically lost the bulk of today. Okay, Clint closed that 4. Gotcha. Right, so we got all that. We have the axe. I can use the axe real fast to chop up that log. And I'll put down the sprinkler there. I'm not going to bother taking the time to plant anything. We got 4 days left of the season. There's not much I want to grow there. You got your cat on your lap. He's just captivated by this. Yeah, you know, a lot of cats find screens fascinating. I suspect it has something to do with just the way their eyes work. Alright, we can get this out of my inventory. Okay, so I got a bit more hardwood. I guess in the meantime, I'm just going to chuck my taps into our area. Meanwhile, I'm going to start cleaning up a bunch of these trees that I'm not actively using. Okay, I think the frozen geode is another thing I need for the community center. Alright. So let's drop this all off. It is. I'll put the tap in there for right now. Alright, let's go run the frozen geode over the community center, just in case it gives me more free tiles over the night. I don't think it does. I think that's the one where I gotta get, like, a bunch of kind of exotic things. Sorry about banging the mic. Okay. But yeah, one of the hardest things is going to be just dealing with the forageables. Most likely my best bets of getting the forageables would be just kind of making a path that goes, like, down through the mountain area, the forest area, sorry. Not the mountain, the forest. And then another one to be going through, like... Anyway, so you need a red mushroom, the urchin, and the feather. The urchin is where we're trying to get to, is where that goes up. The secret forest as well as green rain will do that. I can get those from the traveling merchant if we're lucky. Apples will be the tree. You're not going to be relevant right now. There you go. Yeah, so the purple mushroom, and then the chub will be the lake. So... Sorry, the mountain lake. So, tomorrow, we're going to grab just a handful of cranberries and all that. And then we're going to run over there and fish on the lake and try and catch what we can. I haven't actually checked when it comes to... There's the whole thing about your collections. Yeah, so the crops I'm missing a bunch... Oh, that's right. It shows you things you've sold. Yeah, so that's items shipped. So, like, even though I've gotten way more items than that, we haven't shipped that many. So these are, like, all your forageables. Those are going to be, like, your eggs and all that. So we haven't shipped the star fruit and everything. Fish-wise, we're missing a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me at all that that's way behind. Artifacts. We've got a bunch of those donated. Cooking, we got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so for this, we just have, like, these are all just going to be breaking more geodes. That's going to be a combination of digging and fishing and all that. As you can see, we're missing a lot of fish. But considering we just got access to the ocean and the mountain lake, I literally have not fished the mountain lake yet. It's not surprising that we're so far behind in those. That's fine. We can go to sleep. An explosion is heard over the night. So we got our 5 free tiles from upgrading our axe. And we got our 65,000. From all that. We got our mushrooms we can sell. Rual Storge, I'm glad you've become part of the community. Here's an enclosed check of 5,000 gold from the Stardew Valley Agricultural Fund to help with your continued work. Maybe you can buy some more seeds with it. Sincerely, Lewis. Alright, so somewhere on my farm a meteor crashed. Most likely going to be useless to me, but there is an off chance it might not be. I ended up just getting rid of it. I was actually debating doing a way harder version of this challenge where I just had, like, a lot more severe numbers, restrictions, and whatever. And I was going to go for a perfection run on. And I started working on it, but then it was just kind of those things like, okay, I really just don't have the time to see this through. I have too many other projects I'd like to see through. But literally, like, right away in the game and, like, right by the beginning of the game, I had a iridium meteor land, like, right here. Like, I hadn't unlocked to get over there, but it was like, I had, you know, just down here, just my little path up there and a little ways to the right, and that was kind of all I had. And I had an iridium meteor, like, right around here, and I was like, are you kidding me? So I had to, like, go around the iridium meteorite because I couldn't mine it. So it cost me a bunch of extra tiles just to avoid it. Well, I sure don't see it. Granted, it could be, like, right here and not be visible because it's just buried in all those trees. Either way, it's not convenient, nor would I go and, like, go out of my way to reach it, unless it was just, like, a tile or two away. If I can get really close to it, we're just taking one tile over would be a good way to get a hold of it. That's fine. Alright, so it is, George's birthday. George is a tricky one to get a hold of. I don't think George is going to come out today at all, nor do I want to spend tiles to go in to say hi to George. Yeah, because George is going to be inside their house. We did drop off the emerald yesterday. I went to the shopping last night and picked up a blueberry on sale for 50 gold. It was nauseating. No wonder Pierre was selling that slop so cheap. Every day is the same. Stocking those horrible shelves. Pondering my own mortality. Alright. Okay, so we grab those. Oh, before I forget, let's upgrade our fishing pole. I said I was going to do that. And after we do that, let's make our way over to the lake. Granted, I won't have the bait and all that on us, because I didn't think ahead. But with that, we'll be all done with our bamboo pole. Open the door, Willie. Alright. Midnight carp bait. Increases your chance of catching a midnight carp. Alright, so there's the iridium pole. Is there anything else I need while we're here? I don't think I'm super worried, because if we get a bunch of those other bait things, that'll be a big cost. I'm only getting one more harvest before this season's up. We're gonna peek over here. Yeah, so leave that alone. I'm gonna save my money in case we have another rain day to get our thing for getting married. Hey Mark, how's it going? It's good to see you. I'm pretty sure George will not leave their house today, unfortunately. Well, that's fine. I'll take a peek once or twice in the day, but I imagine George will just stay at home for the entirety of the day. But in the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and eat a little bit of river slime and all that stuff. Who are you gonna marry? I decided to go with Leah. I've romanced all the bachelorettes in this game at the point. How much is a fish tank? I don't remember. Okay, so we want at least one chub. I actually think up there's a much better place for us fishing. Not only because of the bubbles. Do I buy my way up there? Because the cast will be in deeper water. But you can catch legend up there and everything as well. You don't have to go down off the dock or wherever it was over here. Was a Tileman challenge? If you notice there's like a grid behind me, I can only walk on the grid. Basically the idea is you start the map where you have access only just like right around your bed, nothing else. And then to get access to more tiles, you have to spend money to purchase the tile. And so what ends up happening is you start the game and you get a couple of free tiles, and then the tiles are like 10 bucks a tile, and after a while they become 100 bucks a tile, and they become 1,000 bucks a tile, and then they become 10,000 bucks a tile. And you get the idea. But it makes a big strategy around being like, okay, what tiles am I unlocking to get the most benefit? That kind of thing. Let's go ahead and buy these tiles up here. Because I'll need those to get to the cave anyway. And this lets me hit deeper water and take advantage of the bubbles. Alright, we needed the bullhead. That's the ones we needed for the community center. We had the chub, which was one we need for the community center, so that'll be 2 done. I think one of the ones we need for the community center is effectively... Sorry, one of the ones we need for the community center is rain only or whatever. In a way, it reminds you of both require, like, randomizer mods. Yeah, no, it's an additional challenge like a randomizer would be. It's just the difference between, instead of being random, it's like, okay, you've got a very limited resource. Like, how are you going to leverage that resource Because you can get all the tiles in the map, but they'll just become incredibly cost prohibitive and grindy to get after a while. So it's kind of like, all right, what's the priority? Because I know people keep bringing up the cave again and again, but broadly speaking, it's not that there's nothing in the cave that I need. There's very little in the cave that I need. So it's just kind of one of those things that... so the mine is mostly static. So when you look at the mine here, it is mostly static floor to floor with a couple of exceptions, like if you trigger an infestation floor, that's randomized. I haven't checked it with this mod, but I would be under the impression we'd need to unlock our tiles inside the mine as well. Now, the one I don't know how it tackles is the Skull Cavern, because the Skull Cavern is randomized. But I do think strategically with this mod, you're going to want to do very little in the mine. Just broadly speaking, because just going down floors in the mine would cost you thousands upon thousands upon thousands trying to find the staircase. Just unless you are, you know, buying the stone and then making the stairs go straight down immediately. So it is just one of those things, I think, realistically for the mine. Like, you could just wait, buy the stairs and just ladder your way the whole way down to get your star fruit or star drop or whatever it was. Okay, I already have one of those, that's fine. That is a spare diamond. Alright. So the bubbles are finally gone, that's fine by me. Oh, we've officially hit the point where I could potentially meet Lewis. Or not Lewis, Linus. Because for being in the game 5 years, we have never interacted with Linus outside of a festival. So for the mod, only times you interact outside of festivals count for your introductions. So we have technically not introduced ourselves to Linus, because he's only ever up on this part of the map for the most part. But he does walk up to the edge of the water on occasion. And what I think we'll do is at 2 here, I'm going to pull up, like when we finish the next fish catch. Let's see if George is still home. I suspect he will be. I'm not expecting him to leave the house, but... if he does leave home, we could potentially give him his birthday gift of some maple syrup. Yeah, George is just going to stay home today. So then when Demetrius comes by, we'll give him maple syrup. No, so for the quest, meeting them at any place counts. For the mod, it's only in person. That's probably just mechanically how it works, would be my guess. It's too slow to get it to you. But yeah, now for the mod, it's just like only when you introduce them by walking up and talking to them kind of thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Are we gonna get to meet Linus for the first time? It is a great gift, thank you. I don't know you well enough to trust you, sorry. We just got our free tile. Our one free tile for being introduced to Linus. Linus is going to be very difficult for us to make any progress with, because he mostly stays in that top left corner there for most of the time. Alright. And how are we doing? So we've got the bullhead, the chub, the largemouth bass carp. We definitely want to catch a couple of largemouth bass. Because I believe there is a quest for catching a, or for giving a largemouth bass to, I think, Jody? So it'd be good to get that one. There's one for the community center. What time is it? I think I slept too much last night. You're bogarting my spot, Sebastian. It won't let me cast because it's trying to have me talk to Sebastian. Alright. Yeah, it'd be good to get at least 2 or 3 of the largemouth bass. Either way, we're just gonna knock out one day of fishing here. That way, again, we've kind of done the ocean, the lake, and the river all during the fall season. And when we get spring, we'll end up repeating that. It would be good if I get up here for a day and fish during the rain. There's not particularly good odds of having another rain day before the season's out, unfortunately. But if we get a chance, we'll get a chance. We can just take advantage. Alright. Like I said, I'm going to save our money for now. And I'm going to spend our money as we have something we need. Oh, you know what? I take that back. We can take our money, and we can go into the community center because we've got the vault objectives. Alright, so we're getting low on inventory space. We got the dinosaur egg. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, the dinosaur egg is a pretty rare to get artifact. So the catch-22 here is I can drop it off with Gunther now and get that done. Or I can wait until we get a coop, put the dinosaur egg in there, get a dinosaur, and get more dinosaur eggs. None of those are for the community center or anything. But both of them have a certain merit. Well, the problem with the coop is that's not going to be anytime soon. I do think we save for the coop, though. I do think that's the right play. Because I can only imagine getting that in this run is going to be an absolute pain with having to unlock the tiles and however the skull cavern's going to be with all that stuff. And the dinosaur egg was always a bit of a pain to get. Alright, so there's probably going to be a nightfish here to deal with. I don't remember what the nightfish up here is. Wait, are you, like, surprised that we can use the dinosaur egg in the coop? Hey, it's an egg. The incubator says it takes eggs. It's So you can get some nice dino mayonnaise. All right. And at 10 p.m. we leave. We'll have to walk by the community center on the way home, so we'll drop off on the way home. Because it'll be almost exclusively just stuff to go in the aquarium. But we should be in good shape where I'm just going to be missing, like, one fish for the beach, one fish for the mountain. We'll have a couple of, like, the specialty fish and all that I'm going to be missing. I'm just happy the blobfish didn't end up being one of the ones. That's the one that hurts the most, is, like, blobfish, like, great. I get to go in the submarine, only available in the Winter Festival, and hope for the best. Where most of the other legendaries are actually available pretty year-round, or at least a long time, between, like, the lava eel and the wood chip fish, or whatever it is. Legend is one season only, but it's a, you know, good couple days during the season. Legend can be rough. We get that. But yeah, but during winter we'll definitely need to do the beach for the squid. All right. Yeah, so definitely going to have most of these locked in. That'll be a matter of figuring out which ones are missing. But it'll be something like the tiger trout, and it will just be in the wrong season or whatever. Or that's a rain day fish. Which should be really solid. I was kind of expecting to have a night fish, but I'm not seeing anything. But there are some that are like night fish, but only on a rain day. Night fish only on, you know, like a not rain day, daytime fish. It's not as ridiculous, some of these games. There's some of these games that can get pretty over the top on all like the criteria it takes for his fish to show up. I still think the way I think Coral Island the best on it, where it takes a while to unlock it, but you eventually unlock the computer, and it'll straight up be like, here are the fish that are available in this area, and like what rough times they are. And that will include almost all the fish with the exception of like the legendaries. That I want to say like there's some of the legendaries that have kind of weird criteria that aren't on the computer, but they do the kind of the same thing that this does, where they'll have teasers of where it is like, oh, I heard this whatever fish could be found in the caves, and it'd be like, oh, that I don't have that fish. Clearly, it's in the caves, and you get like the idea. But I appreciate all the quality of life that's been added to the genre over the years. Some of it's eventually come back to reach Stardew. Like the icon being able to tell what goes in the community center, the being able to like stack stuff into the inventory, a lot of that. I don't believe like any of that was in the game when it first dropped. Like just being able to hit a button to like shove everything into the stack of the chests. I want to say that got added like an update or two later, like there are much major updates. But it used to be you just walked to a chest and had to shift click everything. You know, one by one. All right. Yeah, so definitely when we get back, we'll want to grab probably one of the lures and the bait, and we'll put it on our fishing pole. Just so going forward we have all that. Because I'm not considering to binge fish the whole time, but the idea is like each season spend one day at each of the locations to like slam out the fish until we start to narrow down what's left. Because I think I'm down to just tuna for the ocean. Not counting the specialty fish like the puffer fish, which like I said, I think it's summer morning. It's either spring or summer morning. I remember it was like you had to get there before 10 a.m. kind of thing. Alright, one more fish. And I don't remember what the other ones we were needing. Alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to the community center, drop all these off, get ourselves some more tiles. I guess you're wondering why I'm a graveyard at this hour. Well, I'm here because it's the best place in town to find some privacy. And I'm sweaty because I've been practicing my swordsmanship. Hey, what do you think? I'm too weak to swing a blade? Sorry, I'm guessing getting a little defensive. You see, I want to explore the mound caves, but I know it's too dangerous to go there unarmed. You've used a sword before, haven't you? I haven't. No. Really? That's surprising. I've lived in the valley my whole life, but I've never really done anything memorable. I want to go on an adventure. Abigail. Dad? I've been looking for you all over. Your mother wants you to come home and help with dinner. What are you doing in the graveyard anyway? This is no place for a young lady. Mind your own business. You think I should be at home cooking dinner because I'm a girl, don't you? You're really stuck in the past, Dad. Let's get out of here, Rual. Well, are you coming or not? Come back. Okay, my dad won't find us here. Can you believe my parents were ever young? They don't understand my perspective at all. I know, they grew up in a different era with different values. It still ticks me off sometimes, okay? Well, thanks for hearing me out, Rual. Now, could you help untangle my hair from this bush? Alright. By the way, what's for dinner? Meanwhile, they were like trying to do something nice, and they're going to be like making Abigail's favorite. It's supposed to be like some surprise or something for her birthday, and completely just blew up. Oh, sturgeon. I'm pretty sure sturgeon was a different season. I don't think that was a rainfish. Yeah, so you got desert, cave, and I can't remember if it's spring or summer in the morning. Ocean, I think that's summer is the tuna. And the sturgeon, I don't remember. Yeah, so as far as the fish goes, we just have the sturgeon, the tuna, and then specialty fish, of which only one of those is, like, seasonal. So we're looking pretty good on that regard. Spring Rain Lake. Gotcha. Meanwhile, I would like to buy this bundle. Thank you. Give me my fertilizer. I would like to buy this bundle. Thank you. Lightning Rod. Alright, well, we're just going to chuck you in the bin. And I'd like to buy this bundle. And boom. Done. Ooh, that's actually a good one. What's getting thrown in the garbage? Honestly, I already had that artifact, so get out of here. We, the Junimos, are the keeper of the forest, and any who trespass shall suffer. And that's definitely a slur in Junimo. That's why it's censored. None of those were used in any of the other things, right? Oh, the chub is. 1 sec, we actually do need to use the chub in a different one. Hold, please. He's just very excited. Little overwhelmed, that's all. It happens to the best of us. So the chub, I believe, was this board. But which set? There you are. Okay, nothing else here we got to worry about. I think it's pretty much all... Yeah, all the rest of this is fine. We got some stuff to drop off at Gunther. Not the dino egg. We'll save the dino egg. It's going to be a long time till we have the coop. But we could just dino egg the coop. The other challenge with the coop is I'm going to have to buy my feed, realistically. Not super looking forward to that part. I've been going out of my way to, like, anytime I get a chance to get feed, I've been snagging it. Alright. So. We can go here. We'll sell all but 1 carp. I know 1 largemouth bass is going to be going to, I believe, Jody. So we've got all that. And sell the roe. That I've already got. Because that says drop to Gunther. That I've already got. So we'll sell you to here. Don't have more garbage. So let's go over here to the crystal, whatever it's called. And then we will drop off the diamond. We don't have a storm to worry about tomorrow, so I'm going to quickly pop in here. And then I need to... Okay. Well, we finished a bundle. We unlocked the bus stop, which I believe was a separate thing. Actually, I think we finished 2 bundles, and then we finished the overall thing, which unlocked the bus stop. So now I need to buy the tiles to the bus stop, because we do have the fish from the water over there I need to get. But bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this figured out. So we got the dino egg to stash. We'll stash one of you. Stash you, you, and you. We'll stash the jade. Take you off the bar for now. Stash the fertilizer. I'll buy a tile for the lightning rod. Or actually, can I put the lightning rod over there? I don't think we can. No. Alright. Let's work on getting all this stuff sorted. And Evelyn wants an amethyst, and that's just too bad. Alright, so I'll end up needing to buy a tile for the lightning rod. I think that's fine. Because we can go here, there's that tile, there's the lightning rod. Because we'll want the lightning rod as a source of batteries. We have the largemouth bass. I believe that's for Jody. Is the one who's like, I need a largemouth bass. Let's see. Cam is thirsty. Oh. I guess we don't need it. Alright, well in that case, I will sell the largemouth bass we have. It's possible I got one earlier through some other means. That's fine. Because I kept one spare. Oh, we got some cranberries down here. I can sell you. Alright, so let's run on down here. We don't have the traveling merchant or anything like that today, so we don't need to worry about that. The mushroom cave should have new mushrooms today, I believe. And we got our second red mushroom we needed. Yeah, if we check this, you're not needed, you are needed. That's another one for the community center, so that's good news. Alright. Now, before we go buying a bunch of tiles that I may or may not need, let's save our tiles for right now. So the reason I'm saving the tiles is a couple things I might go for. One is if we see an opportunity to grab a forageable by the bus stop, go up there and deal with that, because that's an opportunity. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in and all good stuff. So we can go here, grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drop you off, put you in there. We got the red mushroom. Cool. Because I do have a decent number of free tiles from that. Well, okay. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That should put me close enough that I can reach Pam and all that and check for forageables up there. But I still have 27 tiles, and like I said, I'm kind of saving those. And what I'm saving them for is, one, if we have a rain day, we can put that to use. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. Hey, did you hear about the old bus? Yep, I'm back in the saddle, kid. Feels real nice. The ticket machine as well? You mean the one in, Lewis's? I've already got access to that. I've had access to that for a very long time, actually. We've been using the tickets as we get them. It's been very lucrative for us, in fact. Alright, so I believe this one's... Oh, right! The ticket machine is not there. That's kind of annoying. It's fine. So let's run down here. I don't have any more maple syrup. Let's pop the geodes with Clint real fast. And we're partially popping these in case we can get, like, you can find an omelet up in there. There's both the food items I could potentially find there, the maki rolls and the omelet. The odds are low, but if I could find and not have to make it, that's always a win. Alright, so process the geodes. Alright, one of those might be something we need. Alright. So, that's going to be a little tricky. So, I'm trying to decide. We've got the 27 bonus tiles. Now, if we go over to the desert, the coconut and the cactus fruit I can use for the exotic forageables. And that would get that done. I don't know that I need to reach Sandy that I can think of. Ah, right, the computer's over there. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. Okay. Alright. Crisis averted. I was like, can I not get on the bus? Alright. So probably need to go up before we're all done. I am going to go and grab you. Can I reach the water from here? Yes, I can! Alright, and that's that all done. Well, time to go! Imagine the bus driving off because you don't own the tiles it's driving over. So you get squished in the backseat and you're just stuck in place. Yeah. Alright. So that's going to Gunther. And I got 3 things for the community center, so that's good. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I need the coconut, and all that for over here. I believe Gus also asks you for a coconut, but... Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I need you over on the left side there for the forageables. That's an exotic forageable. Oh, and then you go in here. So, specialty fish. Boom. So we've got, I believe, is there spring or summer super early in the morning for the puffer fish? Oh, I happened to proc where I got 2 coconuts. Autumn's Bounty, which is foraging and defense. So we procced where we got 2 coconuts, so we can potentially finish the thing for Gus. I believe Gus is already going to be in the bar for the rest of the day. Yeah, because you... Yeah, you're at the bar. That's fine. I think it's Mondays that Gus goes out to, do his grocery shopping. And just verifying, tuna is not available to me right now. It is either spring or summer. I actually don't remember what month it is, but I don't believe it's fall. The only thing is, like, if it is not rain day fish, I'm pretty sure it's either spring or like fall or something like that. Alright, new record. And it's another rare crow. I'm pretty sure I can't get it right now. I'm just trying to watch that I don't miss it for the season. Where I pop the trash cans. Rual, Storge, did you hear? It seems the old town bus started working again overnight. The old thing has been dormant for decades. This is truly a great mystery. Yep. Great mystery. News 11. Alright, so we spent a bunch of that money that we got, but we now have access to the bus. Should I need to go to the desert for anything, it's very likely we will never go back to the desert ever again. Because I got the 2 or 3 things I kind of needed. We'll go ahead and grab you. We can probably drop off the Autumn's Bounty, and let's put it in that box. I don't think there's a place I want to put the rare crow right now, right? We could pick up a couple of tiles, put down any of the trees that would need to be available for spring. Because I need to get those planted by the end of the season if I want them to be available for spring. Okay, so we got a tiny little area over here that's not already done. So we know we're going to be going to the greenhouse, so plunk you there for now. And let's go check on our trees and see what trees are spring. I'm going to burn tiles securing those. So let's see. You do fruit and fall. Spring fruit, fall, summer, summer. Okay. I'm gonna need to make this work. Okay, so I should be able to plant you here. Why is that not valid? Let's try buying the tile itself. Too close to another tree. Ah, too close to you. That's fine. Let's take back that tile. Okay. So 1. Okay, we can go here. 2. Oh, the hazelnut. Okay, that's all the forageables we needed. Alright, Yeah, so you put one more tree up there, and I won't be able to clear the other side with the tiles I have. Let's grab one of our summer trees. So fall, fall, summer. Okay, so we're getting our trees planted up here. That way they're ready for the next season, and that'll be good. All right. Meanwhile, I've got another tap to put another tree, and I don't have room for it. There you go. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure the main reason I needed the other stuff was for the resin and the pine tar, but we already got the exotic stuff from going to the desert, which just took care of all that. Emily tried to serve me a blueberry for dinner last night. I threw it away when she wasn't looking. I don't like health food. Feel the urge to go shopping. So Blueberry, calm down. If it isn't a steak lathered in bacon lathered in butter with mayonnaise on top of it, I'm not interested. If I can't actively feel my heart slowing down, what's even the point? Alright, if we're really lucky, maybe we'll see a wild plum. That would be wonderful. I don't have very high hopes, though. We'll just have to check Saturday. We'll do the runaround and see if we get lucky. But yeah, so progress is going pretty good. One of the challenges is going to be getting the crystal fruit in winter. That already is not very easy to find. And then on top of that, just like hoping we get a lot of that sorted. All right, we can go ahead and drop you off. Do a mystery box there. That's fine. Just with all the community centers, hearing, like, we're getting like 2 or 3 things done a day now, and hearing all those overlapping prompts is just a feeling. Unlocked the Skull Cavern. 50 bonus tiles. I didn't realize that's one of the things we got, but I am not unhappy. Dear old Storge, did you notice the chill in the air? Yep. That was me peering in your window last night. It could have just been the approach of winter, or the tingle of a dark specter that is Marnie knowing that you're not taking good care of your animals. Here to celebrate tomorrow's festival, the Spirit's Eve. Come by the town 10 p.m., yada yada yada. You know the place and time. You've been living in this town for like 5 years. If you can't figure it out, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Mayor Lewis. Okay. Just double check, make sure nothing's blinking. Could find wild plum in the traveling shop Friday or Sunday. Yep. Where are his mice? His mice? What? What mice? Alright, so we can go ahead and pop up here. Yep, so tomorrow we get our next batch, so we need a purple mushroom out of there. I'm half tempted to turn it on where I can place stuff on tiles I don't own, just so I can place something along the edges here, so I don't have to keep hacking the grass back. Alright, so let's not bother running around down here quite yet. So we have 61 tiles. Let's go check down on the beach just to see if we see the sea urchin off to the right. Because I'm trying to remember, I don't think I need the coral. I need the sea urchin. We need the duck feather. Oh, traveling merchant. She's down there. What am I doing? So we need the duck feather. We need the sea urchin. We need all the animal products. Which is going to be the most annoying one. There is a slight chance we could get some of the forageables we still are missing. That I can check these remotely. That's right. Cool. I was trying to remember. Because I remember you couldn't use that. I distinctly remember when the game first coming out. You had to, like, run back over there every single day to check on things. Okay, that's all fine. It's just seeing if there's anything down there, forageable-wise. Alright. What have you got for me? The cave root, I believe, was only for the exotic forageables. Let's double-check. Yeah, so that's the animal bundle. Yeah, you need the gems. The gems are going to be annoying to get as well. Yeah, it's not going to be under here. Yeah, it'd be under... I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure the cave root was under that one. So we don't need the cave root. But the cave root would be for Marnie. Marnie did ask for it. I will grab that. That way I can get the... Ooh, I think... Oh, cape, truffle, done. The coffee bean is fun and all, but I actually don't need it. I mean, it shows up a lot. So, mayonnaise. I'm pretty sure with the animal products, mayonnaise is not one of them. Okay. So we did get the truffle. That's a big one. And we got the crave root for Marnie. So she can give it to her cows. So that is good, because the truffle means I don't need to worry about pigs at all. So that's one of the more annoying things out of the way. It's pretty unlikely we're going to see both like the small and large milk and eggs and all that of all varieties on the traveling merchant. We're going to keep checking because there's no consequence for checking if it doesn't end up being a thing. Pretty sure we already checked this. I've lost track. Yeah. So we can drop off the truffle at the community center. All right. And to run up here, because we were looking for the wild plum, because there's forageables can appear up here. They can also appear like over there and over here. The big thing is that we check tomorrow. More than anything else. But I am peeking just in the off chance we get lucky. Also gonna check the trash cans. And run over here and check with Clint on these geodes and all that. Because we might also get lucky, and if I see some of the worms, we might get some more of the powder melon. Mixed seeds. I'm trying to remember. I don't think the mixed seeds work during the winter. I can't remember. Or you know what? Do the mixed seeds give the forageables during the winter? I gotta remember. Either way, we can just hold on to them for now. And when winter shows up, we'll just see what happens. Because I don't honestly remember one way or the other. Okay, so you got a bunch of rubbish. I don't believe I need any of these for anything. Other than pocketing it for cash. And let's run over here real quick. Do we see an urchin? I do not. We'll leave that alone. And if I didn't already say it, thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. but it's been good getting all this, you know, hanging out, doing all this stuff. So Gus is back at the place. So Gus on Monday will come out. We can give him the coconut. Marnie will yeah, Marnie comes to the bar today, so we get Marnie the route there, because, yeah, just double checking. Marnie's request, cave route. Done. Oh, wait. Did that say go to the shop? Don't do this to me, Marnie. Don't do this to me, Marnie. Alright, we're just gonna put that in a box, because it's not give it to Marnie. I need to have it and take it to Marnie's shop, which is not happening anytime soon. Marnie can kindly mind her business. Okay, so meanwhile, sell you. Oh, I still need to drop that off. That's fine. We can go ahead and take you and chuck you in here. Take you, put you aside. Alright, so we can drop the truffle off at the bus is working. We did fix the bus. We do have something we have to go to the mines for. I've got to get far enough into the mines that we can fish. I'm not going to prioritize that right now. That'll be one of those ones that'll do a little bit later because it's not season dependent versus the other stuff. But we could definitely drop in there when it comes necessary. So I think the truffle was on this board. Yep. Cool. That's another one done. Yeah, no, it's exactly what's going to happen. Is a little bit later, once they start getting a bunch of stuff like pinned down, I'm literally just going to go to the mine and be like, stairs down, stairs down, stairs down. Just like repeat that process. Ooh, let's check to see what the next house upgrade is going to cost me. Just to have that like in the back of my mind, because I think we get bonus tiles for that. And then if we marry Leah, that's 10 extra tiles. And if we have a kid, we get extra tiles. So, you know, that's an investment to get access to more of the map. Demetrius, I didn't tell you to get tomatoes. I said to get fruit. I don't understand. Tomatoes are fruits. When a normal person says they want fruit, they never mean tomatoes. It doesn't matter what the scientific classification is. Rual Storge, I'm glad you're here. You'll be able to put this argument to rest. How would you classify a tomato? It's a fruit. See? Rual Storge agrees with me. I just want you to understand my point of view. It's hard for me to know exactly what assumptions I should make when you tell me something. But I'll try to get better at it. You can open the enchanted forest. You think the fennel is forageable in autumn? This is true. I can also get the fennel with green rain during the summer. Thanks for your help, Rual Storge. Basically, you can also get a couple other places. Why did I walk? Oh, I was checking the... So 65,000 for 100 hardwood. Well, I cannot do that. But you do have a good point about opening... Yeah, because we can open up the enchanted forest. And even outside of the fennel, one of the reasons to consider that is the hardwood. I don't think I want to go on path to all of the hardwood spots, because that's just going to cost me a lot of things. Let's see. Is an oven that contains seeds? A tomato is a fruit. Points at the important piece of paper on the wall saying he's a biologist. Yeah, no, it's like, if you're just arbitrary, like, is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable? It's like, it's a fruit. Like, that's just, there's not anything else to say about it. It's a fruit. Now, it is a fruit that is culinarily used like a vegetable, but if just without the consideration of how you're going to cook it, it is a fruit. And also, culinary explanations on what things are gets really weird. Because I'm trying to remember, I think it was corn, that depending on how you could use it... Oh, I forgot about this one. You could use it as, like, I think it's a fruit, a vegetable, a starch. Oh, it's like, there's like 4 or 5 different things you can use corn as, so far as the different things culinarily. Hi, Rual Storge. I knew you'd be passing through here today, so I put together a surprise. Tile's not allowed warning. It's a picnic for us. This is a vegetable melody with my special spice blend. And this is a fresh salad I made from greens that I foraged right here in the forest. Well, Storge, I just want to say thank you for helping me get one step closer to becoming a real artist. I've done nothing. I've literally done nothing to support your cause. Distant voice. Well, well, well. What have we here? Kel? What the heck are you doing here? Didn't you see me at the art show? The art show hasn't happened. We haven't discussed the art show. We haven't done any of these things. Meanwhile, my character's like, what is anyone talking about here? I supported you in your art? The art show? What? I don't understand. When sometimes that is support. Well, that's the thing. So what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to meet her at her house, and she's like having a moment. She's like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm struggling. My art isn't taking off. And then you get to choose whether or not she goes to try to auction her art online or hold a town show. And that's just a choice you get. And then he shows up there, but he doesn't say anything, because this is her ex. Yeah, I was gonna say, I gave her a bunch of sticks. But yeah, so we have like no context to any of this. I came all the way to Zuzu Town to see your sculptures. And to get you to come back with me. I want things to go back to the way they were. I miss you, babe. Yeah, don't call me that. You never supported my art before. Now that I've had some success, you want me back? You make me sick. Hey, come here. So, I usually punch Kel in the face. I'm gonna try reasoning with Kel. I have nothing to say to you. Get out of my way. Seriously, Leah? What are you doing out here with a simple-minded bumpkin? Storge's a better man than you in every respect. Now get out of here and never come back. Let's go, Rual Storge. I don't think Kel will be bothering us anymore. Let's find a more secluded spot this time. Yeah, no, and you can punch him as well, and like she still responds positively overall, but she's like, you didn't need to hit him or whatever. But she still responds positively that you like stood up for her and everything. Alright, so for pathing over there, I could go straight across. I think I'll collide with that bush and need to go down and over. Versus this way, I'd have to go up and over. I think there's more potential forageable spawns points along this route here. So I do think I'm going to go from this angle. I might be wrong on that, but that's what my brain is telling me. Bear Man, he single-handedly keeps this town afloat with his land use taxes. Yeah, no, our headcanon is still that, like, none of the townies are aware of this and that, you know, Mayor Lewis is just kind of exploiting my ignorance. That I'm just like, oh, okay, like I have to pay to walk and everything. It's like, man, I'm surprised. All these people in these jobs that, you know, they're really saying they're struggling with and all that. I'm surprised they've been able to afford, like, millions of dollars worth of land use just to walk around freely. I must really, really underestimate how much an artist makes. Alright. So many of my free tiles gone. Alright. So I'm trying to decide how I want to path this. Very first combat of the game. And the dwarf scroll. Alright, let's go for this log up here. Weirdly, it looks like I own that tile. There's probably a reason for that. Alright. So I don't want to buy all these tiles. How relaxing is this game? This game can be as stressful or not stressful as you choose to make it. It's kind of one of those games. If you just want to take your time and have fun with it, it can be a very, very relaxing game. On the other hand, if you're someone who likes to try and min-max and micro and try and accomplish everything in the, you know, the most efficient way possible, you can make the game very stressful as well. But it's kind of on you as the player to do that and figure that out. Like a tree straight, branching the pond, limbs with hardwood. Well, I don't think we want to spend the tiles to go for all of the hardwood spots. That's going to be, like, literally an extra 30, 40 tiles, probably. And we are really close to the tiles starting to push up into the price range of, well, do we go for the lake? Well, so we're going to probably want to go for the lake itself. And the reason I'm thinking that is eventually there's the statue there. You'll want to get the star fruit from the statue. But do I want to do that now? Because there is definitely the argument about the fiddle fern. But the big issue here is it's kind of hard to tell. Like, think I could cross here. I'm not going to be able to reach that. We probably do want to go for these 3 hardwood. Okay, so I can't actually walk there. So I'll buy that tile back. Ooh, we got a winter root. Okay, I think we stopped there because I've already spent way more than I should have. I was planning on saving that money. But this does mean I can start getting the hardwood. Have you seen the sweet fruit seed yet? I have not. Oh, and turn that back to this. But yeah, no, it's going to be a very relaxing game. It can be one of these ones you just take your time, have a good time with, all that kind of stuff. We're doing a sweaty challenge where I'm kind of restricted on where I can move and I have to buy access to every tile. But that is not normal for the game. That is a mod that makes it extra challenging. But otherwise, you know, you can kind of play a game as like, what do I want to work on? Maybe I want to work on fishing. Maybe I want to work on foraging. That's kind of my recommendation for the first playthrough, is just find something you want to focus on and focus on it. Don't worry about, oh, I need to get the community center done. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I need to do that. There's no real time pressures in this game. That is, I mean, okay, I shouldn't say there's none. You can get like these little daily quests, but they're not that important. But there's no like real external time pressure where it's like, oh, you got to romance, you know, fast enough or else or anything like that. Okay, so you're gonna need a lot of the slime. We can go over here and chuck the garbage in this. We got that to go to Gunther. The cave route we're not going to worry about until I need to go to Marnie. Chuck the cave route there. That goes to Gunther. That'll go to the... not the museum, the community center tomorrow. That's all stuff. But yeah, so we're doing a bunch of like challenge nonsense. That's the reason you have this weird grid covering everything. Okay, so there's our fall forageable seeds, which does us no good. But it's at least unlocked. And in 2 levels, I believe it is, we get our winter forageable seeds. But here's really hoping we get to see the wild plum somewhere I can reach it. If we see the wild plum where I can reach it, that'll be a way that we can get even more going on. Okay, you're all fine here. So drop all you off there. And let's double check. So this is the last day in the season for like forageables and all that. We're gonna work on that. Oh, I should have bought the second row there. Yeah, I think the only one we still have left for the mushrooms is the purple mushrooms. So let's run down here and see if we can't find those. I'm sorry, we won't find the purple mushrooms down here. But run down here. We want a wild plum. And it has to be within 8 tiles of my path, because that's what I can afford. We do have a path that kind of zigzags around here a little bit. One issue we have is all the stones on these paths. A lot of that stuff will prevent the forageables from spawning in those areas. It might just end up being a thing that I end up burning a bunch of tiles to like move around there. We do want to start collecting more and more hardwood. One nice thing is this does give me an easy resource for at least some foraging year-round, where I can just keep breaking the hardwood logs and getting at least a little bit of foraging XP fairly constantly. It's not going to be very much, but something. Alright. Yeah, so no luck here. Eventually we'll want to go and make our way over to Marnie's for animals. We've already got access to Robin. I don't think we worry about that, the reaching Marnie, until such time I've got a big enough area opened up on my farm. Winter can give you tons of hardwood too? Yeah. Let me grab you. Did I have the brown mushrooms in another box? Or did I already use them all? I think we might have just used them all. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep the chocolate cakes on us for right now. And those will be for Maru. If we see Maru walking around, we'll give her chocolate cake in the meantime. Alright, no forageables up there. Oh, well, that's a bummer. Cool, I guess. I forgot it's the festival today. Okay. So I've got all the maple syrup trees. This pine tree, we don't actually want it. I'll get my 2 trees over there eventually. You're all doing your thing. Is there anything else? Yeah, because you would go to the community center, you go to Gunther. Alright, so I guess we're doing those ones where walk over here. Hey, Pam, here you go. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. Would you do me a kindness and clean up my house? Just kidding. Alright, so we gotta wait till the evening, so we'll just stand here longing. You sound like Dr. Girlfriend. Oh yeah, I haven't thought of Venture Brothers in a long time. Fun show. Oh, what was the Monarch? That's right. That her boyfriend was the Monarch, super villain who's just bad at what he does. I think one of my favorite things from that show was just they're having like a yard sale at the Venture Brothers thing, and the henchmen buying the lightsabers. I think that was one of my favorite. Oh yeah, he eventually became Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. Yeah, but the henchmen buying the lightsabers and then going to use them against Brock was one of the silliest things that show ever had. There's a lot of good moments. It's, for those who aren't familiar with the Venture Brothers, it's very oh, what was it where it's like Danger Will Robinson, what was it? I'm blanking on the name of the show. Johnny Quest. Yeah, it's like Johnny Quest's kids, but they all suck at everything. Like, and the main character be effectively who would have been Johnny Quest. Hi. Your hair looks cool today. Did you do something different? Hey, how do you know I was hungry? This looks delicious. How are the friendships coming along? So Abigail is 1 heart from maxed out. Lewis is still coming along. Penny's 1 heart from maxed out. Yep. But yeah, and then like the kids just suck at existing. And all that stuff. It's pretty good time. Oh right, I forgot. On festival days, the fast forward doesn't actually do anything. It's just mechanically just how it works for some reason. Yeah, Lost in Space? Yeah. But no, it's really fun. Lot of curse thing. It's you know, it's a cartoon. When I say it's not for kids, it's not like it's overly lewd or whatever, but there is some violence and some innuendo. And whatnot. So it's definitely like not for kids in that regard. Like it's not something that if your kid saw it, you'd be like, oh man, now I gotta explain a whole bunch of things. It does say like, oh, yeah. You mean Brock is pretty violent? Oh yeah, no, he absolutely is. I'm saying it's like not a lot of gore fest in it too much. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that's like, it would be solidly PG-13. It'd be solidly PG-13. There's a little innuendo. There's a little bit of violence. That kind of thing. But they never quite get to the point, like, there's never, like, proper nudity or, super duper gory kind of nonsense. It's very cartoonized when it does happen. But, they do stab people and such, so, like, it's not like Bugs Bunny or anything like that where he hits him with a hammer, just like a lump comes up or whatever. Alright. Like, it's more like someone will have, like, their head twist. They'll put, like, a bump on the side of their neck, and you're like, oh, that person's not gonna be anything anymore. Yeah, I think it's like 10 p.m. is the Halloween festival, so we gotta sit here and just wait for a couple more minutes, unfortunately. It's about 10 seconds per 10 minutes in game, so we got about just shy of 5 minutes, unfortunately, till we can go to the festival. Which is a bummer. But, like, you get either the gold pumpkin, which is worth some decent money, or you can get the ticket, which can actually give you some really good ones. I want to say the next ticket reward is I get the pink tea that gives, like, a crap ton of friendship to whoever you give it to. Yeah, so we got one more payday from our cranberries. And we're going to want to be a little bit careful on the cranberries. We'll want to save the money. And we're going to be wanting to save that money. What year are you in? We're in year 5. Because of the challenge, just to give people, like, some timeline of how it went, it took us to winter year 1 to reach Pierre. And it would be somewhere in, like, the middle of year 2-ish. Is it like the middle or end of year 2 that we reached the beach to, actually, it may have even been early year 3 that we reached the beach to go be able to get fishing. Because I was focusing entirely on getting the farm up and running, since fishing works to make money, but it's a very manual, grindy kind of thing. And it was around, I think, the end of year 3 that we got access to sprinklers. Like, we got to use the sprinklers for the first time, I believe, in spring. And in year 4, we just made a bunch of money, and we just kind of exploded growth. And then year 5, we ramped up growth even faster. Because just as we unlocked more tiles on the farm, our ability to make money and unlock more tiles went faster. So it wasn't quite exponential growth, but it was much faster growth. What you've been seeing here today is that we went from it being a struggle to, like, reach the next point to we were just kind of exploding out farther and farther. Is this the night market? No, this is the Halloween event. So we're going to go through, I'm going to check on the Pierre to see if he has anything we need. We're going to go and grab the pumpkin or ticket or whatever it is out of the maze, and we'll just do a quick dialogue on everyone to keep the friendships up. Because we might be able to get... I wonder if the festival, it counts as everyone. Yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah, so we are slowly building up the friendships and all that. Because every time I max someone out, 1, their friendship stops decaying. And then 2, I also have the benefit at that stage of getting an extra set of tiles out of it. Oh, come on. We got 1 more minute. And then we can go to the festival. Trying to find a word that fits. Would proportional growth work? Maybe. Because, like, the idea is it does grow by like, a magnitude each time. Because, like, if I get 10 tiles worth of sales, and that gets me enough money to get 5 more tiles, I increase it that much. And then I have the 15, and then, I would get, like, your 7 extra tiles, 7.5 extra tiles, and then you go from there, and then you get, like, your 10 and some change extra tiles. Which I guess still technically qualifies as exponential growth. But yeah. Alright, so let's check with Pierre first. We already have that rare crow. I don't think I want to buy another one. Yeah, I'm too scared. Hi, Rual Storge. Did you have a productive fall? It's starting to get quite cold. Crops won't hold out for much longer. Aunt Marnie, I want to go in the maze. I'm not scared. You should be. You don't know how many people have died in this maze already. Oh, you found me! The truth is I got too scared and I came here to hide. Don't tell anyone! I think I've already been this way. No, wait. I'm lost. Choose a wall, hug a wall. There are certain patterns that will throw off that strategy, but choose a wall, hug a wall, and just follow it around is usually your way through most mazes. The paper from this cauldron is making my head spin, but I can't seem to leave. Polynomial growth is probably the most accurate. Excellent. All these freeze tiles to enjoy in the maze. Yeah, and that was one of the things I was thinking about, like, if you didn't get the free tiles of the festival where you had to pay for the tiles, you would never want to go through this maze. This maze would cost you easily like 150, 200 tiles to reach the other end to get a pumpkin that is just not worth it. Something weird over there, but how do I get there? There's gotta be a secret passage somewhere. I can't go on. Spiders. That's odd, just dead end up ahead. I could have sworn someone was ahead of me when I went through the maze. But where'd they go? Other than the giant question mark sign that clearly labels it. I want to say those question mark signs got added later in too, that they weren't there originally. Like the secret passage was there, like all this was here before. But like I think that's, I don't think there was the fast travel out of there originally. You received a golden pumpkin. They changed the description on the golden pumpkin. It used to not say it had no other purpose. So people would hoard onto the golden pumpkin thinking it had an alternative use. Oh, I'm going too high. And they're like, no, really, you're just supposed to get this, and it's effectively money with extra steps. Don't get too close to the cage. I have no idea how these skeletons are walking. Creepy. It's pretty cool, though. Why is there no pumpkin ale? One of my iridium-infused maces would make quick work of these things. Well, the winter's almost here. It's a great time to stockpile wood and stone. I haven't seen Maru in hours. I hope she's alright. I'm not gonna check or anything, but you know, I'm hoping. It's a lot of fun to cook with pumpkin. Such an interesting fruit. Well, hello, Rual Storge. It's chilly, isn't it? I'll come to any event that's got free grub. You won't see me in the haunted maze, though. Good evening, Rual Storge. Have you ventured into the haunted maze? It's quite spooky. That strange man who lives in the tower set it all up himself. He wouldn't let anyone near it while I was working on it. Mother won't let me go into the maze. I know, right, Vincent? You gotta be at least like 15 now. If you're like 8 to 10 years old or something like that, and we've been here 5 years, you're like in the middle of teenage years at a minimum. Do you like the jack-o'-lanterns? I've carved them myself. Hey, Rual Storge. Nice evening, isn't it? Vincent's upset I won't let him in the haunted maze, but he's just a little boy. A little, like, 15-year boy. No, Savari, this particular mod, the festivals, the tiles are just unlocked. It's the Simpsons effect. No one ages. Yep, canonically there's only 2 years. I get scared very easily. I'll leave the haunted maze to the younger people. Sorry, my mouth is full of battery. Nicely said, honey. Sure, we're out of here. But yeah, no, it's just a thing with the events that they give you the tiles for free. Different mods work differently with that kind of stuff. Let's see. The mayor allows you to attend the festivals if you can get there. Otherwise, the townies would wise up to your MTX scheme. Right, exactly. Plus, on top of that, it's kind of like when you're doing the very microtransaction laden games, where they'll give you that free pass every once in a while. They'll be like, "Oh, you want the bonus XP? Well, here's your one free pass for one free day. You might consider buying one of those in the future. Might be worth your while. Get you comfortable with it." Hey kid, here's a recipe for a little treat my pappy used to make. Cook it slow. Cheese, cauliflower, Pam. I wanted to say thanks for taking interest in my work. Here's a cooking recipe that I like. Autumn's Bounty. Any good seed maker haul? The seed maker's been working. We haven't gone out of our way to like just grind it in hopes of getting the ancient seed. At some point we probably should. The eggplant's not worth a whole bunch. The thing is, I'd only want to really use it on stuff I want the seeds for, not just turn the seeds into stuff and then not really care about them. Oh, right. Why am I doing that? I have a whole lot of cranberries to grab. Saving any cranberry seeds for next year? I mean, so I think I'd rather have the cash. But you're not wrong. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to set aside a bunch of cranberry seeds, or a bunch of cranberries, to get the seeds. So that next year when it comes time to plant, I've just got them. It's just one of the thoughts is that instead I could potentially use that money, and that money could like unlock a whole bunch more area, and then sure I'd end up needing to spend like the 50,000-60,000 or whatever to get, you know, more area and all that. Also Gamba for mixed seeds and 0.5 ancient seed. Yeah. So definitely the higher quality ones, we just want to sell them, get our money out of. But there is definitely an argument to be made for at least taking some of these and doing it. The catch is, realistically, to get all of the cranberries seeds I would need over 100 cranberries that I put through the seed maker. Because we're at the point where like 350 or so. I mean, we'd even more. It'd be almost like 150 cranberries we'd need to put through the seed maker to get all of our seeds we need. But that said, it is a way to potentially get the ancient seed. And at 0.5% chance, if you arguably went through 200, then, you know, statistically you should have it. Now granted, that doesn't mean you'll get it, because statistically, you know, probable versus actually happening is one thing. It's just like, something can be statistically impossible, but that doesn't mean it's actually impossible. It just means the odds are so long that you might as well not factor it in as a possibility. I'm gonna buy that one tile so I don't have to walk around anymore. You can see it's looking into an investment, all that stuff. Alright. Yeah, I can also sell like half of the cranberries now. And then also Like, I can still have them now, and if I change my mind later, I can still sell them. The plan is to save the money over the course of the winter. So I can just make it a point to process some of these. So we'll take... yeah, like 1 or 2 gambas a day. So we can go ahead and do this. If we're doing it only like twice a day... keep 50. So it's not going to be enough to fully replace our seeds or anything. But they'll do a little gamba. Alright, in the meantime, let's go check, just in the last desperate hope that we'll find a wild plum. Because we can find a wild plum, then that's our forageables for the fall. Something I like about storage seasons of Grand Bazaar is that seeds have quality. You slowly increase the quality of your crops by making seeds from your best crop. That's a cool thing. So, like, the idea is you're effectively, like, not breeding per se, but you're kind of, like, selectively harvesting them to, like, work them up in the qualities. Ooh, alright, so let's see here. So we've got the rainbow shell. I don't think the rainbow shell was needed in any of my bundles. So it'd be... that's the fish one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did not get the rainbow shell one. Yeah, so I actually don't need the rainbow shell. We already got the thing that requires the pine tar. None of the food is here, so there's nothing on you I need this time. But I already got the scarecrow she sells. So run over here, see if we see a fiddle fern. That'd be a nope. Cool, we got our first mahogany seed. Oh, hey. Ew, it smells! Why is it locked? I want to explore the sewers. I think Gunther has the key. Professor Gunther? The man who runs the museum? Why do you think he has it? I saw a big rusty old key fall out of his pocket one time. A creepy sewer door like this has got to match for that big rusty old key. There's something moving around in there. Okay. All right. So I can run on down here. Like I said, we're looking to see if we can get a wild plum anywhere nearby. Which means I have a maximum 11 tile. You want a balloon? Oh. It's like, don't get me wrong, it's like, why are the kids by stores like, you know what, honestly, like, I didn't even live in that particularly small town, but if there's, like, nothing to do around there, yeah, that'd be the kind of things that kids would mess around with. Alright, so let's get the mahogany seed planted. So for right now, you can go there. Let's check on the mushrooms, because I don't remember if I did. And eventually I want to clear this line up here so I can get our next row of fruit trees, but we got the 2 spring trees and 1 of the summer trees already planted, so they can fully grow during the winter to be available for all stuff during the next season. Alright. And no plum up here. And let's see. We want to go visit Gunther and the community center to get those things done. One of these days will give me another omelet through those. Thanks, this is a great gift. Are you doing the best? Are you doing your best in the farm roll stores? You'll have to accomplish things in many areas to become a well-rounded citizen. This is me telling you to get back to work. Those tiles aren't going to buy themselves. Freeloading farmers only paying several thousand a day to get to the privilege to walk around? Who do they think they are? Wanting reasonable accommodations and whatever. Alright, there's those scrolls. We should be getting some more tiles from the museum anytime now as well. We've added a decent number of things, and we haven't unlocked more tiles that I've noticed from that, because it's every 10 items we get more tiles. So we're somewhere near that. Do you remember being 4-year-olds and biking through the woods to go play on the hydroelectric dam? It feels wild that the kind of freedom we were given at that age. Yeah. Oh, there's a lobster. Was it Gus who wanted the lobster? I think it was Gus. Yeah. So Gus wants the lobster. So I've got a coconut and a lobster for Gus. Okay, we don't see anything over there yet. That's fine. Let's just double check real fast. Do we actually need the cocoa nut? Yeah. And I believe it's Monday that we'll have Gus will leave to go to go shopping. Because you're already at your bar, right? Yeah. Gus basically spends all of his time at the bar. He just leaves mostly to go shopping on Mondays. So that's when we gotta catch him. Actually, before we worry about that, let's cut to the right over here. And again, we're checking to see if we see a wild plum somewhere where I can get at it. This is our last day to potentially get it. This season. And if not, it'll be Traveling Merchant or next year. But considering we just got access to so much of this area. Alright. Yep. No dice. That's fine. That was a fairly expected outcome. You know, it's a different time, like, being able to just, like, ride around the bike. I was actually talking to Toom about, you know, kind of differences over the years that, you know, like, if we were parents, there's a playground nearby, and it'd be like, yeah, you know, once the kids weren't, like, little kids, I would feel entirely reasonable to be like, yeah, you can go, go to the playground or whatever, you know, or your friend's house within the neighborhood or whatever, but, you know, don't go venturing out farther than that. There's 2 things I needed for, because you get dropped off here. I think that was it. I think it's just the winter route, because the other one was, Gunther, that's right. Alright. Do we see another townie I can get at to drop the maple syrup on. You consume too much crime content, your kids would hate you. Well, that's kind of the thing. In a lot of ways, objectively, we have less crime than we used to. Like, and people find nuances in individual locations, that's not true, and that's fine. But broadly speaking, the amount of crime out there is lower than it used to be back when we were, like, going around and doing all that stuff. But still, people are way more aware of it all now. This is a super gift. Thank you. Here's to another good week. Toast. For me, this is such a thoughtful gift. Thank you. Today is just a relaxing day. We're going to think positively. Thanks to the 24-hour news cycle. Yep. Yep. It keeps everyone stressed out and worried about everything and all doom and gloom and all that. Because it's also a thing that, you know, that kind of news gets more clicks, gets more eyeballs. So for the advertiser's revenue, making you scared out of your skin is good business. Alright, so we want to keep the lobster for Gus. Okay, what is your turnaround? Oh, those actually go really fast. Alright, so let's fast forward. Just feed them on in. And I'm fast forwarding, by the way, if that wasn't clear. All right. And this will be the last one we load up. All right, so we got ourselves 45 cranberry seeds. So, I mean, honestly, that's pretty good. You find it hard as a parent because you want to give your kids autonomy, but there's literally no kids roaming around anymore. Streets are empty. Yeah, no, it's kind of definitely one of those things. A lot of it has to do more with getting rid of the third spaces. Going from 23 seeds to how many? About 50. You're just missing all those third spaces out there that there's not things for people to do. So understandably, the kids just stay home, stay on the TV, play the games. You want them going out, they gotta have places to go. I thought it'd be fun to send a letter. I don't really know what to write, though, so here's an enclosed treat. Don't tell anyone I snagged her in the back room at JojaMart ages ago. Shane. Powdermelon time? It is, in fact, powdermelon time. Alright, we can drop you off. So there's my powdermelon. I'm gonna actually do... is I do want to try and scale this as fast as we can. I'm gonna give it the really good fast fertilizer. The reason I'm doing that is I want to start scaling that up for future winters. Because if I can manage to scale that up, that'll be good news. So what we want to do is find one of the crystal fruit. Because we can find one of the crystal fruit. then we can potentially get all of our winter forageables knocked out immediately. So we're gonna do. Actually, Let's not do that today. I know. We're not gonna worry about that today. I keep being like, but I could. What I'm probably better off doing is I know we needed. So we need tuna and we need sturgeon. I'm gonna peek up here. I need tuna and I need sturgeon. And I believe sturgeon was spring. Tuna, I want to say... Can't you dig crystal fruit by hoeing the ground? I didn't think so. I thought that was just the yams and all. Unless it's hoeing ground someplace other than the path leading to and from the farm. Which is a possibility. So check on the board here. We can't do those. Yeah, I think it's snow. Like, I've only seen snow yam in winter. That's what we've, Hello, Nautilus Shell. I don't need you, but I'll take you. Okay, nothing over here today. And our thing procced to get 2. You can make the seed maker to make seasonal seeds? Yep. So tomorrow is a snow day. So I'm trying to think... Oh, right, Gus. So we want to catch Gus. So there's the lobster and the coconut for Gus. So Gus usually goes in here first thing in the morning. Alright, Gus, I'm waiting for you. Because I know you don't stay very long. The lobster and the coconut, drink it all. Ow, ow, pinchy. Yeah, that's the reason you put the lime in the coconut. Come on, Gus. I got things to do today. But this would be 2 quests I can get knocked off my list. And I would like to do that. If you don't mind. If you do mind, that doesn't really change anything, actually. I still just would want to get those quests off the list. But... you know, at least I will pretend to be sympathetic. I don't know. Not really. You asked me for it. You should be moving any time now, because, like, he has to get back to the bar by noon for opening, as I recall. Something smells like fresh lobster. Oh, that's good. Take care, friend. Coconut. Now there's a soothing sight for my winter eyes. It's gonna be perfect for the Coco no. Thanks. Yeah, I know a lot about people here, because I'm a creep. Alright. So we got you, 600 money, you, 800 money, and that is a bunch of things off my list to worry about. We can run up here. Gus, wait, you gotta check out before you leave. Gus, like, I do what I want. I run the bar. The last thing someone wants to do is be banned from the bar in town. If I demand something, they fold like a briefcase. I know my power and my worth. Okay. So. I don't remember when we get tuna. I do know we can get squid this month. Now, granted, the squid isn't on the list of things I need for the community center. I do believe the squid is something that I think Willie asks for. Yeah, catch a squid. So let's go ahead and we'll work on remembering to get bait. And then after we remember to get bait, we'll catch a squid. Because I want to say that's just, you just need a nighttime. I don't think it actually has a lot of restrictions behind it. Granted, I could just not be remembering it, but that's whatever. Oh, we should also get the hardwood. I was going to just ignore the, So one of those. Upgrade the house? I need to save money for spring seeds and all that. Like, it might be a thing we do later on in the season, but right now I'd want to hold off on upgrading the house for the time being. I also don't think I have enough hardwood yet. It's something like 100. I'm only getting like 6 per round here. Okay, so let's go over here. I need to make sure we keep getting the hardwood. I do think during the winter at some point I'm going to carve up the next row over so I can put the last of the fruit trees up there. Do you think you'll do animals or it's just not space efficient? I'll probably have to do animals eventually, but I'm not going out of the way. How do the tiles work? You'll probably notice I've got this little green path through all here. Basically, every single one of those squares, I have to purchase. Now, granted, you can earn some through other objectives, but they're kind of like a one and done, like, hey, you accomplished this thing, you got your tiles. And you can't like, repeat that to get more tiles or anything like that. Like, community center stuff like that. But like right now, a tile costs me $1,000 per tile. They start out at 10, but they keep going up more and more. We're actually getting dangerously close to the next time they're going to go up in price. That we're dangerously close to them going up to 10,000 per tile. Which is one of the reasons I'm being a little more, you know, holding off on any expansions, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we're gonna have to keep our eye out for crystal fruit. Alright. I see I'm missing a torch on you. Do free tiles upset the tier cost changes, or are they free in all sense of words? They're free in all sense of the word. Like they don't count towards your total tiles purchased or anything like that. Okay, so the holly does not appear to be something we worry about. Drop the holly in there. I'll actually sell one holly. Give me the bait. Give me one of these lures. Drop you in here. Oh, let's get rid of the slime. Let's see. If you save them to the most expensive, you get more bang for your buck. No, like I said, they don't impact any of that in any way. So it is kind of one of those things that if you save them, it wouldn't matter. You're just kind of missing out on having the tiles earlier, because the price isn't adjusted by them. I should also get that mahogany seed planted, so that we can start scaling up our hardwood production. Right now, I'll plant them next to each other. Only one will grow at a time, but that's whatever. It's just random where you have to place them. You place them one by one. So I actually have an item here in my inventory, so I can put my mouse over there and buy that tile for 1,000. But yeah. Can Holly go into the seed maker? I have no idea. I would assume no, because I want to say most of the forageables you haven't been able to historically. Where'd I put that, Holly? No. Yeah, keep it in timber capture distance. Yeah. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to run over here. They should arrive with plenty of time to catch squid in the evening. And then again, like I said, I don't remember when we get tuna. So I can work on getting the squid, and on the 25th we'll be having the Feast of the Winter Star. This is when you give garbage to people and they get upset about it. This is a reference on how you individually, protagonist, seem to be so bent on just giving people literal garbage. Another year almost over. I hope you had a productive year. It'll be your last one, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so let's pop on down here. Boost our fishing a little bit. Okay, because I remember squid being a little bit of a pain to catch. Again, nowhere near like the legend or whatever. Alright. Yeah, so we need... So we're trying to get the squid for Willy. We're trying to get a tuna just in general. Like I said, I feel like tuna was one of the other seasons. I just don't remember which one. I'd guess spring or summer. We need the sturgeon, which is, I believe, Mountain Spring... Sorry, I think Mountain Spring rain or whatever. I'll need to go to the mine till we get to the depth where there's the water to fish for the ghost fish, whatever it's called. And what was the last of the rare fish? Ooh. Because we had the desert one, the wood chipper one, the ghost fish, and blanking with the last... Oh, pufferfish. The pufferfish was the last one, which, like I said, I think that's early morning. I can't remember if it's spring or summer. There's the tuna. Tuna's sorted. So that'll be, I believe, the ocean bundle done. So that just leaves the sturgeon. Yeah, puffer summer. Yeah, it's only thing I couldn't remember is if it was spring or summer. But yeah, no, I guessed earlier. I was like, I think it was summer. But yeah, no, it's one of those ones that you kind of don't farm. You just rush out and start fishing real fast. You hate catching that fish? Yeah, it's because, like, it takes you a minute or two, or, like, an hour or two in-game time just to get to the beach. So that means you're getting there, like, 8, 9 o'clock, and you have to kind of, like, really, really go out of your way to, like, really just go, like, no, we're going to the beach. And it can be a thing that you get, like, the beach totem thing to get over there quickly. But it's a little... I can't remember if it's hard to catch. I don't think that one was that hard to catch. It just doesn't show up very often. The pufferfish and the octopus? Yeah. Well, it's usually I have other things I'd rather be doing in the morning. Like, you want to get your farm sorted and all that. So it's kind of annoying to have to, like, do things almost effectively out of sequence. Hey, I'll take a replacement lure for when my lure wears out. I'm pretty sure that's a squid. Alright, let's try and catch a second squid. Because honestly, I could just fish until Willy gets back and just give him the squid on his way by. Alright. So it shouldn't be too far from coming by again. Let's see, it can't stay long. Is this a mod for Stardew? How do you start off if you don't have gold walking in? Oh, so yeah, it is a mod. This is Tileman reworked. When you start Stardew, you start with 500. Like gold. That's not mod or anything, that's just the way the game starts. Is you start with 500 gold. And so those first few tiles are going to eat up a whole lot of that gold. So you have to be very careful with those early tiles to make sure you can get to your bin to sell things. And hopefully do at least something else productive. Right. Oh, so if you haven't seen this mod, basically the way it works is one of two ways. You have classic mode where the first tile is 5 gold, and then the second tile is 10 gold, and then the third tile is 15 gold, and then the fourth tile, you get the idea. And then there's tiered, which is what I'm doing. So the first 10 tiles are 10 gold. Then you have the next 90 tiles are 100 gold, the next 900 tiles are 1,000 gold, and then the next 9,000 tiles are 10,000 gold. So it's a tiered system that as you buy more tiles, the price of tiles goes up and up and up. But the early game tiles are cheaper. Because otherwise it'd be front-loaded difficulty that the moment you could buy more, you just blast through the rest of the game. It'd only be challenging right at the start. Yeah, so like to give you an idea, that 500 you start with, was about enough to get out of the house, then to the bin, and about halfway to the edge of the map. Like that. So 5, 10 is equals easier or harder. I would say the 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever is, I believe, ends up being the one that gets more expensive. Not by that much, but there's kind of a pro and a con with it. Because with like the 5, 10, 15, 20, it's kind of like it'll ultimately cost you more in the long run, but it's one of those ones that it's like, here's like the total cost of things. So like you'll have, like this would be, say, for example, your 5, 10, 15, 20. So it's like a direct linear, like 45 degrees. But meanwhile, you have like the 10 and all that. So it starts slightly higher than at the beginning, but then it falls behind. But then when you jump up to the 100, you pass over the height of this one, and then this one gets past it again. And so it kind of keeps going up like that again and again. Where they trade off who's more expensive. Ultimately, the 5, 10, 15, 20 does get to be more expensive, though. But it's that it's that like cliff ledge when you jump up to where it goes up to the next whole tier. It does get ahead for a little while. Where you can get this mod? Can you pick it up? Pick the start farm if soft locked. So you can get the mod on Nexus Mods, which is where most of Stardew Valley mods are. Can you pick the start farm? Yeah, you can choose different start farms. If you soft lock yourself, don't do that. You don't know how modding works? Yeah, no, if you look up Nexus Mod, they have an entire thing that you download a thing called Smappy, which is like, I can't remember, it's like Stardew Valley something API or Stardew Valley modding API, but it's called like Smappy for short. And it's just a thing you install, and then once you've installed it, you kind of just put stuff in the correct folder and all that. It has old instructions. If you look up Stardew Valley modding, it'll probably take you directly to Nexus Mods, and you can write that. You don't have time to go through it, but can save a link Monday. You know how to put it into the game. Yeah. It's just basically you get Smappy. You then go into Steam, and under the properties on Steam for the game, you just paste in what it tells you to do. And once you've done that, there's a mods folder. You just drop everything in the mods folder. And then you're just good. It just works. But yeah, no, ultimately between classic and tiered, classic is harder, but it's not like a whole different league. There's also YouTube videos. Yeah, no, if you just do a search for Stardew Valley modding, you'll find it. Does the tile apply to inside buildings too? Yes. With this mod, the only time it doesn't really apply is to festivals. During festivals, they'll like the whole area is opened up. Usually mod pages have a section how to install. You feel like it may be complicated at first when you've done it and all that. Can you get a link for this mod? I don't have a link handy. If you just do a search for Stardew Valley Tileman reworked, that'll get you there. But I don't have a link handy for it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd give it to you. But yeah, so just Tileman. Search on Steam or browser? Browser. Unfortunately, Stardew Valley doesn't have, like, Steam Workshop type mod. Willie, can you leave, please? I need to get to bed. Yeah, so you didn't sit there. Yeah, I wouldn't... Yeah, Darth, generally I'm not going to recommend someone get something like Vortex. I know it's fine. Seriously, Willie, it's like midnight. Hey, you did it. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm impressed. The winter's a good time to break out the old fishing rod, isn't it? Alright, I gotta go, Willie. You made me stay up too late. Yeah, if you just do like a Google search or whatever for Stardew Valley Tileman reworked, it'll probably come up. There's a lot of cool mods for Stardew Valley. My only recommendation, this isn't even a Stardew Valley thing, this is just a broad thing in general, is my only one... Oh, it's fine. My one big recommendation is be careful in modding to just not get like a little too ambitious with your mods, because you can get to the point where you just have so many. You can start making your game not run right, buggy, all that. Do tiles matter in buildings? Yes. You can't walk on tiles you don't own. So if you don't own the tile in the building, you can't walk through the building. So drop 2 of the tuna off. Oh, sorry. We'll end up selling some of these in the morning. Matzo breaks, then Matzo works again. I am definitely not of that mindset. I am someone who gets very frustrated if I have to spend a lot of time maintaining my game. Like the moment I'm in a situation where I'm doing lots of like maintenance kind of stuff to try and make my game run because I've modded it so much, I'm having an actively bad time. As you can see from the tiles unlocked the house, Rual's not much of a cook. To be fair, we got those way later on, and I haven't had a need for any of that. So I think we're good with the rest of these. So one of those is going to... Alright. One of those is going to go to the community center to finish that. And then the others all getting sold. Alright, bear with me for a second, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. Let's see, you definitely installed Skyrim in the past, download a bunch of mods as soon as everything worked, and you close the game and never touched again. Oh yeah. No, that's I have a lot of people know that I generally, when I mod very, very lightly in most of my games, unless it's like a challenge mod like this. And I have people who's like, oh yeah, I got 350 mods installed, I got 600 mods installed. It's like, cool. When do you actually play the game? They're like, oh yeah, and then it'll be the person like, well, my game's not working, I don't know why. Okay, well, I found the offending mod, my game's working again. And then they end up stop playing it like 2-3 days later. And it's like, it's cool, like, if you're enjoying that, that's, and all, like, it's just one of those things where, like, you're spending so much time, like, you're spending time troubleshooting. That is what you're doing, is you're coming home, and you're just troubleshooting. And it's like, man, I can't. I do that for a living. I don't want to do that after hours. I got better things to do with my life. Dear Rual Storge, I like to share an old cooking recipe my pappy used to make. It's important the fish is fresh. Chowder. Dear Rual Storge, here's a recipe from my saloon. I only share this with my good friends. Gus. Sam dinner. Hey there, I've got some extra wood lying around. I thought you could use it. Take care, Robin. Cool. Alright, let's go around grabbing all the things. Grabbing all... Oh, my inventory. So I was like, why can I not grab the things? That would be why. All right, so get you, keep one of those. Get the others out of my inventory. We have the diamond we can give someone as a gift. My poor inventory can't handle it. All right. We get that on the Factorio mod dev side. I found this bug in your mod. Please fix. Link save with 200 plus mods. Yeah, that's where you're just like, you know what? No. No, I will not. Try again with like 198 less mods, please. All right. So we've got maple syrup and we got the chocolate cake. All right. So how are we doing on these friendships again? Yeah, so the next up is Abigail, Penny, and Lewis are all 1 heart for maxed. And I suspect if we manage to finish that board anytime soon, it'll max out a bunch of people. Alright, so we really need to be walking around on Saturdays and not earlier in the week. One of your favorite things to cut down the trees, mostly because of the sound? That's fair. Alright. Yeah, so plant, it's like, I keep being tempted to go and try and do the planting of trees. It's like, I don't need to do that. Planting the trees right now won't do anything that I need. Because these two come up in spring, they'll be right. Well, tomorrow should be the new version, 2.1 will be out with a ton of new changes. So you choose your overlay color, both bot tiles overlay and the buy tool / cursor overlay, as well as adding separate color choice for the winter specifically. You're also adding a massive UI with statistics and a way to track your bonus tile goals for what you have left and what you already completed. Nice. I can go ahead and pop the CD in here. So we got that to the community center. All right. You want some from me, kid? Best look somewhere else. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. You would like a scorpion cart to put under your pillow. I bet you would. Also gross. Being like, I need to sleep better. Could I interest you in putting a carp under my pillow? Be like, dude, what? Thank you, this looks special. I'm looking forward to seeing what your farm looks like in the spring. It's going to be fresh and beautiful. Let's see, yep, the only thing that won't work properly is used bonus tiles will be inaccurate on existing saves because you just only added tracking. You can't figure out a way to infer how many have been used. Gotcha. Yeah, no, you'd have to be some way of, like, counting all the tiles. Well, no, because you'd have to have a way of tracking what was spent as well. Yep, no, that'd be a whole thing. If you could even do it with that information. Alright, so nothing over here. Alright. So the question here is, will I be able to just run over and get the thing for marrying Leah? So we can just sell this here so I don't have to lug it around with me. Not you. Sell the others. Alright. Okay, so you're not here during the season. That's what I was curious. So I bought those tiles because we'll want to do that later. Sum out the completed goals and their tile counts and subtract the remaining tiles. That would work. As long as the goals being completed is tracked, which I believe they are. So let's pop up here and turn this in. Because otherwise some of the goals you could repeat. Like, I was tempted to deliberately go to one of the people that we maxed out friendship with them, and then turn around and sabotage them to make them like us a little less, just to see if I could redo it. But then I was like, no, I don't want to fuss with it and potentially break something. Hey, Flix, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Warp Totem Beach. That's something I don't want to use. All right. So yeah, so checking with this, I've got the sturgeon, which is spring, the pufferfish, which is summer, and then the ghostfish, which is mine. And then that would finish all of that. And what we're looking for now is I need to find the crystal fruit. Now, I can go into the mine and dig up crystal fruit or find crystal fruit if we get to the ice layers. In a pinch, if I miss it this winter. Okay. We'll keep working on our friendships. Let's go 1 maple syrup. Hey, how did you know I was hungry? This looks delicious. It's so cold. I wish we had a cup of hot cocoa to share. You gotta be really close to maxing out. Abigail is maxed out. You are no longer someone we ever speak to again. Alright, so it's just Penny and Lewis for the next two. Our interactions with Abigail have been concluded. Gotcha, Ray Ray. It's appreciated. Like, it's one of those things that, a lot of that stuff takes a lot of effort. Okay, and I believe we've already got a winter root, so I just wanted to grab the yam to get that done. Alright. Yep, so we just have the crystal fruit. Then we just got other season stuff. Yeah, put that friendship in the closet forever. Yep. We've concluded that friendship. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're done with all of that. I do have a geode to pop, so let's pop the geode over with Clint real fast. And then we're at the point of just kind of advancing the days, because we don't have a lot to work on during the winter. We got the important one, which was the tuna. I don't know if that's a winter-only fish, but it is a fish that is now done. I don't really feel a need to upgrade my tools, because I could spend... Ooh. So I could spend a bunch of money to upgrade our tools. I'll probably wait till later in the season to see what we can do. But, we could definitely get that going, potentially. Thanks, this is great. I do all my grocery shopping here. 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 I get it. I get it, Mary Lewis. There's my favorite grocery store on the Citadel. What? All right. Okay, so you can grab this. Alright, we can work on this in the meantime, which is to just go boom, fast forward. Come on, ancient seed. Don't eat the cranberries. That reminds me, I was going to check to see if the mixed seeds do anything during the winter. Alright, so, I mean, we took 50 of them, and it gave me 105 cranberry seeds. Unfortunately, we didn't get any mixed seeds or ancient seeds or anything out of that. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll... do this real fast. Yeah, so I can't plant them. I didn't think you could, because I couldn't remember. I was like, you know what? I don't remember if we can use that for forageables or not. That's fine. My favorite store in the Citadel is the most popular, but you love the Renegade. Hey everyone, the store discriminates against the poor. Alright, so it's Linus's birthday. Hey, Rual Storge, one of these days, you should come by my room after dark. Maybe around 8 p.m.? I want to show you something. Abby. Hello there, dear. I hope your farm is doing well. I'm sending you a little something in from my kitchen. I hope they didn't crumble in the mail. Evelyn. Boom. And sell those before I accidentally teleport myself and trap myself. Okay. So let's go over to the woods over there. They're still hoping for a purple mushroom. That'll happen eventually in here. Abby is setting some really high expectations. I mean, it's on your character if you read more into the situation than's there. Like, unless she's dropping a little extra hints in there, being like, you know, just being like, got new lingerie or something, be like, okay, but just being like, hey, I want to show you something. Eh. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're like a teenage 20-something-year-old dude, your brain's immediately going into that mode. But at the same time, it could very well be like, I got this new like projector thing. It shows like you can project the night sky on the ceiling. It's really cool. And then if you're like in there being like all not lewd or sleazy, that's not a thing. You're being all like provocative about it or anything. It's like, what do you think we're doing? Why would you think this is where this was going? Don't be weird. Alright. I actually don't remember what this cutscene is. At night in your bedroom? It could be a lot of innocent things. It's definitely something you can very easily read too much into. To your own detriment. Like, don't get me wrong. Again, as a young guy, you're probably sitting there and you're like, What's about to go down here? I know I shouldn't be checking. Her telescope? No, that's I believe that's Maru that has the telescope. This is Abigail. It wasn't her game. I don't remember what it was. It's nothing lewd or meeting her guinea pig? That'd be weird for that to be an after 8. I can't remember if it's like maybe she's like showing you the sword she got or something like that. But I don't remember. I remember it's not like a huge thing. Maybe she's just busy. Yeah, like you're reading way too much into it. Oh yeah. I think it might be a Nuja board. I think that is what it is. I'm pretty sure it's one of those. I remember the cinematic now, yeah. Yeah, that's the one. She got glow-in-the-dark plant stickers? I know, right? I'm just like, wait, you wanted something else? They're glow-in-the-dark stickers. I mean, how cool can you get? Alright. You assume nothing when people don't lay straight landmine hints. Maybe she just doesn't get home from the date with her boyfriend until 8 p.m. Yup. Alright, so Maru might leave there. Got your superpower? Well, it's good not to assume. Yeah, so temptation to push onto the cave and then just, like, go down and refresh the floor again and again to like get a little bit of mining XP. That'll get super obnoxious though if I do that. I think what we do right now is I can give Maru another gift today. I don't actually have much that I think Linus would like, nor do I have the ability to catch him. I actually don't know how Linus feels about chocolate cake. Linus is a little bit weird about like fancy foods. Hey, Maru. I think it's time you leave. This way. Don't go to the kitchen. Don't go to the kitchen. Yeah. You know where your chocolate cake's coming from. This is a super gift. Thank you. I guess winter's a good time to work on my gadgets. I wonder if I could make anything useful for farmers. Do it. You won't. Yeah, and just worked in the kitchen so things got awkward. I used to work in the kitchen, things got awkward. Oh, with the tomato. They say the bus is back up and running. I'm sure Pam is happy about that. I heard she's been drinking more after losing her job, so hopefully this helps. Alright, so the question is, for going to her room, will just walking in here be... I think it's just walking in here at 8 p.m. is all you need. I don't think we have to actually go to her room. You're curious what the highlighted squares are? So I'm doing what's known as the Tileman challenge. Basically, I can only, like if you see, I can't walk down here. I don't own those tiles. And I grab this, I can buy access to that tile for 1,000 gold. So does a challenge run? Oh, I guess I can't visit you at after 8 p.m. on a Wednesday. Well, never mind. So basically, if I want to walk on this tile, like, yeah, so I can't get to Harvey's. If I wanted to go to Harvey's, I'd have to buy that tile in front of Harvey's door for 1,000 gold. So it is a challenge where you kind of have to strategically use your money to get yourself access to more of the map. And so we're trying to do the community center where we have to pay more and more money for more and more tiles, and it gets ridiculously cost prohibitive. It's a really fun challenge. It's a really challenging and sweaty thing. All right, we can go ahead and do the glasses, and we're gonna go to bed. But fortunately, fast forward, Abigail is just not available. I think we already gave Maru her 2 gifts for this week. There's Lewis. Yeah, so you've already given Maru 2 gifts this week. All right, that's fine. So go to sleep. But it's a fun challenge. I will warn people to give you an idea. It took me till winter year 1 to be able to reach Pierre's. Until that point, I had not been able to get to Pierre's. So it was a whole year with the only actual farming happening being the first round of the first round of the parsnips that you find. Hey, I thought I'd send you a letter. Dude, I appreciate you sending me the pizza, Shane, but, like, you actually send me a lot of pizza all of a sudden. All of which has been stolen from Joja. Which, you know, okay. But could I get gifts that aren't stolen? Alright. I need to clean a whole bunch of this up soon. Let's go ahead and knock you out just in case you're trying to move in the area. Same here. Make sure those are all growing fine. At least I'll give you the gifts that you just mailed to him the day before. Hey. If Demetrius didn't want... Oh, there's the meteor that crashed. An iridium meteor way over there. If Demetrius didn't want me to mail him back the gift... Or, sorry, didn't want me to give him the gift he gave me the day before, he should have been very specific about it. One can only assume that's exactly what it's going to do with it. Do you have access to any tiles to begin with? When you start, you have just the access to the tiles, like, immediately around the, Sorry. You have tiles immediately around the bed, so that you're able to actually move. You will notice, like, edges of the map like that. I don't end up buying the tiles on the very edge of the map, because if they didn't give you these tiles right here on the edge, you would glitch the game when you walked in and you couldn't move. Like, it would be considered a non-walkable tile, and Stardew will, like, teleport you to a specific spot in the map when that happens. So they do give you, like, tiles on the edge of the map. There's also, weirdly, a handful of tiles on this one it gave me for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But none of them have been convenient locations, so whatever. I'm guessing there was, like, forgeable resources or something. But yeah, so when you start the game, it's not 1,000 gold a tile. It's like 10 gold a tile. And then over time, like, it'll ramp up to be more and more expensive. There's a couple different modes you can do the mod in, so, like, how specifically it ramps up is different between modes. Maybe event location tile? It could be. It could be that some of those tiles were, you know, for this cinematic or that cinematic, you need the tile as, like, a starting or stop point. That if it wasn't available, it would glitch out with the scene where your character couldn't be spawned in. All right. I need to stop checking on the days that it doesn't matter. So we do have 2 things of maple syrup to give out today. We keep the last chocolate cake for Maru. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. It's awful cold. A visit to the saloon to warm me up, don't you think? Why don't you swing by the saloon after a taste of the old Oh Be Joyful? Okay, we're still hoping we'll get lucky and just, like, pull that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because we also need the purple sea urchin that shows up over here. Alright, so tomorrow I believe we have the traveling merchant, so we might get lucky and get our good stuff from that. And I vaguely remember needing for, oh, was it fertilizer? Something you needed the clams for later. Like some recipe or whatever. I'm not too fussed about it. Alright. It would be nice if we had the horse to run around with. But I'm not clearing the space to then buy the thing to then make room for the horse and all that. That's a whole lot of effort that's probably not going to pay out. Alright, so we're pretty close to done with the fishing. The actual crops, the only thing I think we were missing from the actual crops, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I got the high quality crops. We've got our tree fruit. And then the animal stuff, which the animal stuff is gonna be hell. It's gonna be just downright hell. because I gotta clear a lot of space for both the barn and the coop. And while they will give me some tiles for building each of them, it's gonna cost me way more to clear the area than I'm gonna get from it. Okay, let's just go ahead and we can advance the day. Because, like, I could. Yeah, because I'm trying to think. The barn and the coop are both probably respectively like 20, 30 tiles for the building. And then I'd probably need to have a couple of tiles here and there to be able to reach the front. At least the length of the building effectively to get from one to the other. So you're probably talking somewhere in the ballpark of like 100 tiles. Just to set those up. Which is certainly going to be rough. And sure, it'll give me like 10, 15, 20 tiles back, plus I'll buy the animals and all that, so it's not the end of the world. That is not a small feat. Okay. Don't worry about trying to find syrup for the other maple syrup today. Because tomorrow we go to the Traveling Merchant. And we're probably getting relatively close on the hardwood where we could upgrade our house if we wanted. It costs 65,000, I believe, to upgrade the house. And that'll give me like 10 more free tiles, all that. And that's cool and all. But ultimately, while it's cool, I really need that money for other things. Okay, sell the periwinkle, sell the lobster, sell the clam. Alright, let's get over here. Keep moving things. Alright, come on, you. Give me my purple mushroom. Because that purple mushroom is one of the few things we're missing. Purple mushroom is the last thing I can get out of that place that we're missing. Then we need all the animal stuff, including a duck feather. Alright. Okay. I don't think any of those were the dishes I needed. Not the crash room. It's the bulletin board. Yeah, it's a fried egg and a maki roll. So I'll go over here, get the hardwood. Yeah, we'll end up needing the wine. We need the rabbit's foot as well. Like, I think the reality is we are definitely going to have to get the coop and the barn. Those are just going to be things I'm going to have to need to do and upgrade them and all that. Which the upgrading is not the hard part. Like the big problem is having to buy all the land to put them on, because I got to clear out all that space. And that's kind of the big like, all right, crap, this is a whole thing, isn't it? Then it's just buying the animals and buying feed, which that adds another thing is I have to get into Marnie's place, which isn't super bad. Marnie's place is just over there. All right. And grab you. Yeah, so I have enough hardwood to do the upgrade for the house. And we'll get our powder melon tomorrow. And once we have those, we can turn those into seeds. Prehistoric tool. That's a duplicate, so we don't care. Alright. Yeah, we can turn them into seeds to replant them. With the intent of making it so future winters I slowly have the ability to like build those up. Sam is looking for green algae. Have I already given... I've probably given 2 gifts to Pam already this week, right? Yep. Alright. I kind of don't want to deal with those traps anymore. Yeah, so probably won't be till spring. When spring rolls by, we should start seeing the urchins on the beach. And once we start seeing the sea urchins on the beach, that'll be useful. There's nothing I care about to the north. Oh, Jazz should come by here, so we can go ahead and give the, one of the maple syrup to Jazz. She should be here right around the time Vincent leaves. There she is. We can keep working on all these friendships. I love presents, thank you. Do you like my bow? You're not wearing a bow. What are you talking about? Okay. So let's get back over here. We're going to kind of just keep advancing time. Learning more about the villager schedule this run than any other. Yeah, no, it's the thing I mentioned previously that way back when I first played Stardew, I learned everyone's schedules very carefully so I could talk to them every day so that, you know, I could slowly build up my relationships with all them because that just seemed like how you'd work it. And then you learn, don't do that, just give them gifts. If you give them what they love, you can, like, get them friended super duper fast. Now, granted, I don't really have access to what half these people love. So we're just going with the maple syrup where people like it. Almost everyone likes it except for Maru. So we're just kind of hammering everyone with a punch of maple syrup until they like me. Where do you have access to now? Honestly, at this stage, I have access to most of the map. The only big things I'm missing is I don't have access to the cave yet. And then, you know, like, all the post-community center content, like Ginger Island, all that I don't have access to yet. But, like, we've got access to all of the shops except... Oh, actually, I take that back. I don't have access to, Marnie's. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and make the powder melon back into seeds. With the hopes of getting a bunch of seeds, or I will settle for an ancient fruit as well, or ancient seed as well. Alright, I would like more than one. One is the bad outcome. Well, I guess mixed seeds would be the bad outcome, but, you know, one is a relatively bad outcome. This means I put effort in, I didn't get anything to gain from it. Come on, 3. You suck, game. Basically, I put those in and I got exactly back what I put into it. Alright, now this is the day we want to do the full circuit around the map, because Saturday is when the forageables reset, if we see the crystal fruit anywhere nearby, it is worth us going after it. Part of me wonders if I'm gonna have to, like, walk my path in here and clear all that stuff out to give me more... Would you stop growing in the same spot again and again, please? To give myself better chance of having the stuff spawn there. Okay. Yeah, so no luck on the forest. I would really, really hate to have to go and make the path all the way down towards, like, where, Robin's axe is, just to get where I could see that much more of this map. It'd really, really suck. Alright. If I were to go... Well, no, because I still need to do the crops in the spring. I was going to say, it's like, if I were to go and try and get the animals set up, I would need to reach Marnie's. I would need to open up, like I said, probably pretty close to 100 tiles, which would mean having 100,000 in the bank available. You ought to take out fishing and see how close the river is. Alright. Hey, Baghdad Bob, how's it going? Under 55, Stream Street, catch the last 50 streams without missing one. So thanks so much for that, I appreciate it. Check on down here, even though the crystal fruit won't be down here, but we could potentially find our things. I'm actually kind of leaning towards that we just don't find, like, anything meaningful on the beach during the winter. Alright. Everyone seems a little happier on the weekends, don't you think? I work my job 7 days a week. It sucks. I can choose to work less because I have control over my schedule, but, you know, it's just not what I do. Alright, let's just go up here. So I know we can also have the crystal fruit appear up here in places. There's a couple different places around town the crystal fruit could show up. It's just really unfortunate we're not seeing, like, any of it. I've also been partly tempted to, like, make a path over there to the mountain range. It honestly might not be the worst idea to, go where we've got the cave entrance, and then just peek just enough tiles to get to the mountain pass. It's just another place to peek for forageables. Because ultimately I might want to extend it over here. But at least then that gives me an opportunity to maybe find some more forageables or whatever. Because if we keep coming up empty like this, it's going to be a problem. But I don't want to just kind of like randomly put paths everywhere to try and get them, because the tiles are really expensive and not going to get any cheaper. I think what we'll do is we'll see how many tiles it is. If it's something like 10 tiles or less, I might go for it. And just do it. Because I'd hate to miss the one forgeable I need for the entirety of winter. Because if I get there and then I see it, then we go and we just beeline for it. Okay. So it's not exactly what I was just saying I was going to do, but we can go 1. I'm using the excuse that then I can plant trees here as why it's probably worth my time. Because I'm also feeling slightly stagnated on progress by waiting for this. This is not how I should be using these. The reason I'm doing this is there are some things you can find up here from the worms that you can only find there and over by where Robin and them live. So we spent almost half the money on that path up there. Was it the correct use of money? Almost certainly not. But I have the satisfaction at least seeing some meaningful progress. Okay, so let's go over here. And drop off a bunch of this. Got a winter root we can just sell. Okay. And I'm not sure we cleared up enough space to do the other trees. Because I might actually have to buy another whole row of tiles. Because I think they need to be 2 apart. Yeah, they have to be 2 apart, so I can put it there if we cleared up the space. Well, I shouldn't do it. But I'm gonna. Because at least that means I'll lock in. I've got several different things that are stuck behind these. So I can put it down. It's fine. It's not a good use of my money. But it is progress. Okay, that one wasn't as bad as the last one. That only cost me a bit more. But I'm really gonna need to save the last of that money for spring to make sure I have the money for the seeds. Alright, so that's all the fruit trees. I don't think I have a maple tree, or one of the other trees here. So, one of the things I also need to do... You don't have one of these on you, do you? Yeah, one thing we need to do is get, like, a pine tree and all that. I've got those planted way over on the right. They're just not going to grow during the winter, because that's just not what happens. Alright, so I'm going to have a lot of cleanup to do. That's fine. So, we didn't do good on our luck with the melon. Which is whatever. There's another diamond we can get out. Alright, well the point is, we did get where I can now look at that area. So again, we can check to see if the crystal fruit shows up there. The apple tree wasn't able to grow last night. Right, because a seed fell right next to it. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're gathering in front of Marnie's house for the Ice Festival. It's a celebration of winter. There's a snowman and icicle sculptures and ice fishing competition. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to attend. You know what? This will be the first year I actually can attend, so I will be there. And it's Carolina's birthday. Let's work on that. Someday I'll get a purple mushroom. Eventually. What year is this now? Still year 5. Because I've unlocked so much more area, I've got more stuff to work on each day, like going to get the hardwood. We can check the traveling merchant. Do you think you'll duplicate jade to buy staircase? I hadn't actually thought about that, because I forgot that was the thing. Mega bomb. We already have the daffodil. And none of the rest of that's any importance to us. Alright, so we should be able to get some relatively free tiles in not super long. You buy the barn, do you also need to buy the tiles in there? Sorry for your poor English. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. Honestly, I think the way I'd approach the barn is I would buy the area, I would buy the upgrades for the barn, and then just leave it at that. Like, just buy the upgrades, and you get the animals, and just not bother going inside. Because we have all the upgrades. I believe it could, like, it'll have the auto feeder. And the auto feeder can take care of a lot of what I'd want. I'm honestly wondering if what I'll end up needing to do is using bombs to just blast these things out of the area. So I don't have to, like, open up the tiles to reach them all. Operate the barn by proxy? Basically. I know I shouldn't be checking these. I'm partly hoping to check for the worms for more powder melon. There's Linus's basket. Way out of the way and not worth me going after. Okay, so we've got you. We definitely want to find Carolyn today. We'll also want to pop the box there. We do have stuff we can give Maru and everyone. I just keep waiting to peek up there and see the the fruit out in the distance. You did right with this one, kid. Thanks. Blah, my front yard's a mess. Okay. And I'm not bothering to go to the right on the beach till spring. Doesn't look like things could spawn worthwhile during the winter. Alright, Clint. Give me a winning lottery ticket, buddy. I mean, it's better than a stick in the eye, but not really what it's looking for, Clint. You let me down. Alright, so Carolyn will likely... I think she'll try it, like she'll end up leaving later in the day. Thanks. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. Actually, I wonder if I go over here. Because I believe you can have stuff up here, up there, foraging. I know you can have it up here, down here. I've really not seen that much foraging out here on the edges. Which I do know we have our settings set correctly that it can have foraging stuff up here on the outside. Because we've seen it a couple times. Not often, though. Like, I would have expected to see more, but... Because, like, I've double-checked the setting, like, a bunch of times. But we do have this setting here. That which is allow forage on unbought titles, you know, ticked yes. And I'm pretty sure we've seen a couple, but it could be just that I'm used to running around and having more of the map, that it feels like I really don't see much. Because I know we grabbed... No, the crocus we got from the merchant. And as well as things like, I'm paranoid to turn the setting off. In case it is working correctly, and it's just because I'm not used to being in 5 years without maintaining everything and having the grass overtake everything. Alright, so we've got all this. So let's go ahead and fast forward till Carolyn's available. Because she's probably here somewhere. Yeah, you're probably in the room with Abigail up there, hiding from all the people going to church. So I think you go to the shelves now. Thanks, sweetie. That's very kind of you to remember my birthday. Today I'm going to relax and think positively. Do you ever take a day off? Nope. Alright. So just give the maple syrup to someone else. I already gave you one. Jody, Ken? Hey, that's a really great gift, thanks. And you're just like, I need more of a schedule in my life. Alright. I'm going to try things that are probably mistakes. We're going to start switching back and forth from having this thing turned on to... Yeah, if enabled, forage items, berries, mushrooms, etc. can spawn on tiles you haven't purchased yet. Which I assume that tick means enabled. But I vaguely don't... I don't remember seeing almost any, but we only recently got access to wood. I'm going to try turning that off. Because... I'm starting to get paranoid it's not working. I don't know if that's true or not, or it's 100% my expectations are off kilter. So I think I'm gonna like pop back and forth on it each day and just see what happens. Because I assume it resets over the night. Okay. Picked up this recipe overseas. Enjoy. Want to say thanks for making me feel welcome. Crispy Bass. Oh. Dear Rual Storge, nothing is more satisfying than cook fresh vegetables from your own garden. I've enclosed a recipe to help you out. Take care, Caroline. Vegetable Melody. Okay, so get rid of the mushrooms there. Right now, I'm just going to keep chucking the sticks in here. Because then we can choose to whether or not we gamble with those to get coal or what. So you're all good. We're going to peek around a little. I'm going to definitely repeat going down that lane each and every time. To see if we see any forageables showing up now. There's more worms up there. Good. There's a ton of worms up here. I didn't need that tile. Okay, so one thing we can do is we can get the tap on that tree. We now have a source of the oak resin or whatever. So we basically spent all the money I was supposed to be saving for spring. It's pretty much spent it all. Chasing down, potentially getting things I need. That did not pan out. So grab the tap. Because there's like pine tar and oak resin. What year is this? This is year 5. That's a maple tree. We don't care about that. But that's an oak tree. So that also gives me like the full view of the entire mountain area for potentially getting forageables. Ah, the festival I started with Marnie's Ranch. Well, it's our first time making it to the festival. Yay! I'm entering the ice fishing competition today. Why not? It's rare Willie ever loses, though. Oh, the ice is a beautiful material to sculpt in, but so impermanent. But I guess that's to make the art even better. I'm sorry, but carving ice parapets requires my undivided attention. If it was up to me, I'd probably have a pizza festival at the saloon instead. Why dragged me out here in the cold for this? Did I ever tell you that George and I first met? He actually pelted me with a snowball in this very festival. He was a gentleman and came over to see if I was okay. And then he pelted me again. I'm not very creative when it comes to snowmen. I want to give him a carrot nose. What kind of snowman should we make? Something funky, icicle antlers, pinecone eyes. Okay, that sounds like fun. Wow, this snowman needs a makeover. Who did this? Emily, help me without provocation. Does this mean something? I plan on winning the ice fishing competition. Wheelie's gonna be pretty hard to beat, though. He does this kind of stuff day and night. Snowmen are okay, I guess, but I'm mostly looking forward to spring. I guess winter isn't all bad. Playing in the snow can be fun. This snow is so cold. I cannot feel my fingers anymore. What do you think of my snow goon? Hey, Panzer, how's it going? You know what? I probably should have worn a jacket. We're all stored. Ready for some ice fishing? Yes, and I'm gonna beat you. We'll see. That cocky piece of... I feel bad for all the poor cold animals out there. Extreme temperatures can put your body under a lot of stress. Make sure to bundle up. Oh, and enjoy the festival. Sorry, there's no food. Just wait for the Feast of the Winter Star, and you'll be stuffed for days. I want to say if we look down here... Isn't the wizard over here somewhere? Oh, there's Linus. Igloo building's an art I picked up from the tundra dwellers who live on the frozen sea. That was many years ago. An igloo makes a nice home, but it's easier to just stay in my tent year-round. Yeah, I didn't figure it'd be like any forageables during a festival or anything. Yeah, no, we planted some fruit trees. The forest looks beautiful in the winter, doesn't it? How's the winter coming along for you, Rual Storge? I like the winter. It's peaceful. I saw a big fish down there. Cold, nah? I never get cold. Never bothered me anyway. Hey, Rual, you gonna enter the ice fishing competition? Oh no, not me. I don't know how to fish. We already have that rare crow. And none of the other stuff do I care about. Alright, well, we talked to everyone. It's time to fish. Welcome to the Ice Festival. The highlight of today's festival is the ice fishing competition. We set up this frozen lake and stocked it with full of fish. Just let me know when you're ready to compete. Are you ready for the participate in the ice fishing competition? Yes. Alright, everyone. Let's begin this year's ice fishing competition. Contestant, your goal is to catch as many fish as possible in 2 minutes, using the provided fishing rods. You must catch your fish here, from these holes in the ice. Well, is everyone ready? Nice to hear, Ray Ray. Begin! Can you fish in someone else's hold? I believe you can. Come on. All right. Now, unlike normal, time does pass while you're doing the fishing, so far as the competition goes. Alright. And then in just a minute, Ray, I actually do have a question of something I'm not, like, it's possibly 100% just not having the space, I haven't seen it, but I'm being paranoid about the forge, because I'm like, is it working? But, question for you. Wow, that's a lot of fish. Oh, the smell. Now for the winner of this year's ice fishing competition. Rual Storge with 6 slimy fish. Here's your prize. Cool. Thanks. Well, that's it for this year's Festival of the Ice. Thanks for coming, everyone. Let's release these poor fish. Last I checked, if you are using 2.0.6, the forge was tested to work. Yeah, no, I guess the question for me was with the setting, just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, that I need this to be ticked like that for it to work, correct? Because that's my assumption. Because I only turned it off for 1 day because of, like, I don't know. Because like I said, I could very well be getting bad luck. Cool. That's fine, because we didn't see anything today. I didn't get to check all the areas though. But it's just like a level of paranoia being like, I haven't seen it. Is it working? But yeah, no, it could just be bad luck. No, because actually, you're right, because I did actually see there was a brown mushroom in the secret woods. Okay. Yeah. So we did actually see some stuff earlier. I was like, did I see anything? I don't know if I have seen anything. It's like, right, we did. In the secret woods, we did get some forage. Because pretty much until recently, the only places that forage has been able to show up is along the bus route and that one little spot over on the right of town. So very admittedly, I've had extremely limited range to check for a while. We only recently started being able to access anything more than that. Okay. That should be enough mushrooms to do another dehydrating. Okay, nothing up here. All right. Are green blocks a mod? Yes, we are doing the Tileman challenge. Which the Tileman challenge basically means I have to buy, don't eat those. Oh, right, you can't dehydrate the poison mushrooms. Those we just sell. Alright. But yeah, so Tileman challenge is basically I start out where I can only really walk around my bed. if I try and cross these tiles that aren't there, I can't move. So if I grab this item, I can actually buy that tile for 1,000 gold and pass that from now on. I don't want to, because the tiles get progressively more and more expensive as the run goes on. So it is a challenge where you're working with like what limitations you have so far as materials to continue to expand your farm, progress your story, do all that stuff, while having to allocate more and more of your money to just getting to the next location. Yeah, I think if we don't end up finding some of these things, we'll start branching this path out farther. So I keep having the tree like self-replant there. I'm also wondering if where those little bundles of... Yeah, so here's forage right here. Granted, I didn't get the chance to check this yesterday, but still. I'm wondering if where we have all those sticks and rocks, if they're effectively blocking the spawn of forage just by being there. Alright, we gained a level in foraging, so that's good news. I want to say... Oh, you know what? I want to say the highest level foraging skill gives you arrows that point you in the direction of forageable goods. That'll probably be something we'll want to do if we can get that far. So you did make the tier difficulty editable now, so you can choose how much the tier costs and the thresholds the tile is bought before it goes to the next tier. The default's the same still, so it shouldn't affect any saves. Yeah, that makes sense. So nothing down there. Yes, I'm wondering if I'm going to need to, like, go over here and start clearing out some of these chunks of junk to give more space for the forageables to spawn. Alright, so I do have a bunch of stuff to, a bunch of stuff to give out to the townies. Money's definitely going to be a problem. Like a big one. I definitely don't want to grind fishing. Give you something good. That's still fine. At least each one of those I finish is one less I could be. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. Alright. You beat me fair and square in the fishing event, kid. Maybe my problem was the beer-battered mushroom as bait. I don't remember that line, but... Yeah, that's not gonna work there particularly well. Okay, and how are we doing on that? So Penny, we can still get one more heart. Lewis, we can get 2 more hearts if he'll cooperate. And there's a forageable on the beach down there. Alright. So one thing I could also do is start working my way over to some of the areas. Thank you. This makes my day really special. Thanks, this is really nice. What a blueberry. He said he grew it in his backyard. Are you on a competition? Do you ever get tired of people asking you about your farm? I would. Thank you. I'm getting positive energy from this gift. My hair is frozen stiff. Always looking for the trash can hat. Yep. Trash can hat for life. So no sign of any of the things over there. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think it's level 10 foraging that you get the arrows that direct you around and all that. To, like, where forage is. Oh, okay, so that would give me my pine tar, or pine whatever. So let's run back home. Let's grab one of the taps, and that's a pine tree I can use. That'll give me a pine and an oak tree, so that we can work on getting that stuff. And that'll be more things for the community center. Because one of the catches is I can start going for the artisan goods, and I'm going to have to, because wine is one of the things we need. There's a couple others that I might be able to snag from the traveling merchant. But, we wouldn't be able to guarantee it. And so we might end up doing that. So at least I can use the inside of the house for my earlier stuff. We can work on that. We do have quite a bit of room in here. Grab you. Yeah, to think, I blew almost 60,000 just unlocked it. My wife started playing Zelda, and it's the first time she's ever played. It gives you so much joy to see someone play games the first time. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It can be a very fun experience to, like, getting to try those things the first time. It's also a tricky one nowadays, because, like, especially with modern games where you have, like, all the quality of life and all that, it can sometimes be difficult to go back to some of the older games that, you know, there's things you get used to and you're like, why do I have to put up with this annoying, like, control scheme or whatever? And it's just, you know, over the years we learned better ways to do things, because if we didn't, that'd be pretty sad. But, it'd be really rough. Let's see, the new statistic UI shows how much you spent on tiles now. Be interesting to see yours. Yeah, okay, so I might do something dangerous here. When this day is out, I might back up my configuration real fast, and we might see how fast I could, like, swap the mod. Because I'm genuinely curious to see how ridiculous that is. Is there anything else we need to do today? I could give Maru your gift. Is Maru at home? Maru's at home. Alright. So what I could do here real fast is I'll run back home. It should be quick. Yeah, no, it's going to take me, like, longer to navigate, grab it, all that stuff. I'm also very curious. Yeah, and I gotta remember I think for just backing it up, I'll just grab the mods folder and back up the whole folder. Alright, so we're gonna do a quick little thing here. Yeah, because there's nothing else I need to do today. So go to sleep. So we did get our next level of foraging, which does give us the ability to make winter seeds. Unfortunately for that, I need the crystal fruit, the yam, the winter root, and the crocus. And we haven't seen a crystal fruit or a crocus at all this entire time. And I need both of those. And then the crystal fruit I really want for other stuff. So what we're going to do here is really fast, because that would have saved. I'm going to make great decisions. And we're going to really quickly go to properties. Oh, I have to do this differently. Let's go to manage, browse local files. Mods folder. We will simply copy the entire folder and paste it over here. And then super fast, I'm going to try to go to Nexus mods and Tileman reworked, updated 30 minutes ago. Where's your download link? At these times, finding the download links is half the battle. All right, manual download. Yes, I'd like to download it. Please give me the slow version. You actually need me to log into Nexus Mods? All right. One password. The Barely Chat will be back into the game in just a second. Grab you. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. All right, let's try the other one. Copy. Paste and do that. Okay. Let the slow down again. All right. Now I'm assuming you can just drag and drop the files directly over each other again. Grab. Sorry about that. Extract all of you real fast. All right. We got Tileman reworked. Now grab all of its existing files and just drop it right in there. Place files from destination. Cool, and the config file just sat right where it was. Okay, so keep that folder up just in the off chance I have to like recopy over the files after they go into the game or whatever. But we'll see how that works, and we're rebooting the game now. And so I'll be curious, because I'm also curious, like, okay, like how much have I spent on the tiles? All right, so it should come up on your screen here in just a minute. All right. Let's pop in here real fast and load up MTX Farm and see what we got here. All right. I'm sensing a problem. I'm sensing a problem because it just gave me 144 free tiles. We'll exit that out and put back the old version here in just a second. But I am curious to at least see what the rest of the stuff there. Okay. Alright, so I have found a bug. Yeah, so we got all the thresholds have changed. Datable's max at 8, so that's a cool one. Yeah, no, I didn't catch what all those were for. Most of them... Oh, I think it just updated the bundle. So what I'm going to do is I can go into the dev mode here and be like, hey, I didn't actually get tiles. I don't see how to actually get the dashboard, though. Yeah, so this button... You fixed the logic that was wrong for the computer. That's why. Yeah, it just fixed... Yeah. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to be doing anything, like clicking on this. So I'm not sure. Oh, press G. Gotta think about where G is. So G on a QWERTY keyboard would be here. Let me go and manually set it, because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. So we could just quickly go in here real fast. Open the dashboard. Alright. So, World tiles unlocked, so it's not showing anything that. Farmhouse unlocked, it's not going to show you that. Bonus tiles earned. I use a Dvorak keyboard. So we have spent 776,000 gold on tiles. The average cost per tile has worked its way up to 895, of which we're at 1,000. So this information up here is going to be wrong because obviously we just got that. So for the goals, oh, this is so much nicer being able to look at this. Yeah, so we can see all the goals here. Like completing the community center, getting the obelisk, unlock Ginger Island, the crafting collection, the mine star drop, the spouse star drop, the old master's gift, the secret notes all giving thing. The location's updated as you travel the map. Ah, that's good. So this is interesting. So it hasn't detected yet that I've done 1,000,000 gold, which is fine because we sold a lot of stuff to Pierre, and that's just a thing. Yeah, so that's really nice that we have all that stuff. Hi, wifey.
Okay, stairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I love you the most.
I love you the most.
No, I love you the most.
Yeah.
You're a cutie.
You're a cutie. Okay, now we gotta configure. Well, I am going to go in here, and I think I'm going to texture one little box here that the datables, we get it at 8. But otherwise, I think I'm going to leave the rest exactly where it was. Alright. Not because I wanted the free tiles, but I'm not going to... Gotta figure out why you weren't able to click the button. Yeah, no, I don't know. Alright, regardless, looks like it's a pretty good update. Dear old Storge, I was conducting a field study the other day, and I found this specimen. I hope you find it interesting as I did. Thanks, Demetrius. I'll go ahead and put that back away. Do that. Yep, no, it's all good. That's always the risk. That's the reason I also backed up everything before I went and did it. Okay, so that's already one we already have. You also change the colors that the tiles draw. Right. So let's Oh, that's so much better. Because for those who didn't see the previous version, it was white border, which is fine for most of the year, but on winter is like, oh my god, I can see nothing. I'm torn whether I want to do this with the green path. It's kind of a 50-50. Either way, it's good to have the options. Yeah, I took a moment to flip things over. Okay, so it is Sebastian's birthday. So Sebastian's gonna probably get a chocolate cake. You can change both colors independently. Yeah, no, I saw that. We have a bunch of worms all of a sudden. Which I'm down for. It is a little surprising is all. I saw more worms off to the right, but they're way in the trees. Way farther than I'm willing to go for them. Alright. The same stupid tree keeps regrowing right there. Wait, can I... 1 second. There, grow through that tree. And little by little, I'm getting the gel from here too. It is not a reasonable or efficient way of doing it, but it is technical progress. Is you're going to be stuck at the hospital for the next 30 days? You'll be here to pass time. Well, I hope whatever you're going to the hospital is, hopefully something positive, or at least, you know, something beneficial and not just something like, hey, things are wrong. Yeah, I appreciate having you here. I hope whatever you got going on there goes, smoothly, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, like, partly I feel like if I can get the bombs going, we just get a mega bomb to some of these places, just blast all of that stuff out of there. Because I do know it was, at least historically, as a thing that if you leave lots of debris out, it'll actually affect the spawns of the forageable because the sticks and stones and all that crap get in the way. I don't think they ever changed that logic, though. Now, let's go and keep planting the mahogany down here wherever I can find a spot. So I can keep hardwood growing. Because I'm mostly using that as a possible source for forging XP. I think we already went up here, didn't we? Pretty sure we already went up here. That's okay. 2 seconds passed and I forgot everything. Alright, so Sebastian tends to be tricky to catch out on about, but that's alright. Let's get these out of here. What's the Mappy console log say with? Let's see, brake pad, Detected new bundle item. There's no warnings or anything like that, but otherwise it just says, Tileman rework entity called, mod loaded, help commands, and it just says, setting up icon sheet, and that's like detected things, and it just goes through, it's like detected, all that. So no error or anything that's easy to be like, there's a problem or anything like that. Hey kid, what are you up to? Just pass some time as always. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, because I'm not the only other mod I'm running is just the Smappy and the information UI reworked. And all I did was I copied the existing file, or mods file, put it on my desktop just out of the way, and I didn't remove any of the files, I just copy-pasted the old file, or the new files over the old ones. Alright. I'm gonna go grab that shell. Because I'm gonna keep seeing it's gonna grab my attention for a moment. Okay, anything over here? That's okay. So we want to catch Sebastian, potentially give him a chocolate cake. You also know you can get forageables up here as well. Because if we can get the crystal fruit, that's worth burning our money to get. Because that finishes another one of the community center things, which is ultimately our goal. Yeah, let me just get one more area we haven't gone up to the mountain. So we'll go up to the mountain and see what it's like when it all refreshes. Yeah, so we can go here. Yeah, so it's saying world tiles unlocked 0 of 22,205. Tiles unlocked 0 out of 2,162. Bonus tiles earnable 1,028 more tiles. Bonus tile balance 10. Lifetime bonus tiles earned 783. Bonus tile used. Yep, now I got you. It happens. Sebastian's in his room, correct? Yes. So we want to see if we can't catch Sebastian on his way out. You wonder if it's not counting the progress before the new mod update? Yeah, no, the question is like when it does the update kind of thing. I can do that. I can literally just pull the files out. Redo it. Sebastian, no, don't go to the kitchen. Sebastian, buddy. I think he's just gonna go back and forth between there and his room, unfortunately. But yeah, like I said, I'll try what we'll do is after this day, because I don't need to re-download or anything. After this day, I will just delete the... Yep. No Sebastian for us. You could have had a birthday gift, Sebastian. Instead, you won't. That's too bad. Instead, Maru gets this. This is a super gift, thank you. I guess the winter is a good time to work on my gadgets. I wonder if I can make anything useful for farmers. But yeah, so we can just make it like super fast. That's part of the reason I left the folder. Yep, no, that's exactly what I was going to do. Is I was just going to delete the entire folder, except the config file, and then just plop it back in. I don't think it'll have broken anything. We deleted the extra bonus tiles it gave us. No, it's okay. I'm even made the comments like this is a thing you shouldn't do is like grab stuff while you're live and do it, but I was very curious to see how many tiles I bought and all that. And there's only one way to find out. Yeah, so we got all that. You've got another day to go. So we go to sleep. Okay, like I said, we'll do a real quick fix of that. So we can go in here. I've already got the folder up. So tile reworked. I'll just need to open up my other folder here for the downloads, so we can grab you. Grab all your files here, so copy. And go back to where we just were in the mods folder. Delete all that. Paste that in. And close that. Same as everyone who don't change things just before a demo. And yet, you keep doing all that all the time. What's the worst that could happen? Yep, so no warnings or anything, and... Okay, that's not you, that's... Stardew Valley has never, ever had working sound controls on the opening screen, so it's so loud. Alright, well we didn't have a big thing going blam, giving us all the extra tiles. So that doesn't let me click on it. But, I can go here. Alright. So it's step in, step back out. Yeah, so it's not updating the numbers there, but that's okay. The rest of that's all fine for right now. I'm not gonna fuss with it too much. I don't know why it's not cooperating, but... Yep. Hopefully you're able to recreate it, because those are always a pain when you, like, the classic works on my machine kind of bugs. Alright, so this round, we did get ourselves at least 3 seeds, so we're increasing, because you usually get 1.5 seeds on the average using the seed maker. Between, you know, getting 1, 2, or 3, having the ancient fruit, and then having mixed seeds. Yep, so we got mixed seeds. So we still got one more than that one. I'll grab one more of the speed grow. Rual Storge, I made you a treat this morning. In the saloon, dig in, your friend Gus. Vegetable melody. Cool. Alright. Go ahead and do this. I'm gonna toss this in here. Alright, so I do have a diamond I can give someone, and some maple syrup. And we check our north path, we check our cave. We're waiting for the purple mushroom. We want a crystal fruit. Well, it's also, again, because I'm paranoid, double check our configuration really fast. I just want to make sure. Yeah. I just want to double check to make sure that I left that ticked. Okay, so we could dehydrate the regular mushrooms to get them a little bit more value. I'm getting paranoid. We're not quite halfway through the month and I still haven't found a crystal fruit. I only need one though. Once I get the one, we're good. We definitely don't want to buy a bunch of tiles now. Just in the off chance we see it, I want to make sure I have those tiles to reach it. Alright. Just checking the calendar. So as a reminder, tomorrow's stream, so that is actually going to be my birthday stream and all that. We're not doing anything special for the birthday part of it. I have my 4-year partnerversary coming up here in a couple of weeks, so we're going to just do that. But we will be doing a sponsored segment for Blossom, the Seed of Life, which is a game that's sort of, it's sort of like the Planet Crafter and Astroneer got smooshed into one game, so, like, objectively, it's more like Planet Crafter, like you're trying to terraform the planet, make it nice, all that stuff. But mechanically, how it functions is very Astroneer. And I haven't played it yet, but they're doing a sponsored segment for the stream tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of fun to check that out. So we got that coming up, and then in a couple days after that, the 12th, we've got Timberborn. We got a sponsored stream for the 1.0 release, which I played tons of Timberborn on the channel. I really appreciate the devs behind Timberborn that, you know, they know I'm gonna play their game with each update. And they've sponsored me for almost every single one of their major updates, and it shows a lot because we actually deal with in the streaming side of thing that there are companies who, when they know it's like, oh, you're this game streamer, all right, so you're just gonna be back, and they kind of take advantage of the fact that they know they don't have to pay you, and you'll still get played. Which, sure, you can get away with it. But it's also kind of a crappy thing to have someone who's been supporting your channel for all that time. Or supporting your game for all that time be like, no, we're not going to. It's awful cold. Visit the saloon should warm me up, don't you think? Heh. Why don't you swing by? So we probably already gave you 2 gifts. Yeah, so you're done getting gifts this week, Pam. And I know, you know what? I'm pretty sure forageables could show up on the edges here. it might be that my torches are on the spots that the forgeables could show up, because there's only like 3 or 4 tiles on either end there. So I liked the, I like these here. They might actually be blocking forgeable spawn points. Let's start walking around, picking up all those torches I chucked on the ground all over the place. Because I mostly did it because I just had a ridiculous number of torches. Like, alright, I'll just put them down. I don't feel like fishing for a perch. You're on your own, Shane. Okay, take a quick little peek. Just drink it for the very short-lived minor speed buff. Yeah, so I've been seeing plenty of forgeables in the secret forest. I've really been seeing like nothing outside of it though. But if we keep leveling up our if we keep leveling up our forging by breaking those logs every day, we should be able to get ourselves to forging 10, and one will get free tiles for that. But the added bonuses, I believe you can get where it puts like the little arrow on the edges of your screen to be like, oh yeah, there's a forgeable up there. I know a lot of people's like, oh, but you can get a lot more money out of your stuff if you don't use it. I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to use that because knowing where to find it has also got a benefit. Alright. I'm also low-key looking forward to locating it, because then I won't do the circuit. I know I can wait till Saturday and just do one circuit, I probably should be doing that. But, I'm also trying to check on the pine tree and all that stuff. You got too focused on looking at the bugs, you forgot your pizza in the oven. She's a brick. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, I've done that one. I've actually been pretty good about not forgetting stuff. It's been pretty rare I burn my food. But there's definitely times like what I'm more tending to do is I'll prepare food, I'll get it done, and I'll sit down, I'll get distracted, and then it'll just kind of sit there and all that. You know, and then I'll get back to it'll be cold and everything, which usually is not that big a deal. Sure, it's not as good as at first. There's only a couple things that when it cools off, you're like, oh no, this is pretty terrible. Hello there, dear. I hope the farm is doing well. I'm sending you a little something from my kitchen. I hope it didn't crumble in the mail. Evelyn. Alright, Evelyn. Thank you for the bread and putting in the trash. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. Squid Fest has begun. Right. I don't have the tiles to do Squid Fest, I don't think. Unfortunately. Because, like, I can go there and start working on it, but then, like, to turn it in, it's a little bit of a trek. That's one thing to do. Oh, we should actually do our diligence and walk the whole way over. Okay. One thing I'm gonna do. I don't need this maple tree. So that's a little bit of foraging XP. Alright. Yeah, so come spring, we're gonna be in a bad place with money, because I just spent way too much opening tiles. It'll be fine. It just means it'll probably end up needing to do is put some crappier, cheaper crops in there, make what money we can on it, repeat that process. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Do you have anything I need? I already have you, but nothing I need on her. How much slime did I need? It was a lot, I recall. Yeah, 99. Yeah, so likelihood of getting the slime through here is pretty low. One thing I'm noticing, actually, if I'm not mistaken, the holly we've been seeing has been on tiles we bought. So this is one thing I am noticing. And when we had the when we had way to the right, where I got the other stuff, that was also a tile I had purchased by the museum. It was the tile in front of the museum I had purchased is where that spawned on it. So where I'm thinking about, I don't think we've had anything that I've had to buy tiles to reach so far as forage that I've seen out in the distance where it didn't have the tile as already purchased. Ooh. Because, right, we had the mushroom, but I think that was on a tile that we had, like, it had pre-purchased. Because, like, I mentioned that secret woods down there. For whatever reason, it seemed like there's a couple of tiles here and there that are pre-purchased. And at first we had made the comment like, oh, it must be tiles that were for events, but I'm looking at it like, I'm pretty sure they're not, because there's only a couple of scenes in that area. And I don't think any of those scenes, because there's like the one of the bear and all that. There's only like 2 or 3 scenes down there. There's not that many points. I'll put you here, that's fine. I might be paranoid and turn on and off that setting again and more and more. Because the month's going away fast. And I'm totally fine with not seeing it. But we'll turn it off when we go to sleep, because I imagine all that's going to happen at nighttime. Because the more I'm thinking about it, I don't think we've seen any forageables on tiles that I didn't purchase over the 5 years. So it's possible that, like, maybe the tick box is backwards or something. Or I'm just not noticing and losing my mind. Because of how much we've run through this town, you can get forageables in spots like over here. You can get them down along here. I love presents, thank you! Do you like my bow? You can get them down there. Now, the worms have shown up all over the place. But yeah, so the only forgeable I've seen in town is right here. We had, I think it was a dandelion. But I also know they could show up along there and up here in this area. Well, well, and also, well, no, because we did have, was it a rainbow shell? We did have a rainbow shell show up on the beach at one point. But I'm now wondering if it was like over here, because I noticed there's a few tiles over here that I can walk on even though I haven't purchased them. I can go way down here along this shoreline where it's the half and half. And we haven't seen anything show up over here at all. Yeah, no, we also saw the rainbow shell there as well, yes. But, running to the beach, like, not this stream, but a previous stream, we had the rainbow shell. I want to say it showed up there, but with those tiles that are half and half that I seem to be able to walk on that don't seem to be locked or unlocked. I'm getting paranoid now. Because I'm expecting to have seen at least something, even if it's not what I'm looking for. Like, don't get me wrong, they're scattered, because, like, you also get forageables down here. And I keep thinking, it's like, you know what? I haven't seen any of those this entire run. And, like, this whole area, you get a bunch of forageables in there, and you get a little bit here and there. And you can also, granted, this one we've only recently seen, you get forageables up there, too. So I'm now becoming utterly paranoid. Now, it could be that there's something, like, in Stardew's engine that they only allow so many objects in the world where this is overtaking, it's preventing it. I don't think that's a thing. But this is also not a typical run for me. So I'm going to be paranoid here. We go, mod options, scroll on down. Allow them, if enabled, portable items can spawn on tiles you haven't purchased. So I'm going to go with the paranoia that maybe the on-off is backwards or something like that. It could be entirely baseless. But I'm now becoming utterly paranoid because I'm running out of time and going, wait, I haven't seen any. Now, granted, we only recently got access to the woods and all that stuff. But it should still see some. Alright, so we're slowly getting our money up. Hey, Juice. You sleep well and all that. Thanks for hanging out and all good stuff. Now, the alternative... So there's three possibilities. One, I'm noticing things that aren't there. For this season. This season. It's like, one, I'm just being paranoid, and I'm failing to see things that aren't there. So, you know, seeing false patterns as they were, which is actually a very common thing that happens with people. So, you know, that's definitely one thing. Two, is there something related to, like, Stardew's engine or something like that, where when you get enough scattered junk all over the map, that stuff doesn't spawn as frequently or something like that. That's another possibility. Three is where all those sticks and rocks are spawning now. They're blocking me, or they're blocking the foraging spawns, and that if I could go over there and clean them out, I'd open up the possibility. Four is there's a bug in the mod that they're, like, reversed. Or five, there's a bug in the mod where the toggle isn't working. Now, granted, we've had it mentioned that it's been tested recently, so I believe that. But now I'm just getting paranoid. You did do your testing on a fairly new save, so it could be any of the options. Gotcha. Yeah, because, like, here we have another one there that, like, I see the holly down there, but it is on an unlocked tile. And down, like those two tiles down there by the lake, I could be like, ah, that's cinematic. That could also be a cinematic. But these two and that one down there, I don't think are related to any cinematics. Because I want to say for this area, I want to say there's one romanceable character as a cinematic here. I believe there's the cinematic related to doing the star drop, and then there's the cinematic related to the bear. Those are the only 3 cinematics I remember in the Secret Woods. There could be more that I'm not remembering. I wonder how hard it would be to get a bomb. Can I craft any bombs? Nah, not yet, because I need mining XP. Trying to think of the best way I could test or confirm any of this. I mean, obviously, if I see something shows up, it confirms whatever. Okay. Now, the alternative would be deliberately buying tiles that stuff spawns on, but that'd be a lot of tiles. And then that's going to have to go on a lot of memory going, because I'm not going to like look up a heat map and be like, here's where the things spawn. Yeah, because I'm also surprised to go to this beach again and again and see basically literally nothing. But they should get at least the occasional like seashells and all that. Oh, I misread that. That's fine. Thank you. This looks special. Things changed a lot after Jojo Mart went up. It hurt Pierre really bad. Alright, and with that, Penny, been nice talking to you for the last time. You worried there's a principal problem? Yeah, no, nothing like that. Now it is a thing that we're probably gonna start running into where a bunch of other stuff's gonna drop. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. A bunch of other stuff's gonna start dropping, and then it's gonna be a little bit tricky where like I'll be stuck trying to juggle my time between more things. I wonder, it's also a possibility, I wouldn't even know where to check any of this. Another possibility of what's happened is that maybe with the options here, that maybe some of these options got a thing. See, if true, tiles will spawn over trees, bushes, stones, and must set before world creation. But I can see stuff like those getting reversed or whatever over time. But yeah. I have no way to tell from my end. No, again, not unless I observe the behavior, but that tick box doesn't matter if it's at this stage with world creation. But I mean, both those were set to true, or ticked, or whatever you want to say, populated. So do I go more time? I'm assuming, like, my best guess is that for whatever reason the tick box isn't working for me. So like setting or unsetting doesn't matter. Now I do know there is tiles up here. I'm going to just spend what I shouldn't. So that way I've got access to the minecart later, because I know they could show up there. So I want to see if we'll end up getting something up there. I'm spending tiles I shouldn't be, but I'm now kind of in a debug mode going, because like the more I think about it, it's like, okay, I should have seen more by now. And then maybe what we'll start doing, I'd hate to burn a lot of tiles. Okay. Maybe I also start working a path down. It's getting pretty unlikely you haven't seen a. Alright, so we had one of the things spread nearby. Starting tomorrow, the traveling merchant fleet will be in Pelican Town. Oh, right, I need to save those. For the nightly market. Yeah, so we'll save what tiles I got left. The traveling merchant there. It'll check again today. And then I'll retick the checkbox. Because that's going to make it a lot harder if we can't grab the forageables. Because you can get all of the forageables from the traveling merchant. The odds of any specific one showing up are not great. Yeah, so we just had that drop there. But, you know, over time, they can definitely have pretty good odds of, like, showing up eventually. What I was going to say before I was reminded that the merchant fleet, or the festival or whatever, is what I could do is from going towards Marnie's, go over to Marnie's, and then go down to where you get Robin's axe or whatever. Ooh, egg, done. Wild plum, done. Did I still need the cheese? Don't really need to buy the cheese, but I would take care of it now, so cheese, done. Well, at least she's helping out today. Yeah, I'm partly hoping that what I can do is get the bombs. Do you need sunfish? No. Fish are almost done. We have I have the ghost fish from the mine to get. I have the sturgeon from a rainy day in spring to get, and I've got the puffer fish to get. And that's the only fish I've got left. Like, fish were in great shape, crops were in really good shape. I just need to get some gold quality crops. And then that'll be all done. The foraging is one place we're really, really lacking. I need to get some monster parts is a thing I need. I need some random gems that are going to be a pain in the butt to get a hold of. Because again, even if we go to the mine, like, unlocking all the tiles in the mine is just an exercise in frustration with what we've got going on. Yeah, at the end of this game, in-game day, I'm going to turn the tick box back on. You can't help but notice that herb isn't on that tile anymore. That herb isn't on that tile anymore. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, the holly? Yeah, no, Saturday it resets. Yeah, Saturday it resets. That's normal. That's the reason why technically I should only be checking for them for Saturday. But I'm already going to the secret woods and all that, so taking like the extra detour. And plus I believe the worms I don't think work on the same schedule. I could be wrong in that. You did right with this one, kid. Thanks. Ugh, front yard's a mess. Oh, I wanted to actually look at this one. You want a cave carrot? That's too bad. I only got one that's from Marnie. Alright, well, before we go down here, let's drop these off at the community center, because we did get lucky and we got 3 things for our community center just by going to the traveling merchant, which is the dream. You can practically finish the entire community center just using the traveling merchant if you're patient enough. It would take all eternity, though, so it's certainly not worth doing that way. Alright, so with the fall forage, that was the one we were missing from fall. Alright. There's fall seeds. Cool. Guess I'm just missing the crystal fruit. I'm missing stuff for the other seasons. Alright, and so now we have the egg. Oh! The regular small egg was the only one that I didn't need. Womp womp. Well, the good news is, if I get the coop, and we get to that thing, I can incubate that to get a chicken. So it can save me money on a chicken, I guess. I still got 2 things. Yeah, I know stuff can spawn down there, it can spawn here, it can spawn up there. Oh, there's pine tar. I don't believe I need the pine tar. I need the other one. I've got the other one on the other side, the oak resin. Which I'm surprised the pine tar is available and we haven't seen the oak resin yet. I'll probably want to double check that in-game tomorrow. Because the oak resin's one of the things I need. Okay. So I can run on down here to the beach now. And Harvey's still at home, right? Okay. Alright, so the night festival, night market thing doesn't show up for a little while. We can run up here. Chris fruit can show up in trash cans too. I thought of it. Yeah, I've been popping them the whole time. Yep. I don't remember what time. 7 p.m. is the night festival start? 5 p.m., something like that? Come on, Harvey. You gotta leave your place sooner or later. Go past Abigail. We don't see Harvey leave by like 7. We just leave and go see what happens at the Winter Festival. Oh, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting anyone to know it was my birthday. I hate to say it, but I make more money during flu season. I guess if people stop getting sick, I'd be out of business. Don't get me wrong, I want people to help be healthy, really. Really, my lawyer has advised me to recommend that people should be healthy. Yes. I'm gonna go now. Okay, so the question is gonna be how much of this I can reach. And just out of curiosity, we're gonna poke over here. Alright, so not seeing any forageables. Yeah, like I said, at the end of the night, I'm going to turn it back on, and I'm just going to go off the assumption that something's going on and the settings not setting. Ooh, glass shards. We can give those to Gunther. Oh, it's not yet. It's tomorrow it shows up. It's not tonight. It's tomorrow. That's fine. We stayed out all night to make sure we got Harvey his birthday gift. This is a cause we're seeing through. Alright. Still, there's 2 more items to the community center. No finished bundles, but good progress. So like I said, we're going to go in here. We're going to go back to the settings. Mod options, Tileman reworked. Go down here. Turn that back on. All right, 2 days to go on that. Oh, we can sell you. And for right now, we'll just stash the egg. So like I said, worst case, I can just incubate that for later. So we got the seed there. Drop you off, toss the egg in there. Toss the pine tar in there. Alright, a little bit more money. So it probably won't be too long till we hit the 1 million mark and get the free tiles from that, because we have sold a lot. But it's definitely one of those things that stuff you sell to like Pierre or Clinton that directly usually don't count for a lot of those things, just the way Stardew Valley handles it. And that's even with Stardew Valley's own achievements, that the only place that counts a lot of that is, did it go through the shipping container? Start cutting up a bunch of those things. Unfortunately, there's not really a good way for me to clear stuff out. Cool, so we did get the oak. Oak stuff. Yeah, so I mean, some of these are cutting through areas that we would get forage from. So we should still, even if I just keep expanding some of those roadways, occasionally see some forage when it appears in those specific tiles. Alright, so Monday is also when, like, the community board resets and all that stuff. I think most likely the way we'd fix this is just buy tiles and start blasting things up. But we'll work on getting our animals next, because that'll mean clearing over to Marnie's and all that, and that's probably gonna be, like, when I say next, I mean in spring. Okay, now if we do figure out that it is something that's only the unlocked tiles, what I'll probably need to do, because I don't want to like look up a heat map because I'm way too lazy, is I probably want to go and start buying just like little pockets like this if we figure it's like, okay, that pocket's a place that this can spawn or whatever. I'd really hate to do that because that'd be a lot of tiles. It is what it is though if that comes up. I think I'd prioritize the animals first though, even though they're not time sensitive, not like the seasonal stuff. Just because the animals, I can kind of put them there and guarantee progress and all that, where we can still just hope to get lucky with the traveling merchant. You look at the foraging issue right now? Yeah, not trying to like put you on the spot or anything like that. Because again, like how much of this is like just craziness in my head, or like maybe something got wrong in the config file between, I mean, not really between versions, but you know. Okay, so I can do the mahogany seed. No reason why I'm taking a look. Where am I putting this? I don't care, just shoving it where I can shove it. Okay, I really should have found something by now. Yeah. The good news is still, though, that at least there's a lot of places to get the foraging stuff, because we actually have most of the foraging stuff done. I'm just missing a couple. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. You got any hogs on your farm? You want any? Alright, so we do have the festival today. We'll start by going up here and then we'll go down to the beach. You know, it's the fact that I'm seeing literally nothing. I think we'd say with confidence that something's not working. Because even if it's like a crocus or something. Alright. Still, I think the plan... I think the plan is still going to be, we'll, come spring, we'll get things planted. Once I've got some money set aside, I'm going to start opening up the area for the chicken coop, put down the chicken coop, open up an area for the barn, put down the barn, start getting the animals online, get all that knocked out. Oh, Mariluz is pretty close to being maxed out, so let's go ahead and get you. Thanks, this is great. Another year is almost over. Hope you had a productive year. I did. We can go ahead and drop you off at the bulletin board, and there'll be another community goal objective knocked off. Because, yeah, I got a lot of stuff locked behind animals, so we definitely need to get those moving. The fish, I basically got that pretty much set up and ready. The crops, that's just going to take me a while because I have to do the quality ones. And unfortunately, the crops blocks the greenhouse. So I can't just get the greenhouse to get that sorted out. We can actually use the egg to make the omelet if we were to actually clear over to our kitchen. This is from me, Marvelous. Rual Storge, you've trudged through the snow to visit me? I'm honored. Yes. That is definitely what happened. I surely came to visit you. and not something else. Alright. So, I want to get there. That is the only one we care about for this. And I do think it is worth our money to do this. Is it a great use of our cash? Maybe not. We're basically just fast forwarding until having that extra hour of sunlight. I just don't want the hours to change is what I want. I just want the hours to stay exactly the way they were and not have to worry about that kind of nonsense. Omelet. Wild horseradish. Heck yeah. That is a successful stay. Alright, and I don't care about any of the rest of this. Get out of my way, Willie. Alright. It's for the farmers, unfortunately. I don't believe that was the original reason for daylight savings, but regardless of why, it's just one of those things that, like, it kind of got set, and now getting rid of it, it's worth doing, but it's also one of those things that takes a lot of effort to do it. Because there's like all sorts of infrastructure and everything that all has to be brought up to date and everything, and people can't agree on whether it should be locked in with daylight savings on or off, and yeah. Alright. So I just need the crystal fruit, the spicy berry and the sweet pea, and the leek. And then that's all of that done. And we got lucky and we got the omelet from the traveling merchant. So that's some good news. So those were tiles well purchased. Oh, it's a fried egg, not an omelet. Boo. Well, that's annoying. We still got one. We still got the spring foraging, one of the items there. And the, like, even without consideration to like other stuff going on, that's still tricky. I definitely... Do I have the recipe for the omelet? I probably do, right? I do have the recipe for fried egg and any egg. So if I went to the kitchen, I could literally just make the fried egg and turn that in. It just would require me to open a bunch of tiles to the kitchen. Probably should reorganize this. I'm not going to, but I probably should. There. Okay. Now, one bit of good news we have with all what I'm doing right now is just the fact that we are getting a bunch of times to hit the traveling merchant and all that. Alright, so give me a bunch of seeds. Now, obviously, down the road, if we were going to do this, we would want a bunch of seed makers. I don't think we go that far. Right now, I'm just kind of doing it because we can get this done, you know, promptly. Come on. Do it. Do it. We can go out here. We can drop off the mushrooms. Alright. Come on, 3 again. 2 is good. Because it still is enough. If we grab the fertilizer and you, I imagine there's a challenge that someone's probably able to do where they're just like, you know, basing entirely from the farm, never leaving it once and all that. And then just, you're looking for that kind of thing. You manage to get just barely enough for the seed maker or whatever. And then just kind of doing the whole thing of like just trying to grow your farm up by just rotating those out. Okay, another sprocket we don't need. Let's try to remember to go by Gunther today. If we go by Gunther, we should be able to drop off that glass. That might give me a couple more free tiles. That's fine, I don't care about that. That'll certainly make getting the, it'd certainly make getting, like, the leeks and all that hard. But one of the things you can do to work around the leeks is if I can get the spring seeds one time, we can just keep crafting the spring seeds off of the harvest stuff you do in like fall and all that. So like when fall comes by, I can just blast through growing all the fall harvestables. So instead of going through and focusing on cranberries, which we already have a bunch of seeds, I could just do a rotation of just getting more and more and more of the fall harvest or fall forageable stuff, because then that would guarantee I could max out my foraging level relatively quickly doing that. And with that, we can unlock a bunch of stuff, but that's going to be far off. We'll probably have foraging well past maxed out by then. Oh, hey, Penny. I thought we stopped talking. Oh, Rual Storge, it's perfect timing that you showed up. I brought the children on a little field trip into our countryside. You know about life in the country, right? So I was thinking, could you be our guest speaker? I'd love to. Great. Let me call the children over. Jas, Vincent, may I have your attention, please? I have a very special guest to talk to you today. Our very own local farmer, Rual Storge. He has first-hand experience living on the countryside, so he knows about the valley's natural resources. Can anyone tell me what a natural resource is? Jas? A natural resource is a material source of wealth that occurs in natural state and has economic value. Very good. That's worth 2 star points, Jas. Yes! Okay, let's give Rual Storge our full attention. Country life is all about gathering from the wild, all about farming. I'm gonna say gathering from the wild, we're in the woods. Let's see, the valley is chock full of precious minerals. Water out here is teeming with fresh seafood. You can find no better lumber south of Grappleton. I'm gonna say it's teeming with fresh seafood. Yes, Vincent? Mr. Rual, Storge, are you gonna marry Miss Penny? Vincent, that's not an appropriate question. Behave yourself, or I'll have to take away all your star points for the day. Well, that's probably enough for today. You two run along and play. It's a lot of work to take care of these kids, but I don't really mind. I enjoy seeing them learn, and hopefully I can help them grow up to be good people. Would you ever want to be a parent? So I could say, I haven't really thought about it. Absolutely, I want a big family. I guess so. It's a natural urge. No, I don't think I'd be good at it. No, the world's crowded enough already. No, I wouldn't be one to be tied down by family. So you can answer all these. Not the star points. Yeah, I'm gonna go with I haven't really thought about it because, meh. Oh no? Well, I guess that makes sense. You're busy with other things right now. Well, I'm glad you showed up, Rual, Storge. I think the kids had a great time. Alright. Okay, so this will be tricky. Yeah. Just let's not fret about the forging. Let's focus on entirely we hold on to what we've got. We work on getting the farm because we spent too much money this season. We work on getting our money back up during the spring, but during that time we get the last couple things floating around there. And then we start opening up space for the animals and pursuing all the animal garbage. We stay on top of the Traveling Merchant, because the Traveling Merchant has done very well for us on our forageables, and we've only had access to her for a little while now. It does seem like the forageables do show up relatively often on her stuff, which is good. Because we're only missing, I think, 4 forageables just across all the months. And the crystal fruit, for example, if we do miss this one, there are other places we can get it. You can actually get the crystal fruit in the mine in a pinch. We would want to dig down to, there's like a snow layer or whatever. Stop telling me how to live my life. Hey, cut it out. We're letting you live here free of charge until you finish school. It seems like you don't appreciate that at all. Stop trying to make me feel guilty. I appreciate that you and Dad are helping me out, but expecting me to dress the way you want is ridiculous. I'm not a little girl anymore, Mom. You're right. I'm sorry. Is someone there? I swear this house is haunted. Ah, it's too slow. Okay, you're pretty sure you found an issue with the forge. It was a combination of allow tiles on recents and allow forge on unbought tiles not coexisting very well in the way you had set up. Thanks again for the heads up. Okay. Is there something I should be changing to remedy that, or is it just something that, like, is something you gotta work on? So, like, if I change the tiles unlocked, like, basically, because you're saying it's basically not working together kind of thing. So, with the one down here, because you're saying it's these two aren't working together. So, this is before World... Okay, I have to wait for the next update? Cool. Alright, so we won't fret about that then. Yeah, so my assumption of the way it is working now is that it'll only show up on unlocked tiles is the end result. We got you. Well, I'm glad I was able to help you find the bug. All right. This is for me? Marvelous! People have scraped for a living off the ocean for thousands of years. I just go to the grocery store. Alright, so not a real reason to go up there. Alright, so that means what we'll do is, like I said, we're going to focus on making sure we're consistent and always checking the traveling merchant. And come spring, we're going to focus on getting the animals. Because we get the animals, that's the one where we can guarantee those other objectives. We'll also get a bunch of other stuff from that. Yada yada. It is another income source, that kind of thing. I will probably ultimately get rid of the animals after we accomplish the goals. And then after that, what we'll end up wanting to do is we have the chance... Ooh, okay, we got stuff here. So we've got the rare seed. We will grab that. That doesn't help me right now, but that is a later thing. So the jelly and the orange. Let's this time do our diligence. So the orange and the jelly go here. So they're both usable things we can do right now. So orange, jelly. And none of the other stuff does me any good. Right. So let's go to the community center. And that'll be more stuff done. Now, one low-key kind of sneaky, cheeky way we can get around this. Actually, I don't think. My hair is frozen solid. I was gonna say, I can get around it by potentially, if we unlock the things, we can get the seasonal seeds. And like, no, wait, you get the seasonal seeds as a reward for turning in that season's forageable things. Alright, so we have the artisan goods, which are over here, I believe. We need the purple mushroom, the urchin. That... It's over here. We still have the pomegranates and apples and all that stuff we need. But we can go over here. This isn't the foraging, this is the produce. Alright, so we get any of the other fruit, and that'll be done. Okay. So then there's no value on me saving the seed, or saving the tiles, in the event we get lucky and we see the forageables. So we'll probably need to figure out how many by how many tiles the coop and the barn are. We could start unlocking that space. Because these are bonus tiles for that. So that's going to be going right over here to the left. Because the thing what it'll do is a plan for those to be over here. Because that'll give me space. I shouldn't have to clear out a whole bunch. I could also put them down here. We can check tomorrow to see how big they are and see where I could potentially fit them. And make a plan. In the meantime, you can be planted in fall, but it takes the whole season to grow. We're not at the beginning of the season, so that's going to go in a box, and it's going to live there for a while. Most likely until we have the greenhouse. I figured I'd just pick it up in the meantime. Alright. So it's the wizard's birthday. Really good to become part of the community. Encloses a $500 check from the agricultural fund. Yeah, so we're just getting like a little hand-me-out of money every once in a while. Okay, so we've got the pine resin and all that. What do I need to make the keg? 1 oak resin will make the keg. So I'll want to do that so we can make wine. It's probably gonna be a little bit till we get another resin out of that tree. And here's hoping for a purple mushroom. Nope. Someday. But yeah, so today's goal is we want to make our way over to Robin's. And we're gonna go over to Robin and check to just kind of see So we're gonna go work our way over to Robin, and we're going to just see if we can't see how big the coop is. Like how many by how many tiles, and start working on clearing out a space for it. We'll keep it to bonus tiles for now, as the only thing I spend on it. Probably not too far from leveling up again on my foraging. Because we have been good that we are literally coming in here absolutely every single day and cutting the hardwood. We're getting the occasional trees cut down as well. We got one more day that we will have the extra traveling merchant days because of the winter festival. So far, we've had pretty good luck about every other time that she shows up, give or take, getting at least one thing that I need for the community center, which is really ridiculously good odds. Or good luck, I shouldn't say, not odds, good luck. Okay, I'm gonna drop you off. And I'm gonna take the peek up here, because like I said, I know they can spawn up there. I don't know if I have the right tiles for it, but I know they can spawn up there. Let's see where else. Because we do have a couple places I've cleared out that can be potential spawn points. We could also potentially get them in the trash cans. Alright, let's go check on Robin. Yeah, those don't matter. Those aren't on unlocked tiles. So check on the coop first. Because it'll be the less expensive, less material costly. It's not gonna let me choose it, so it'd be 4,000, 100 stone, 300. If I were to guess, it's probably what? 1, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it's either 4 by 6 or 3 by 6. It's not super clear. So 6 wide, 3, 4 tall. Which I'll probably need to make it 4 tall anyway, so I have a path to walk into it. This is cool, thanks. People stay indoors a lot during the winter. Do boring stuff. Maybe I'll read a book. I'd be less bored, maybe. Nah. Alright. Well, we can give this to Jas, get a little bit more friendship. I love presents, thank you. Hi. Alright. So if it's going to be 4x6, it's going to be 24 tiles. And then realistically, I have like one more tile to reach wherever it's at, but that's still a thing. We'll fast forward time to the night festival. And this will be the last night of the night festival. So here's hoping you give me something good. Then we'll just be on the what is it, Friday and Sunday that the traveling merchant comes by, we can snag stuff. Now, for the crops... Okay, so got that. Right, so it's quality crops, those 5, and then animals. So the parsnip is, I believe, the only spring crop there. So we can overplant the parsnip a bit. That way, when we get our first harvest of parsnip for the season, we should be good. I'm probably going to need to do that anyways, since I did way overspend. And I don't want to just grind out fishing to fix it. So we're going to spend a bunch of time during that trying to get... Okay, goat milk. Alright, goat milk, I believe, is one of the things we needed. It's a large goat milk. Okay. So, double checking, that is a regular goat milk. That will not satisfy what we need. It had to be a large goat milk. So, no luck there. Which means there's nothing left for me here. Well, crap. Well, it's time to pass out for the night. Hey, I got a level in mining. You know what? It's fine. Oh, you already got the fix? I didn't, when you said it was going to wait for the next update, I didn't realize the next update was going to be, like, right now. So thank you so much for that. That's a fast turnaround. Alright, well that's good news. So what we'll do that is we can go ahead here. Go to sleep real fast. We got level 1 mining. End of year 5, by the way. So the thought process there was buying those tiles. I'll probably use that teleport sooner or later anyways. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's grab that update really fast. So we can go here. I actually already have the Tileman reworked thing up. So I probably just need to go here, make sure it refreshes. Okay, let's see. Last updated right the heck now. Manual download. Show download. And there it goes. Download is pulled. Grab you. extract file, close, okay. Do that. Let's see. Okay, that's the new one. Go in here. Grab your files. Copy all them. I just need to go to Stardew Valley folder really fast. So manage, browse local files, mods, Tileman. Delete those files. Paste you in. Close, and booting the game back up. It'll spare everyone the insanely large title screen by just muting the audio for just a second. Alright. And... oh, sorry, I muted my mic, not gave you sound. Cool, and we didn't get the thing where a bunch of stuff triggered and all that. Alright, let's just double check the setting before we get into the day. Just in case of everything changing, it reset everything. Because that kind of stuff does happen when you do fast changes. Okay, tick box are good. Now, I don't know. There's a good chance we won't have stuff today. Dear all Storge, I'd like to give you some information about the upcoming event. Look, man, you know what this is. Your secret Santa is Harvey. Harvey. Okay. Yeah, so there's a good chance there won't be any forageables today, because I assume it refreshes at night. So we probably have to wait for a night to go by. All depending on how it actually hides and suppresses it. Yeah, so let's not worry about going and looking for the forageables today. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly my thought. So we'll just run over here. We'll pop into our cave and all that. Like, obviously, if I see a forageable, then we're good. Alright. But yeah, normally all this stuff, I believe it, well, ooh, that is a question. I actually don't know at what point during the day it refreshes. Check the UI and see if it says 0 for you. I will check, so that's not working there. No, it does say... So world map tiles unlocked. 14 out of 10,000 or whatever. Okay, so that's saying something there. It doesn't tell me there's how many is unlocked in the forest, but let's try walking off the tile and walking back on kind of thing. Alright, so yeah, so unfortunately that's still not updating. But that's fine. All the rest of the stuff seems good. It does say world tiles unlocked 14 out of whatever, so it's weird that it's like only counting a couple of them, but that's fine. You should have fixed the checkbox as well. Sorry, I'm not sure which checkbox you're talking about. It is a really rough time in this forest today. Yeah, no, this doesn't have to do with the mod. It's a thing that happens is sometimes the forest will be like teeming with slimes. Oh, the box? Yeah, no, still not working for me, so I don't know. That could be a conflict with the UI suite mod or something like that. Oh, okay. You think it might be a UI scaling thing? We can do some science. No, because it does highlight correctly. It's at least recognizing that the mouse is over it. Alright, so we got all that stuff. That's okay. It'll be curious as after, like, a night save or whatever, when things update. Yeah, and I'm guessing all the forageables reset and then it saves. Because I'm guessing the order of operations. Because otherwise, if you're trying to game it, you could literally just keep refreshing until a forageable appears right where you want it, kind of thing. I don't care anymore. Just plan them. We'll figure it out on the other side. Okay, we can go to Clint, drop off the 2 maple syrup, and otherwise there's not much for me to do today. Yeah, there's nothing to board. So we'll just drop the maple syrup off with some people. We will, pop stuff there. Oh, Pam's already been giving gifts. But yeah, so we still have 10 days left of the season, so there's a pretty good chance, if the forageable bug is sorted out, then we should have enough time to potentially find it, because I do have access to a lot of the area. Yeah, so you want a dozen eggs, and none of that's going to happen. Alright, so we can go over to Clint real fast, pop the box, see if we get anything good. That's fine. Nothing I needed, but it's certainly not a bad thing. Sell all this and process it. Alright. So yeah, we look at the hearts. So Mayor Lewis is my highest non-romanceable. Yeah. So it'd be Mayor Lewis and Caroline would be the ones that probably want to try and get these two, if I have the opportunity. Not you, you're already maxed. Just making sure there's nothing I want out there. Okay. We'll have you move around just for a minute here. Thanks, this is a great gift. The saloon can get pretty lively on Friday nights. It's downright a hoedown in there. Maximum amounts of hoopla. Where are you going, Jess? Are you going to the doctor? You're a brave little girl going to your doctor by yourself. I love presents. Miss Penny is teaching me how to write in cursive. She has such pretty handwriting. Oh, needing to learn cursive. One of those things like, you need to know this, that is utterly gone. It looked like Marnie was actually right behind her. It's just I saw her by herself, I was like, man, I'm not sure if I'm concerned or impressed that, you know, a little girl who's like 8, 10, whatever years old, and taking themselves to the doctor You know, for a physical, not like a whole big thing. Just, you know, your annual physical, whatever. Alright, so let's go ahead. Interesting that one tile isn't highlighted. I was able to walk through it. Alright. So here's to hoping that we can find some crystal fruit. My luck is that's going to be resolved, and then the the traveling merchant's going to have the crystal fruit, not the actual ground. Forge Day, fingers crossed. I appreciate it. That'll be good to have that unlocked anyways. Alright. So I should be waiting till Saturday, but I just want to look. I'm gonna look and see something on the ground somewhere. I'm gonna need to remember to save at least one maple syrup for Harvey for the holiday. Come on, a forgeable. Where do we see? We've got all that. I already have the large milk and pomegranate I can use. Okay. So I need the pomegranate. And the large milk means I don't need a cow. Yep, so cow is no longer required. Rip cow. So watching for forgeables, not on unlocked tiles. Now, granted, it's only been one day. And it is a thing that when it comes to the forgeables, they kind of spawn a couple here and there all over the map. So it might take a little while for them to show up. Because I want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, because people know better. I want to say they could show up gradually day after day, and it's Saturday to Sunday night. Anything that was there kind of gets cleaned out, and they do it again. So that's my understanding. Worst case, when it flips from Saturday to Sunday, if it does generate all of them, because I thought it was a gradual thing, and then, you know, they reset on Saturday to clean out the stuff that got, you know, went uncollected, as it were. So that was like the meta if you're going to go and do your forging. The meta was to just go out Saturday, do the whole clean sweep for your forgeables, and then just ignore it until the next Saturday. Yeah, each map has a weekly cap that it will spawn total. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just being bad because I, like, really want it done, so I'm just like, come on. Because I know they could spawn up here, they could spawn over there and all that. I mostly just want to be like, yes, I can see it's working kind of thing, more than anything. The beach would be a pretty good place to check as well. Because the beach does get a lot of forageables on it. But it might be one of those ones we have to wait till Saturday. To kind of get our results. Like, wait for the reset. Because I guess it also depends entirely how it does the prevention. Like, does it mark the tiles as ineligible? Does it effectively delete or hide the forageables? I don't actually know how under the hood it works. Okay, nothing over there. Worms to torment me just out of range. It wouldn't be worth going after the worms. Alright, so no forageables this time, but that's still well within the entire realm of possibility. So let's drop off the two things we got from the traveling merchant that were for our stuff here. Because honestly, if we keep the luck we're going with the traveling merchant, I might be able to just deal with the animals via this and not actually do the animal stuff at all. Because we had the pomegranate, which we have through that board. Because we only need 5 of them. Yeah, because they dropped the pomegranate here. I'm not going to do that. Because that one I could do any of the tree fruit. And so that's going to be easy enough to do. Versus I have one over here that's specifically and exclusively the pomegranate. I believe it's yours. Alright, the rabbit foot's going to be another one that'll be a booger. Alright, so let's go ahead and get home. We can take the pine tar. So it's not the pine tar. I need the oak resin. That when we get the oak resin, which will hopefully be tomorrow, I can get a keg. And with a keg, I can just start, like, as I have a couple of spare things, just chuck stuff in there. Because I need 1 bottle of wine for there. The bottle of wine is also worth a little bit more than just straight up selling it as it is. And pop in here. Okay, is there something else I'm gonna grab? I don't think so. I think we're good. So let's go to sleep. Let's see, if all the joys have binded the grounds of the earth? I have no idea what you're talking about, Cellophane. Alright, Jody gave us moisture retaining fertilizer, which I'm going to immediately sell because I will never use that. Alright, we can put you in this. Grab the maple syrup. So we want to pop in here real fast, because I do remember we had 5 of the other mushrooms. There we go. Oh, it's inside. Because the little trickle we're getting from stuff like those mushrooms is where most of our money is coming from right now. Otherwise, we'd be like completely out of money. But yeah. The other reason I wanted to unlock these tiles is I've been carrying this on me just in case I got trapped by a cinematic or something. So it's our get out of jail free card. And then realized the place it teleports me wasn't available either. Alright, still nothing here. Like I said, it could potentially be that we won't end up seeing anything till Sunday. Going a couple days without seeing anything doesn't really mean anything. Considering we're missing like 3/4 of half of these maps that I cannot see. Yeah, so it is marking that a lot more world tiles are unlocked. Isn't catching all of them, but that's okay. All right. And I can just keep on working over here. How close are we to getting that foraging higher? I actually could turn that on in the UI to show me. I think I might. Let me turn that on to show me. So, show experience bar, allow fade out. Okay, so we're actually not as far along as I thought. We're about 3/4 of the way up there. Like, this is where I'm expecting to see the forageables the most, is just down here. There's just a lot of areas in the forest that you can have forageables. So I'm kind of expecting the first forageable we see to be down either along there or while I'm running along here down in this area. Because that has a bunch of forageable locations that you can get. Same here. I think there's some over here too. It's usually along the edges of the roads and all that. Or just straight up in the trees. Alright, so we'll run over here. Drop out the hardwood. Okay, so unless something is affecting the forage spawn you don't understand about vanilla strawberry, for example, like, pretty positive it works now. You have the same settings that you did. You found 2 forage on the unbought tiles in the mountain. However, it is fairly new save, so the amount of trees to farm. Yeah, that's the thing I'm not sure about, is like how any of that works. Like, I know some games will have an entity limit. I don't think that would necessarily be needed for a game like Stardew Valley, though. Because with a game like Stardew Valley, you have tiles like this that really can only have so much stuff here. The farm is about the only place I could think of that could get a lot of stuff, but it's still like 1 object per tile. So if they had an entity limit, it would surprise me if it worked in that way, like, and not just something specific, like trees might have a limit or something like that. But it's not something I'm aware of being a limit or anything like that, just it'd be a curious, because that's the kind of thing I'd expect to more be an entity limit, like on this map you might have an entity limit, or on this other map you might have an entity limit. Because each map is like loading itself up one by one. I wouldn't expect that you go over to the farm, and because it's too crowded, the mountain wouldn't spawn things in, or vice versa. Because you have a lot of things being loaded and unloaded constantly as you're running around. So just out of curiosity for my own thing. Oh, that's fine. When it comes to how you constrain where it will only spawn on tiles that are unlocked, is that is there like some setting in the game like that the tile has like can forageable or like whatever that you like toggle on and off? Like how does the underlying foraging logic, I guess, work? Like how would you run into that kind of thing? Like, at what point is the prevention put in? Because you can see it, one, as, like, you switch the day, the game's running its logic, it says, okay, you know, do this. I could see it being a simple check. Is tile unlocked? If true, forageable can spawn, or whatever, like, in the foraging logic. I'd see a couple ways to work. Because I don't actually know... And if it gets, like, to be, like, it's like, oh, there's a lot to unpack there, then I understand. For the record, I'm a developer myself with over 15 years experience. I'm kind of like trying to think, because my assumption is each tile on the map has its properties. Like, I am supposed to have this BMP on it. I am a walkable tile. What sound effect should I be playing? Like, what entity type of tile am I? Am I dirt and I stone tile or whatever? And so my assumption would be, is there something like forageable true false or forageable type, whatever. So my assumption is for like a mod like this, you've added an extra property onto the tile that says locked, or equivalent. Okay, we're just gonna go to sleep. And we're gonna check in the morning. Because if it is an issue on the farm, that is a toughie. That is a real toughie. Like if I gotta clear out the stuff. Because it also assume with that, if it was like an entity limit thing, I'd assume stuff like the acorns going on the ground would be under the same rules. Alright, so you take, how many days was it to grow? Like 7? Well, that first one's processing. Because if it's 7, then I don't have enough time to replant it. If it's 6, I do. Yeah, so basically, if a tile has the value placeable true and buildable true, then it should spawn forage. You just hijack that and whether the tile's locked or not. Gotcha. Yeah, so you're like, okay, if you have these two properties, then you just add, oh, you know what? I might have an idea what the problem is. If we go down here, we go here, I do have allow furniture on unbought tiles is false, which would make it buildable false. I don't mind turning that setting on. But if it is doing a check where buildable is true or whatever, then I could see that being the issue. So let's check. Are you 7 days? So you are 7 days. So we can't get any more of these planted right now. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is instead of just hovering over that box, I'm going to chuck these in here. That's true, that might be the issue. That's just my thought. But with that said, now that I've unticked that, I should be able to build on all those tiles. Which I have no idea how any of that applies in the back end. Do I have something we could quickly just chuck in a box to make sure it's working? Oh, I don't even have to do that. We can just grab you. Boom. Because then I can go here. Yeah, okay, so it automatically updated. So it's already updated. That's all I wanted to check. I'm still going to probably treat it like I can't put the stuff on those boxes, even if that's not the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or one back. But that might be your issue. So that means we should get an update when we go to sleep again. So go down to the woods, grab the hardwood. And I think I'm not going to bother going to town today. I'm just not going to bother at all. Just so we can advance the day, so when I'm doing my big circuit, I'm at least doing my big circuit where there might be forageables. Because I just need one. So we already have the wild plum. The summer seeds is an interesting one. I don't actually need the scorpion cart. The apricot will finish off the one we need that. We already have the truffle. So the summer seeds are interesting because it would give me a forageable. But it is 900 to get a 2 out of 3 chance of getting one I don't have. And realistically, if we have resolved our stuff, then that'll take care of it. Yeah, no, it feels like that's, it's not really an Ask Bob. No, actually, that is a little bit of an Ask Bob. Or Talk to the Rubber Duck or whatever moment. Where it's just kind of one of those things, like, explaining how it works. Like, wait a second. That is assuming that is the problem, which is not a safe assumption. Still, it can always be helpful to bounce ideas. Okay, I'm going to run over to the community center to drop off the apricot. Because that should finish off the, like, exotic whatever stuff, so that we only have the quality produce and the animal produce is the only things left for that whole bundle. And then once spring shows up, we will be able to do that. Right, so there's not enough time to do any more there, so that's the whole thing. I'm also still checking, like, a little bit on those paths, which I shouldn't be. Not till a day has gone by. Let's see, absolutely you're going through the allow buildables on tile logic right now? Let's see, you're pretty tired, not gonna lie, because it's 4:30 a.m. for you. You really want to get this fixed before bed. I know that feeling. It's, if it wasn't for the daylight savings nonsense, it's also 4:30 a.m. here. So, you know, relatable. But yeah, like, you don't need to, like, stay up and take care of it. Like, the fact that you're actually working on this so promptly is certainly a credit to you and everything. Alright, completed a bundle set. And we got a keg, where I was like, man, I need the thing to make the keg. So that'll get me wine for the other one. Just gotta put something in it. We got our bonus tiles from the individual thing as well as that. So it's actually a lot of tiles towards getting our chicken coop and all that stuff. But yeah, no, I definitely know that feeling. Like, I deal with ADHD, and it's kind of one of those things. Leaving something unfinished is very, like, I'll go to bed and my brain will not let up trying to be like, what if it was this? What if it was that? What if it's this? Maybe this was the problem. I should consider that. And it's like, brain, shut up. I've come to accept over the years that, like, if my brain gets on that path of wanting to solve the problem, we're solving the problem. That's just the way it is. We're solving the problem. So I do have a spare strawberry, so I'll just make a strawberry wine. Okay. The strawberry wine is a Bruin. We need to finish this task. Yup. Alright, so let's see if that makes everything happy. Oh. It's technically out of range, but I can make it work anyways. It was a coal. That's fine. Okay, so let's take a peek up here. The community board will also have updated. Come on, crystal fruit. Honestly, don't give a crap about most of the rest of it as long as I get a crystal fruit. And we have a crocus. We have a crocus. I'm pretty sure we just found the bug. Crocus not on a tile I unlocked. Mission successful. We did a forage. Season's almost over, but we did a forage. Now we just need to get the right forage. That's not what I wanted, but okay. It's what I did. It is my fault I hit the wrong buttons. Alright. So we've got 6 in-game days to run our circuit. So basically 1 week. Well, sorry, one full week of forage plus 1 day to hopefully get a crystal fruit. That's actually not bad odds. The big catch is the big thing here is this forest. There's a lot of area of the forest we are not seeing. We're missing like 75% of the forest is outside my visible range. That said, I vaguely remember almost all... Ah, there's a whole bunch of forage there. Would you look at that beautiful forage up there? I'm not going out of my way for holly, because I don't want holly. But I'm still happy to see it. Would you... I might be able to get an angle to get that pulled up. It does seem like suddenly we got a bunch of worms all at once, but that could just be, you know, unrelated. Yeah, I don't care about that. That could just sit in the ground over there. All right. I'm glad I asked to be like, how does this logic work? Because I didn't think about the fact that it was going to be like that foraging depended on the buildable whatever logic. And the moment you mentioned that, it was just like, wait a second, that's a setting. But that's why it's important, like, not for the mod thing. This is going back to software dev, like professionally kind of thing. That's the reasons why your, you know, 10x garbage dev nonsense that you hear about is utterly worthless for large-scale projects, is you really do depend on having, you know, teams of people and all that, to, like, bounce ideas off, all that. You know, you can be the most stunning lone dev in the world, but it's not that you can't be successful. You're just not going to be able to hold up again. Like, I make the comment a couple of times when people talk about it that it's like, would I rather have a dev who is like, you know, the greatest dev ever but sucks at communication, or a dev that is incredibly competent, or a dev that's like, you know, only okay but is a good communicator. It's like, communicator every time, 0 questions asked. I could teach dev. I can't teach communication as easily. 10x large scale. It's kind of a BS thing that people say, is that they're a 10x dev, and what they're implying is that they're 10 times as productive as normal devs. It's a garbage nothing thing. It's the same thing that people who would call themselves a guru or a master or a whatever dev in the past, like, again, self-identifying it as. And usually, like I said, the people you hear call themselves like 10x dev or a guru or master or whatever dev usually you know to just ignore everything they say, because they're not worth wasting your air on. Yep, that's trash water. We don't need all that. This is productive in what lines? 10 times the scale. But I'm a rock star. Yeah, no, rock star is another one of those things. Like, it's one thing, it's like, oh, this person's a rock star. That's fine. It's still a meaningless term, but it's like someone else being like, this person's amazing. Sure. That's fine. But it's when someone self-identifies like, yeah, I am a rock star. It's like, okay, I can just ignore this person. This person's not wasting air on. That's what you see. I bet you that term is used for other purpose, just the same. It's all about the worth the same as everything else. Yeah. I was hoping to catch Gus real fast. I need to start dumping maple syrup on people. You heard me. It's not worth me going for that. Well, let's peek up here. The problem is if it's up here. Well, no, if it's up here with the 16 free tiles, because they can appear up there as well. Sprint velocity. Yeah, no, like I said, it's one of those things like when someone calls them a rock star. It doesn't mean anything. It's basically the assumption that you are better than other people. Is the way it's usually comes across. Is when you call yourself like a 10x dev. The implication, again, you are worth 10 other devs. Which, you gotta be a pretty arrogant piece of junk to think that you are better than 10 times your peers. It's not even to say that you're not actually genuinely very talented, but you gotta be pretty full of yourself to make that type of assessment. And also have zero data backing it. I will simply say, from you're an amateur as heck dev, self-promotion plus being ignorant. Agreed. Yeah, it's actually, so one of the fun things is, generally I have found, if you have a developer who goes, I have no idea what I'm doing. You have a developer who is like, yeah, you know, like, I've worked in this a while, like, I feel fairly confident. And the other one is like, yeah, I'm a guru, I'm a master, I'm a rock star, I'm a 10x dev. I broadly find the one who says they have no idea what they're doing, I find that a better person to have on my team than the one who says they're a rock star. The one in the middle is totally fine. That's usually your experienced, like, that's your person who's been doing it for 10, 15 years the bulk of the time. Usually I find the one who calls themselves a rock star, they've been doing it for like 2 to 3 years. They've kind of hit that phase where they're like, they know enough to be dangerous, but they don't know enough how to not be dangerous. Whereas, like, the one that's at that 2 or 3 years is just like, I just want access, like, just give me access to the production database. Give me access to the production database. I don't want to deal with all this stuff. And you have the one who's got 10 years like, I do not want access to the production database. Do not give me that access. I shouldn't have it. Have you ever had some space cadet type devs? Space cadet devs. I don't know what you mean by that. You did good with this one, kid. Thanks. You're good at extracting cloud code. Does that count? Oh, like airheaded? Yeah, that's not... So, like... I've definitely had people who just brain fart out for a moment. That's not even one of those ones I would hold against. Because it's kind of the thing, if you get yourself in trouble with that, like you make an honest mistake like that, and it messes up everything, that means the problem is on the process, the procedure. You don't have your checks and balances you need. Because if you just brain fart out, and all your tests still pass, that means the tests were no good. Last thing you want is direct access to production. You may want a copy, sure, but not to directly go there. You don't need the URL for the server. Yeah, no, and that's exactly the thing, is a lot of the Rockstar dev kind of mentality. Those are the people like, oh, I have to go through all this stuff just to get this thing into production. Just give me access to production. I'll just fix it. And you're like, no. No, you don't. That's how you accidentally push some T-SQL with a missing where statement, and you just blew up the entire database in one command. Where now we're frantically going, I guess I hope we're... You know, that backup we keep checking to make sure it's working. I'm really hoping that we were right that it's working, because it's time. Yeah, no, that's, it's like, there are times that there are valid reasons to need access to production, but you really, really want to have multiple layers between you and actually doing something with that. Because sometimes you do need to be able to go in and be like, okay, we have our test environment, we have our production. We need to make sure our configurations between these are the same. What is the thing? Like I'm seeing a bug in one and not the other. Why? Let's start going through and figuring out what is different between our environments and all that. But that's kind of it. And then once I'm done doing that test, I want you to take away my access to production again. Because the last thing you want to do is accidentally take your dev environment, think you're working against test data because you've been testing something recently, and then realize, you know, you're accidentally working against production. So where you're like, oh, I could just run this update statement for running my tests to set up some bad data, and then realize you've just blown out 100,000 like legitimate user records, and you're just like, okay, well, yep. Let's see, back in the day, you had a query, 2 query windows open, 1 local, 1 production. Guess which window was set over 600 passive access? Yeah, and any dev that has worked for an organization that doesn't have their stuff sorted to keep people who shouldn't have access to stuff out. Everyone has that story where, again, like, you forgot the where statement. You thought you were writing to test, but you're actually writing to production. Or, like, you were doing some type of join and realized you're doing, like, a stored procedure, and you got something wrong, and instead of updating it based on a variable, you just hard-coded the value. Like, something where you went in and you blasted out a bunch of records. And if you're lucky, it was fairly inconsequential records. Like, you know, you messed up this one table that was storing just kind of like interesting information data that wasn't mission critical, versus you know, blowing out a whole bunch of user information, or, you know, like, worst case, like, you know, critical information that you're legally required to store. Like, you're working in a manufacturer where you are required to keep serial numbers, and you just blew out the entire database of serial numbers. But you only selected the update statement SQL server and forgot to select where clause. Ran the query and ran your selection instead of the entire query. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that one. Yep. Yeah, no, I've seen that one where you can, like, highlight the code and say just run the highlighted section. That's another one that, like, there's certain things that when you've been working on that for long enough, you develop a certain level of paranoia that you're like, when you're updating something and you're adding a where statement, they're like, okay, is my where statement correct? Okay, and you'll, like, have checked it like 4 times, like, is my where statement correct? Because if it's wrong, everything catches fire. It's also, like, one of those things. I had a boss one time who was like, do you mind if I take a look? I was like, no, double check, triple check my work. I'm about to update a thing that, if it goes wrong, a database no longer has data in it. I really would like 5 or 6 sets of eyes going over here. I'm pretty confident in my work, but I'm also smart enough to realize that my confidence in my work means nothing with reality. You call them mistakes for a good reason. You don't call them intentionals. I mean, unless it's sabotage. Let's see. Our copy of production data for debugging reasons did not remove internal service URLs, which meant in some cases it moved on me. In some cases, local environments could pick up real workload and bill the customer. Guess how he found out? Everyone's got their story. Thanks. This is really nice. Hey, if you needed blueprints or supplies, go buy my stuff. Your confidence in your work comes from the fear of failure in your work and having to do more to make up. Yeah, and that's kind of one of those things where you separate out, because I usually joke that there's like almost a parabola, that where you have someone who, again, they're new, they don't know what they're doing, but they know that they don't know what they're doing. And they're willing to ask questions, they're willing to be like, hey, can you double check this? And that's a person you can have a fairly high level of trust. I'm still not giving them access to production because, dear God. But, you can have a certain amount of trust that you can let this person work on their stuff and they'll come to you and all that. They know they don't know stuff. And you can have that. And then again, you got that middle. They've cut their chops on it. They got enough experience that they know how to write code and all that stuff. And genuinely, they're competent. But they haven't had that critical failure yet in their career where they effed up in a major way. That is something that, like, that lesson that, you know, cost a company $20, $30, $40, $50,000. Like that big mistake that they're like, my job is over. I'm gone. They haven't made that mistake yet, or had something that could have been that mistake. You know, where they made a mistake and it worked out okay because, like, the backup was there or whatever. But had that not been there, like, you know, they canceled the quarry or whatever, you know, that could have been that $1 million mistake. I've got to start coming up with a plan for next year. That's good. Do that. This is, for me, marvelous. People have scraped life on the seas and all that stuff. Yeah. Your sugar keeping them for production is for their own safety. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Well, that's, there's been plenty of times, like, history-wise, where you hear about the nightmare scenario where someone hired a brand new, like, intern, junior dev, someone brand new to the thing that really doesn't know what they're doing, and they're working through the training material, and during that, it blows out the production database. Because as part of their thing, they were given access to production, and then they basically were given instructions on how to effectively duplicate production onto their local machine. But as an example, it's not quite right, and then blown out production because of, you know, bad documentation or whatever. And you hear about one of those stories every 2, 3, 4 years, it'll make its rounds. And then people will be like, oh man. And they're like, I'm betting that dude got fired. And I'm like, no. No, if you just cost a company $500,000 because you effed up production database due to bad instructions, first of all, that mistake belongs to the company, not the individual who did it. They should have never had that access to begin with, and that is a company failure. And then second, you just spent $500,000 training someone to be extremely vigilant about their code. The least you can do is get the money from your investment because you spent that training, and that was some solid training you just did. You spent $500,000 on it. Don't fire that person at this stage, because believe me, they will not be making that mistake again. Like, you can guarantee that person will not make that mistake again. Let's see. Yep, we used to get billed for storage based on gigabyte service contract. Wonder why storage build is so big. Started digging. Database teams were weekly cleanup was not deleting backups used to date. Little math later. Several $100,000 overcharge for one customer. We started going through all the given storage blocks of every customer. Yeah, if you keep making the same mistakes. Yep. Oh yeah, no, like that's definitely a different thing. Like if someone makes a mistake, you're like, oh man, this is a major F up. And again, and it's one thing if again, that person is solely to blame for that. Like if some intern comes in and through back channels figures out how to access production and starts screwing around in production, yeah, you fire that person. But if you just unilaterally gave them access to production, why? Why did you do that? Don't do that. You want layers between things. That was, you think Apollo mission, contractor had an employee. Let's see, had an employee, that made a mistake in the calculations, realized it, turned in the resignation, and the boss was like, hell no, I'm not letting you quit. Yeah, you take the training wheels off a little at a time. Right, and it's also, like I said, even as me, like, again, over 15 years experience commercially as a software developer, like, I've shipped dozens and dozens and dozens of commercially successful products and all that over the years. You did good with this one, kid, thanks. Even I'm just like, I want as little access to production as I absolutely need. And if I do need more, I want it to be like when you're working on like you're doing Linux and you're just working on your stuff and you're like, "Oh, wait, hang on. I need an elevation. Sudo whatever." I want that elevation only to be for that time that I'm specifically needing it. That's it. You love how we're playing Stardew Valley and Dev Talk? So many join the conversation? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of overlap with Dev and Stardew Valley because it's an indie darling at a time that there weren't really many indie darlings. Like, Greenlight existed at the time that Stardew Valley came out, but it was still a relatively new program. Developers here... I mean, that's another meme. You know, the person who does 12, 15, 20 years as a start, like, as a developer, and then, you know, they retire from development and become, like, a lumberjack or a carpenter. Something completely not tech-related. Okay, so we need a gift for Harvey. So we're going to save one of our, maple syrups. But it is just a thing about people putting in a career in dev and then finding a job that's nothing to do with technology. That they've done their time, and they're like, I want to never interact with a computer again if I can help it. That's exaggerating. But you get the idea. That people burn out on it and just want to not. That's just a crocus. We don't care about the crocus. Let's see. Your almost resume generating event was you once had a CLI access open to backup application. You found a listing of commands that were buried, highlighted them, copied them, pasted them in Notepad++, clicked back into the CLI window, wrong-clicked, and started running all the commands and almost died right there. Oh, like you clicked on the window and like on the run button or whatever. I haven't done that with dev. I've done that in stuff like games or whatever, where like you click out the window to do whatever, and then on stream click back into the window, and when you click back into the window, it happens to catch the wrong thing and pull up stuff. I have almost ended stream on accident before that, where you click out and you click back over to OBS to check something, and it picks up the button as the click to like stop stream. Luckily, it has a prompt that's like, "Are you sure you want to stop stream?" It's like, no, I don't. Right-click pastes what you copied, and some such. Oh, I see. Come on, get over here. You suck, slime. That slime had the plan. It's like, I will live to see another day. Just noped out. Just a stone. Hey, we're up to level 8 foraging. Okay. Guess what you never did again. Yeah, no, that's exactly. That's the reason why when you look at those, like, this is the $500,000 lesson. The person who's made that mistake, they're like, no. Like, there will be no mistake of this ever again. Like, I'm gonna come up with, like, 5 different ways to ensure that there is that disconnection. I physically cannot make this mistake again. When it's a big mistake like that. I just need that crystal fruit to show up. We're definitely getting all of our forageables to show up now, which is really good. I just need the one I need to show up. You have to tell the story to every new hire after that. Learn from my mistakes. Be careful. Don't. It's easy to screw up. Take your time. Yeah. No. Absolutely. That's I've had that conversation again when you got that dev that's again they're in that middle ground. They know enough to get themselves in trouble and not enough to get back out. And you know you'll hear that, hey, like if I just have access to production, and it's like you kind of walk was like, hey, I've been doing this crap for like 5 times as long as you. I don't want access to production because I know that's a bad idea. And you can imagine if I don't want access to production, and I've been doing this like 5 times as long as you have, you should stop and think for a minute. Why wouldn't someone so much more experienced not want access? There's a reason for it. Hey, we got a second garbage hat. I love presents, thank you. The more you work in software development, the more you see this joke as a solid life advice. Tech enthusiast, everything in my house is wired to the Internet of Things. I control it all from my smartphone. My smart house had Bluetooth is enabled, and it got voice commands via bots. I love the future. Programs engineer, the most recent piece of technology owned is a printer from 2004, and you keep a loaded gun ready to shoot if it ever makes an unexpected noise. Yup. Well, technology is cool and exciting and all that stuff, but you do actually learn that there's a lot of stuff with technology you should really not trust. To be careful. I used to work with a guy who used to work for a bank, a major bank, I won't say which one, but used to work for a bank. And here's what you gotta think. Banks run on software. Software has bugs. And he would tell me about nightmare stories where someone's account would get zeroed out due to a bug, and like literally millions of dollars would disappear from people's accounts. Now the good news is with all that stuff, they've got like copies and copies and copies and copies of transactions and all that going back, that when that happens, they can go back and be like, okay, let's, get out the paper trail and start going back and figuring out what amount of money this person should have in their account. But that takes, a good amount of time for someone to go through wherever the last confirmed balance was and work their way forward. And the whole time, you have nothing in your bank account. It's like, yep, nope, that happens. That's just a thing that happens. You push a button, it hits update, the database information was wrong, and instead of updating your balance to mark that you got $200 more in your account, instead it just changes it to 0. Because someone screwed up on a database call. But it's just like, yeah, that's the reality we live in. So think about what you want to arbitrarily put trust in if you can help it. And then half the time you'll even get stuff that you can trust right now. But then, the company behind it decides there's a better way to monetize it. And now that thing becomes a lot less trustworthy. Or like the company decides it's not profitable and just straight up shuts it down. You got a call like that once. Hey, we accidentally deposited all your money in someone else's account. We'll have it fixed in a day or 2. It happens. If it runs on software, the only way to have a software that has 0 bugs is for software that doesn't do anything. Now, obviously, the more lines of codes, the more likely there is to be more bugs, the higher the complexity, more likely to be bugs, yada yada. But the only way to have truly bug-free software is to effectively not have software. Okay, tomorrow is Winter Festival, okay. Has no bugs. And level 8 foraging. And level 1 combat. I missed that we leveled up combat. Alright, Ray, you're off to bed and all that stuff. You get that sleep and all that stuff, and thank you so much for that. And thank you for that. I'm not super worried about if we, miss the crystal fruit. parents, like, 2 brackets, has no bugs. The first bug was in software. Yeah, that was, ooh, was that Loveless? No. Oh, there's a whole bunch, like, low-key software development. Women pioneered most of software development early on. It was seen as secretarial work early on, and so it was primarily women doing it. And so, like, a lot of our early encryption, a lot of our, like, different methods of compiling stuff and all that, a lot of that was women developer who did that, because again, predominantly women worked in the space, because at that time it was seen as secretarial. And then that changed, and then they got pushed out of the industry. Not a happy story. But yeah, no, it was back in the days when computers were like full room size that the first software bug, or first computer bug, sorry, not software bug, the first computer bug, I believe it was a moth, if I remember correctly, like this really big moth. So when you're talking full room computers, and this really big moth, I think it flew into a capacitor? I could be wrong on the piece of hardware, it's either capacitor or whatever, and shorted it out. You know, causing it to stop working. So, you know, this is like literally they're opening these things and climbing in to look for it. And the lady found the first computer bug is like, we have a bug. And it was this moth that had shorted this thing out and got fried. And the name just stuck. Yeah, it might have been the mag tape. And victory is ours. That is worth 2 tiles. Boom. Winter foraging, take it off the bar, done. I was gonna say, the odds were pretty good that we find one. You saw it before you left? Yep. Yep, so that leaves me with just, I need to get a leek in spring, a spicy berry, and a... Ooh, what is it? It's not sugar pea. Whatever the other one is. And then that'll be all of the foraging stuff done. Hey, you're new to the stream, how do you unlock tiles? So there's 2 ways I can unlock tiles. The way I will be unlocking like 95+% of my tiles is I got this little item in my hand, the tile tool, and I can walk around and you just see where I like put my mouse over it. Right now my tiles normally cost 1,000 gold. Sorry, I'm just like not pausing. I'm trying to run to get to the festival before it goes away. But it costs me about 1,000 gold right now. They start out at 10 gold. So there's a couple different things. There's classic mode. So your first tile is 5 gold, the second tile is 10 gold, the third tile is 15 gold, the fourth tile is 20 gold. You get the idea. It's basically 5 more than the last tile, and it keeps going up forever. The way I'm playing is tiered mode, the second setting, which is the first 10 tiles cost 10 gold. The next 90 tiles cost 100 gold. The next 900 tiles cost 1,000 gold. The next 9,000 tiles cost 10,000 gold. You get the idea. But there's another way we can actually get tiles. If we actually look at the mod settings here, and we scroll down here, so here's like all the prices going up kind of thing, but if I accomplish certain milestones in the game, so like the very first time I talk to a villager, just ever, I get 1 tile. Every time I max out a villager's friendship to the very max, I get 5 tiles. Every time I max a skill, I get 10 tiles. These are free tiles that once you've achieved those goals, you for one time get a nice little bonus in tiles. That way there's worth doing more than just making money. Welcome to the Winter Star Festival. Today is a time to be thankful for this year's good fortune. Forget your worries and relax. Does that mean I can have all the rest of the tiles free, Mayor Lewis? Yeah, no, it's a fun one. It is grindy, to warn you, to give you an idea of how this starts. So you start the game, and you start with 500 gold. That's normal for any Stardew Valley run. You start with your 500 gold. So you got the tiny little spot around your bed is open. So you buy your little tiles, and 500 gold is about enough to get down the stairs, out the door, over to where your sales bin is, and maybe just barely off the screen towards the bus, or just barely down to not quite the little lake right down there. Is about how far your money will go. So that creates a little bit of an issue. Because how are you going to make money? Well, you can't forage, there's no forage nearby. You can't fish, you have to get to the beach to get your fishing pole. You get your 15 parsnip, and that'll get you about 280 bucks, give or take. And that's enough to make it to about most of the way to the other side of the beach. Or not the beach, the bus stop, but not all the way. Most of the way across there is about where that'll get you. And so now you don't have any more... You don't have any more money. You don't have any crops. You can't fish, you can't forage. And so you've got two options to make money. One is you can effectively fast forward time and keep trying to put down like whatever acorns and that you can find, which you have to hit foraging 1 before you can actually get acorns and that. So you just, you let the trees kind of grow wild and you chop down the occasional tree until you get foraging 1, and then you start planting a row and just keep cutting down trees. So that's one option. And the other option is to get your hoe and just dig up a bunch of tiles, take a pickaxe, fill them all back in, go dig them up again for clay. You watch someone get file locked because of a cutscene getting the fishing rod earlier today? Yeah. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, that's the thing that happened, is cinema scenes can get you stuck. That's actually the reason I'm holding this this warp totem, is just in case I get trapped by a cinema scene. It's my get out of jail card. I'm still upset I didn't win in the ice fishing competition. That's because you're a loser. Because you didn't do as good as with me. Oh, presents! What a beautiful tree. Do you want to hear about the Legend of the Winter Star? No. Suit yourself. Have you been playing this save file for long? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. This is stream number 9. So, yeah, we would have been a little over 40 hours or something like that. 40, 50 hours. We are at the end of year 5, but a lot of that is rushing through those days where, like, 10 a.m. rolls by and we're already done with the whole day. I'd join in, but I don't think I'd be welcome. Spending time with family is tiring sometimes. Hi, Rual, Storge. You're welcome to join the family at the table, if you need the company. Let's see, we didn't realize that would happen. He's pretty early in the challenge, so he had to fish until he passed out. Yeah, no, I've had to do that stuff. You have such maternal instincts for lies. And thank you for all those files, like a whole bunch of files all coming in. So thank you. Hi, Rual, Storge. I'll probably have another tool set this year. Can we open presents now? Good afternoon, Rual Storge. Happy feasting. How do the mines work with this? So, for those who don't know, because there's confusion, the normal mines are static, so you do have to unlock your tiles. And the only exception is once in a while you'll trigger like an infested one. I'm imagining those are probably fully unlocked. Yeah, Grace Hopper. Yeah, no, because it was Loveless was helped solve the Enigma machine, I believe. So it was like cryptography, if I remember, because there's like a good 7 or 8 of them. Now the Skull Cavern, I actually don't know how that works. I imagine it's got to be unlocked for practicality's sake, because it's randomized. I'm thankful for my guitar and my skateboard, and my family, I guess. It's not a good time of year for a diet. Oh my, aren't you cold, dear? It's freezing. A feast for a stupid star? Humbug. Oh, hello. Ada Lovelace was the differential engine. First programmer. Yeah, that's right. I hope there's a new camera for me under the tree. Rual Storge, what are you hoping to find in the spirit tree? You ask it every year, and a new watering can is boring. A pair of stylish shoes, sure. Spiced mead. Ooh, sounds nice. Make sure to give me a taste. No, Emily. It's my gift. it's going to be like my only gift. We only give one gift a year. I'm not giving my gift to other people when I only get one. Like, if we were getting a bunch of gifts, sure, I'll pass it around. Or maybe an exchange where you let me try your snacks and I'll let you try my drink. But no. Give Harvey his secret gift. Yes. And there's your maple syrup. Oh, so it's you. Ah, a maple syrup. Thanks. Oh, I don't think I've ever had Jas give me a gift. What does a little girl give a farmer? Excuse me. I have a gift for you. I found it last summer when I was playing at the beach. I hope you like it. Rainbow shell. Rainbow shell. Look. You're adorable, so I'll let it slide. I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. Alright, never mind. You're completely forgiven. You're completely forgiven. Because you're adorable. It's not as bad as Clint giving me the 3 geodes. I'm like, wait a sec. Like, people are like, wait a second. Hang on, I have to pay this man to pop him open. Hey, Spicy Noodles, how's it going? Gus is just telling me about his artisan candy canes. Yawn. It's a fine art making a candy cane. You really got to search far and wide for the best ingredients. They aren't easy to come by these days. And no more dialogue about that. Let's see. Yeah, she gave you a rainbow shell. Yeah, there's an RNG, but the farming's going well. We're doing the Tileman challenge or Tile Lock challenge. It's got different names, but it's the same thing. We're pretty late into it. But it's going well. Can we get a shout out for Spicy Noodles, by the way? What all do you stream on the platform and all that? I always like to recognize other content creators and all that good stuff. Well, hello, Rual Storge. It's chilly, isn't it? Oh, all these families, but for me, just a lonely year. Playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. Ooh, that's a fun one. You don't need to. You're here for it. Yeah, but I like to recognize our content creators and all that stuff. It's always nice to do that. But yeah, so Death Stranding. Let me go ahead and do that. Alright. It's okay, Clint. I met some people who believe in spirits and magic, but me? I never seen anything couldn't explain by science. You're doing a full achievement run of the game? Nice. That's a game that when it first came out, the marketing made me think it's like literally just walking around. So I was like, alright, this doesn't interest me. And then later on you realize that there's like vehicles and there's this whole thing about like making routes and all. Like, why didn't they market that? That sounds great. And it's actually, I picked it up with the intent on playing it at some point. I haven't done it quite yet. But it was definitely one of those ones that like the marketing pitch that I had gotten was just like, I don't understand. But everything I've seen like from people actually playing the game is like, this looks great. I definitely want to check this out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I've had too much nog. Nothing like a piping hot feast on a cold winter's day, huh? Let's see. Rear Admiral Grace Hopper retired. Yeah. That is not water. Yeah. It is what it is. I don't have water in front of me. I get called out for that frequently enough. Oh, I didn't talk to Marlon. My bad. Hey, good afternoon. To be fair, half the people didn't have much to say. When you got to see her do her lecture many moons ago, that's cool. For one of the talks that I really liked is I got to, oh, I can't think of her name. She was the lady in charge of not mission control for NASA. Forget what the title is. Basically, it was her job, like when they're getting ready to do a rocket launch, that her job was to say no and scrub it. That she was the one who did like all the checks to be like, okay, is this set up? Is that set up? Are we good here? Are we good there? Like how everything's going. It is her job to be like, we're not launching. Like, I'm not happy with this number. It's done. It's not happening. Which didn't make her the most popular person, but it is a very important job. And she she was talking about that she had like a certain immunity from being fired and all that as part of the stipulation for the job, because they wanted to make sure that she would make that judgment call, not out of fear of like repercussions for like scrubbing an expensive mission or whatever. Which I didn't know that. And I'm like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That you would want whoever is like supposed to be that safety valve that goes, hey, you know, we're not happy with this. Yes, there's a lot of money on the line, but it's not, you know, it's not safe, it's not secure, it falls outside parameters, whatever the criteria was. And that they're effectively safe from getting in trouble or being denied promotions or stuff like that. I mean, there's not really a promotion to have at that point. You're kind of on the top of the pile. But you'd want that person to be effectively insulated. It'll cost more if the rocket blows up. A lot of agencies should run under that premise. NASA has some interesting things. I interviewed to work at, so like I used to work at NASA on the tourism side, and I did interview for NASA on the software development side at one point, which I got the offer, but it was one of those things that it didn't end up paying really more than I was already making, and then the commute would have been, like, it would have been relocation levels of commute. So I ended up turning it down. But, like, it's impressive to see the way they operate, that they have some of the lowest bug counts of any software written, just period. And a big part of that is they go through, like, every single line of code ends up getting code reviewed by multiple people. They have, like, an entire litany of tests that they do, like, you know, your unit test, your integration test, and they have multiple layers of all these things. And even after that, they have someone who will go and run through everything independent of you to double check it. They have, like, layer upon layer upon layer upon layer that just getting your code out, and this is for like the actual rocket launch missions and all that, just getting your code out and actually into production on the rocket or whatever is like this weeks long process, because the severity is so high. Because it's like, it's one thing, you know, if you make a bug on a website that's showing pictures or whatever, okay, the pictures don't show up, or maybe at 404s for a while, you can go back and fix it. The harm is potentially just lost revenue. Ooh, Maki roll, we need that. Pufferfish, we need that. But when you're talking about a multiple $1,000,000 rocket that's got a nuclear fuel inside of it, the things going wrong, the stakes are much higher. You push the green button, and once that button's pushed, there's no coming back. I haven't grabbed the coffee bean because I don't have access to the greenhouse quite yet. And the coffee bean, or the coffee, isn't something blocking any of the community center stuff. So I've been kind of sitting on it. It comes up very frequently. Worms by the Wizard's Tower? Gotcha, I could check that. Thank you, thank you. They're easy to overlook. You mean, heck, the rocket's the next time the planets align for a specific matter of 2 centuries, you better not waste the launch window. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It is a level of, you know, it needs to be right the first time there. So yeah, they go through layers upon layers upon layers. Yeah, okay, I see the worms. Of stuff, and it was like, it's really impressive stuff. I imagine it's very frustrating stuff when you're just trying to get your work done, but at the same time, like, there's zero question that thing's working. Let's see. Question: your colleague asks you to review their code, but after you comment, they respond after 2 days. Sometimes I request a review, but can't get one until the end of the day. You can't progress properly without them reviewing. Merge conflicts, same code, etc. How do you deal with that? You feel bad for not getting things done, juggling like 5 pull requests at different subjects is tiring too. It's kind of the unfortunate nature of the beast. Unless you have like a dedicated time for like code reviews to keep things expedited, it is a thing that can become a problem where you get bottlenecked just by code reviews pending. And that's fine. But usually what you can do is a lot of times you can kind of fill that time with other stuff. So there's kind of things about like cleaning up code, that stuff. You know, the busy work that needs doing that almost never has time allocated to actually do it. is really good to go in there. So again, like, going and doing code cleanup, that kind of stuff. And yeah, that creates yet another pull request. But they do not verify all that code as in formal verification. It wouldn't catch all bugs on that hardware, no, but would you catch logical errors? Well, that's the thing. They do a formal verification as well. You have both your unit test and integration tests. So unit tests are everything tested in isolation. The integration test would be testing effectively on that hardware, but like not in the production situation. So like make sure you know this is supposed to open and close that valve. Did the valve open and close? Cool. And there's another one right there. So I suppose the nature is nature of the beast. That explains why you like working on your own, no code reviewer colleagues. Right, and then the catch is with no code reviewer colleagues, you just have to hope it works and you think, Kennedy sure does like her old books. I think she's a heck of a lot smarter than I ever was. I'm glad. Have a maple syrup. Never mind. The universe says there'll be no maple syrup for you, Pam. I tried. The universe said no. The universe reached down, slapped the maple syrup out of my hands, and said, "Get wrecked, nerd." It was really, really honestly very hostile to the universe. Should be far enough away, yeah. Yeah, no, in your personal projects, it's one of those things you don't have to worry about code reviews, but you get the pro and the con about not having a code review. It's more efficient, sure. No argument here about that. Like, it is more efficient to not have a code review. You could just throw the work out there. But you're going to have a much higher rate of stuff like, you know, bugs and all. Now, granted, you do have, as you mentioned, like, merging pull requests with other people's codes and all that, and that will introduce friction that can cause bugs. But it's also a thing that you can scale a lot more, even if individually your developers aren't as efficient when you're going that way, because that's just the reality of the beast. Have you got the shell for the community center? So we didn't have the rainbow shell come up. We did get the Nautilus shell, the one down there. I've actually gone it like 5 or 6 times from different things. I think Demetrius sent me one. I think I got one out of a geode. Thank you. This makes my day really special. It would be nice to take a vacation once in a while. Nope. Vacation's not allowed. Alright, so we have 3 different things to add to the community center today. So this will be foraging, and this will be the winter foraging done. Boom. And there's the winter foraging seeds, which will be useless to me because the season's basically over. So I've got just the leek and the 2 for the summer. And that's with us not having access to forage this whole time, really. Because we found a bug. I need the quality produce, because I didn't set those aside. And the animal junk. The animal junk is going to be the most painful one. I actually don't, so... With the animal junk, so... Coop. Ooh, rabbit. Was the rabbit the barn? So those 2, I think those 2 are the barn, and these 3 are the coop. So, rabbit is deluxe. Okay, so we need just the coop. I can completely ignore the barn. There's the pufferfish. So that's the mine. And that's spring during the rain. And then that's the fish done. And I just need to, is wool rabbit or sheep? Oh, you're right. The wool is... like rabbit in Coral Island, I believe. Or whatever. No, that one also has sheep, whichever. Yeah, no, we'll have to check it. Oh, both? Yeah, then the rabbit will be fine because I also need a rabbit's foot. So we have the fried egg. I just need to get to my kitchen. I can make that right now. And then the fiddle fern, if we get to summer, the green rain will do it. We can get to fall. We can get to the secret woods. So that'll be solid. The urchin, we already had that area open. The duck is the duck. That'll be the coop again. The apples we already have planted. The wheat I just need to wait till fall or whatever. The wine we're actively making. That'll be the coop again. And the mushroom, I've already got the mushroom cave, so that's already locked in. And I believe you're waiting on... Yeah, so for you, I need any of these. We can get the slime slowly. These we can get lucky on the merchant with that. The bat wings and go to the cave. I have the crystal, or the earth crystal already, and these two are going to be, or these... I might have the fire quartz too. I know I don't have the quartz in the frozen tier. That's going to be a tricky one. That'll be where I might finally have to, like, relent and go to the mine. I mean, not really. I want to go to the quarry for that. Because the quarry can just do laps and make that happen. Oh, sturgeon is summer and winter. Hold up, I was given bad information. So that was, I believe, the mountain area? Yeah, so sturgeon would be lake, so that would be the mountain area. Till 7 p.m. Let's go fish immediately, because we're almost out of winter. I don't really care about the rest of the stuff. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that before we were over. Because someone had, I think, said spring during the rain. No, because that's catfish is spring during the rain. Alright. Who's just straight out giving me bad information? I'm pretty sure this counts as lake. Let's see, when you studied, there was a group that made some... Sorry. There's a group that made some formal verification methods. Math logic proof. Yeah. You almost just threw me off. Done. I was thinking the same thing, Draconic. Like a sturgeon. Fishing for the very first time. Which doesn't make sense in that, but... Like, when I hear that song, I always think of Weird Al Yankovic's, you know, like a surgeon, cutting for the very first time. Here's a waiver for you to sign. Bam. Alright. So we have just the ghost fish, which is the caves. So, quick assessment of what needs doing. Quality crops. That's unfortunately very annoying. Animal bundle, we need the coop. We will not need the barn. So that's good news. We need the leek in spring. We need the 2 forgeables in the summer. That should be just getting to summer. We need to get the ghost fish from the caves, which is just go down to the water level. That will come from the mines as well. That will come from the mines as well. And then the bulletin board, that is just growing stuff. I already have apples growing. We can just make that any time. That I can find in a couple places. That's on the beach. That's the coop. That we've already got. That's already being made, and that's the coop. Yeah, no, all of these things can appear on the cart. Yeah, so it seems like for the remaining things we need for the community center... Did I already check the traveling merchant today? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, we did, because that's where we got some of our stuff. Right. Oh, I have a geode from Jess. Let's see if Jess's geode is amazing, or if she gave me a junk geode. Yeah, so it looks like making the coop, that's a big one. And the mine. those are where most of our stuff are going to come from. And the stuff where I mentioned the mine, a lot of it I can actually get from the quarry except the fish. The fish is going to be the traveling merchant, or it's going to be going to the mine. Okay, I've already got that. So we're getting pretty close to getting the community center done. All right. And I need to be wrapping up soon because we've already gone over almost an hour, and on top of that, daylight saving stuff. So the time jumped forward an hour or backwards or whatever. It basically made it so the stream is, we're like earlier in the morning. Oh, do I have? Yeah, it's fine. All right. Yeah, so we keep on top of the traveling merchant. That could save me from having to do a bunch of stuff. I think the coop is our next big mission. I will keep one of the crystal fruit. Drop you off. Alright. So, we definitely could have done this in way less time, because I had put off going for the community center for a long time, because I originally hadn't planned that. I had planned to go to Joja, so we were just making money. With how many tiles we can actually get to the community center, which I think is good, we probably could have done a lot of this faster. But it is looking about as fast as I can get through the seasons the next year to grow stuff. Is probably about the speed we're going to get this done. Now, with that said, if you've enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find a way back here in the future, because I need to be calling it a night. Now, as a reminder, tomorrow is my birthday stream. I'm not doing anything special on the birthday side of it, but we do have a sponsored segment tomorrow for the game Blossom Seed of Life. Which is kind of like if you took the game The Planet Crafter, which is a crafter, I guess you'd call it a crafter survival game, about terraforming an inhospitable planet into a wonderful, great-looking planet and all that. And then turning around, and it mechanically works like Astroneer. So it's kind of like mooshing those two games together. So the goal is The Planet Crafter. How you do it is kind of Astroneer. So I'll be doing that for a sponsored segment tomorrow. So with that said, if you are watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending over there because I don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for hanging out over there on the YouTube side. I really do appreciate it. And for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I could find to drop a raid.